You are listening to Fourth and Long, a Three Rivers Ranch romance, Book 3, written by Liz Isaacson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Chapter 1. The presence of Kate Donnelly's son had never been such a burden. Of course, she had never introduced him to his father before. Sure, she'd thought about what this moment might be like, what she'd say, and how Brett would react. She just never expected to look into the almost black depths of her son's eyes and feel a pinch of resentment, like it was Reed's fault she was currently driving down a dirt road toward Three Rivers Ranch. It wasn't Reed's fault, that much was certain. The vibrant 7-year-old had been asking about his dad for a few years now. Kate always told him Brett was overseas, being a hero by protecting the country. Not exactly a lie, though Kate didn't know all the details of Brett's service. She did know he'd left for his deployment to Afghanistan only 2 months after they'd been married. She knew she'd found comfort in the charms of another man and asked Brett for a divorce only 3 weeks into his deployment. And only a week after that, she found out she was pregnant. That effectively got rid of the other man, but also Brett, whose last email said he'd give her whatever she wanted. The back of her throat burned as hot as the July sun as she thought of her behavior over the past 8 years. "Time to move on," she muttered. "Find him, tell him, move on." "What, Mom?" Reed met her eyes in the rearview mirror. "Nothing, baby." She painted on a smile to conceal the earthquake shaking her core. "We're almost there." "And I'll get to ride a horse?" "Maybe," Kate said. "I haven't been able to talk to my friend." Her voice sounded too low to be hers. Her stomach clenched as tears raged against the back of her eyes. She turned a corner on the dirt lane, and a house came into view. As she neared, she saw another home, this one much newer, to her right, facing the first. As if her insides weren't already rioting against her, now she had another choice to make. She parked near the older home. "Stay here, okay, baby?" She waited until Reed nodded, and then she slipped up the front steps of the first house. No one answered her constant knocking and repeated doorbell peals. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, cursing the summers in Texas. She thought of California, her destination, and how balmy an ocean breeze would feel about now. She retraced her steps to the car and drove the few hundred yards to the driveway of the second house. Ranch trucks filled the parking lot in front of the barns to her left, so someone had to be around. The sound of squawking chickens and a grumbling tractor met Kate's ears when she vacated the car again. No one opened the door at the second house, meaning she'd have to traipse around this ranch until she found Brett. She almost left right then, aimed her car west without a plan of ever returning, of telling him about Reed. But something pulled at her conscience, God, something. Kate knew it wasn't her conscience, and God had long abandoned her. The truth was, she needed the money her mother had left her, but she couldn't have it without telling Brett about Reed. And he has a right to know about his own son. Kate opened the driver's door and switched off the ignition. "Come on, baby. We have to go find someone. No one's answering the door." Reed unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, slipping his trusting hand into Kate's. She squeezed harder than necessary, trying to ground herself for what she was about to do. She heard voices in one of the barns, so she steered Reed in that direction. "Excuse me?" she called once she had stepped out of the sun. Her eyes took their sweet time adjusting to the darker interior, but she could make out a man approaching. She almost bolted, her heart somersaulting through her chest, trying to break free of her ribs. "Can I help you, ma'am?" A similar southern accent to Brett's, but definitely not his voice. How she knew all this time, she wasn't sure. Kate blinked the whiteness from her eyes. "Yes, I'm looking for Brett Murphy. I was told he lives out here." "Yeah, Brett. He's working on the Cowboy cabins this afternoon." Construction. Always construction. A sour taste coated Kate's mouth, though she hadn't been able to blame Brett for his profession. He was a builder when she met him, married him, and sent him off to war. His daddy owned the company, and he was a natural with his hands. She had used his job as a wedge between them unfairly, not that he knew that. He didn't know anything. "Want me to take you back there?" the cowboy asked. "Just point me in the right direction." The last thing Kate wanted was another witness to her confession. He turned and pointed through the barn. "Head out that-a-way, take a right. I think he's down at the foreman's cabin, biggest one at the end of the row." Kate thanked him and moved through the barn as quickly as she could. She found the gravel path in front of the cabins easily and slipped around the side of the last one where she could hear the low drone of a radio playing. Her sandaled foot slipped in something just as she gained the corner, and life slowed into single frames. The sight of Brett glancing her way, his eyes widening, the grip of her fingers tightening on Reed's, his cry of surprise or pain. The smell of fresh horse dung, her knee thudding against earth and rocks. "Kate?" The sound of Brett's voice saying her name made time flow forward again, faster and stronger than before. She glanced down at her soiled shoe, tears combining with embarrassment so quickly that her face churned like a volcano about to explode. A dog bounded toward them, a chocolate lab with another little boy right behind him. Kate seized the opportunity to talk to Brett alone, like she'd always planned. "Reed, baby, why don't you go see if you can play with that boy and his dog?" Reed gave her a quick glance before running through the grass toward the dog, who yipped and changed direction toward the other boy. Kate tried to wipe the offensive substance off her shoe and onto the strip of grass bordering the house, but gave up after the first try. She took a deep breath and pushed it out as she faced Brett. Another man stood next to him, a tool belt hanging off his hips and sporting a cowboy hat, same as Brett. For a moment, she wasn't sure which one was the cowboy and which one the carpenter. "Brett, hi." Kate stuck her hands in her shorts pockets. "You look great." And he did. Tall, dark, and handsome, Brett had charmed her from the moment she had met him. If only she hadn't been so weak, acted so stupidly, kept such a massive secret for so long. His eyebrows disappeared underneath his hat. "That's what you have to say to me after 8 years? Hi, Brett, you look great." "You know her?" The other man spoke so quietly Kate had to strain to hear him. "She's my wife," Brett said. "Well, my ex-wife." His gaze wandered to Reed and back to her. "What are you doing here, Kate?" "Well, about that." She choked. The words there, always there, planned for years, but stuck. "What about it?" "That little boy is your son," she said, her voice rushing now, the things she had planned to say abandoning her. "His name is Reed." 8 years ago. Dear Brett, I've written this letter at least a dozen times. I don't know how else to say it, so I guess I'll just say it. I'm pregnant. I know you might think the baby isn't yours, but it is. I made mistakes after you left, but that wasn't one of them. Mama is sending me to North Carolina to live with Nana, so when you get back, come find me on the Great Magnolia Estate in Bryson City. The baby is due just before Easter, so maybe you can get clearance for a video call that Sunday. Let me know so I can make sure Nana's internet is paid up. I'm so sorry about everything. I love you, and I've wanted to erase my last email since the moment I sent it. I hope you can forgive me, and we can be a family when you get back next summer. All my love, Kate. I'll see you later. Pete, Brett's army buddy and best friend, walked away. Brett had never seen him move so fast, even while under attack in Afghanistan. Pete disappeared around the side of the cabin, but Brett couldn't hear his footsteps in the gravel. The words, "That little boy is your son," echoed endlessly, drowning everything else out, even that rose-scented perfume Kate always wore. Her mouth moved, but Brett didn't comprehend anything she said. Her fingers twisted around themselves, and he felt the same sensation tightening his gut, twisting and fisting it until he doubled over. "I have a son." Brett straightened, the prairie breeze whisking away his ex's declaration. He turned his attention to the dark-haired boy romping through the grass with Finn, Major Ackerman's stepson. Brett had felt welcome and at home at Three Rivers Ranch with Pete and his wife Chelsea. He'd been taking care of the homestead, installing new flooring and repainting the interior, one room at a time. He'd been testing his green thumb with some new landscaping this summer and finding himself again after being overseas for so long. Squire, Chelsea's younger brother, had come home for the Independence Day celebrations and to visit family. Finn had turned 7 years old a few days ago, and everyone was attending a big birthday party at Kelly's parents' house the following evening. Brett had been enjoying his life at Three Rivers, the occasional construction job, the wide-open range, the hospitality of the people in town. He could do without the constant blind dates the older ladies enjoyed setting up for him, but all in all, he'd been happier in Three Rivers this past 18 months than anywhere else. And of course, here was Kate Donnely ruining it. Brett tore his gaze from his son, "I have a son," to look back at the boy's mother. She'd stepped in horse manure, and she looked sweatier than a sinner sittin' in church. Brett tried not to be happy about those things, but the woman had asked for a divorce via email only 3 weeks into his first deployment. He'd given his permission, what else could he do from half a world away, and blocked her email address. She had never tried to contact him in the 7 years since. She had moved away from Oklahoma City by the time he completed his first tour in Iran. Her parents wouldn't tell him where she'd gone or give him a forwarding address. As far as Brett was concerned, Kate Donnely had died. And yet she stood in front of him, her hazel eyes wide and scared, her auburn hair curling at the ends because of the heat. "Do you want to meet him?" She gestured toward the child. "I brought him out here to meet you." "Where are you going?" "California." Brett crossed his arms, trying to figure out why she'd come now. "You could have just taken him to California. I never would have known." He took a step toward her, which caused her to flinch. A fierce animal roared inside his chest, making his voice scratch his throat as he said, "But now that I know about him, I'm not letting you take him halfway across the country away from me. He deserves a father." He stalked closer with every step, anger replacing the shock that had saturated his system. "Yes, he does," she spat. "And where have you been the past 8 years?" "Right where you left me," he said. "It was obviously pretty easy to find me, Kate. I asked your parents for years where you were. They wouldn't tell me." Her cheeks turned pink. From rage or embarrassment, he wasn't sure. "I stopped talking to my daddy after Mama died." Brett felt the weight of her words like another punch to the gut. "I didn't know about your mom." He couldn't bring himself to add his condolences, though a voice whispered that he should be the bigger person and do so. She shrugged. "I finished nursing school and I have a job waiting in California." She glanced toward her son. His son. "I need a fresh start." "Seems like you take one of those every few years." Brett wished his words weren't so poisonous, but he couldn't help it. He bit back a hurtful comment, glad to know his self-control wasn't completely gone when faced with Kate. She started nodding, which caused a single tear to drip onto her cheek. She wiped it away quickly. "My mama told me that you deserved to know about Reed, and I couldn't leave the Midwest without telling you." "You could have texted." She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Brett suspected there was something more to her little visit, but he couldn't fathom what it could be. "Or called," he pressed. "Sent an email. You're really good at sending life-changing emails." "Brett," Kate's shoulders deflated. "I just wanted you to meet him before we leave." Cold fear punctured Brett's lungs. He'd never been particularly good with children, but he wasn't about to let Kate know that. She had robbed him of years with his own son. He turned his fury on her, certain by the way her bottom lip shook that she felt it all the way to her bone marrow.
"I'll let you make the introduction."
Brett swept his hand toward the boy, who laughed with Finn like they'd been friends since birth. "Reed," Kate called as they got closer. "Come on over here, baby." She hadn't lost her accent, and something sharp pulled inside Brett, making his step stutter. He'd always loved the sound of her voice, which had made her email breakup so much more hurtful. He'd lost the timbre of it before the email came, but all the feelings he'd had rushed back with sudden familiarity. You chose the name Reed? He asked, real low so the boy couldn't hear. Yes. She drew Reed into her side. Reed, this is... Kate glanced at Brett, her eyes wide and watery. Brett knelt in front of the child, seeing himself in the cut of Reed's jaw, his jet-black hair and coal-colored eyes. No doubt about it, Reed was Brett's son. He waited for Kate to finish. He certainly wasn't going to make this easier for her. This is your daddy, Reed. Kate squeezed the boy's shoulders. Reed's expression turned from guarded to delighted. You're back! He flung his arms around Brett's neck and nearly choked him. On instinct, Brett wrapped his arms around the little boy and picked him up. Love he had never known filled his heart, worked its way up his throat, surged all the way to the soles of his feet. He met Kate's eye over Reed's shoulder. You're not taking him away from me. Kate's jaw hardened and her lips flattened into a stiff line. Brett didn't care. She'd had Reed to herself for years, and Brett suddenly didn't feel like sharing. 8 years ago. Kate. I've blocked your email address and then unblocked it over and over. You haven't sent me another message, and I can only assume you've gone ahead with the divorce. I won't lie, when I think about it, I feel like someone's ripping out my insides with an icy hand. I don't understand what happened. We loved each other, and we were happy before I left Oklahoma City. At least I was, because you were my whole world. I don't pretend to know what you went through when I had to leave. I do know I'm awfully lonely out here in the desert, and your messages were all I had. Sure, my mom's written every week. Even Dad threw in a line in the last letter, but I don't worry about them the way I do you. I wish you'd write, sugar. I hope and pray that when the day comes when I get released, that you'll be waiting for me at the airport. A man can hope for miracles, right? Out here in the desert, I don't know what else to do. With love, Brett. Chapter 2. You can leave him here with me, Brett said as they moved toward Pete's house. Reed walked with one hand in Kate's and one in Brett's. This scenario had played out in her mind countless times, always the three of them a happy family. But the way Brett's jaw jumped and the murderous glances he kept sending her over Reed's head had never been in the fantasy. I'm not leaving him here with you. Kate wished she'd been able to text and hit the road, but her mother's will had been very specific. She had to introduce Reed to Brett in person, or she could forfeit her inheritance. Brett nodded toward the Ackerman's house. I live there by myself. There's plenty of room. Who would take care of him while you're at work? Chelsea or one of the ladies in town. Do you work in town? Sometimes. Kate shook her head. She'd been responsible for Reed single-handedly for 7 years. I am not leaving him here with you. I want to stay here with Daddy, Reed said, pulling his hand from hers. She felt the loss of it, the disappointment cutting all the way to the top of her head. Reed, Mommy has a job in California. We have to go. You have to go, Brett said. I haven't seen my son for 7 years. I want him to stay. Reed gazed up at Brett with absolute adoration on his face, and Kate kicked herself for letting her mama's words get under her skin, grow teeth, and start to gnaw at her conscience. She hated herself for being so reliant on her mother, for moving to North Carolina and staying with her grandmother, though she had needed someone there to care for her. And once her mama got sick and moved in with them, Kate went to school during the day and spent her nights attending to her family's needs. She wished she could walk away from the money, but she had debts and a dependent to take care of. Her mother came from old Southern money, and Kate couldn't walk away from it. Still, she never should have brought her son here. She could have sent Brett a text, a certified letter, an email, and turned her back on the Donnely name completely. After all, they'd practically abandoned her when she married Brett, showing more disappointment when Brett left and Kate broke things off with him. Donnellys chose correctly the first time, though Kate's parents certainly didn't have a happy marriage. If they had, her daddy would have been there during her mother's last days on Earth. If they had, she wouldn't have had to hire a lawyer just to get him to produce the will. Kate glanced at Brett. If she had sent him a certified letter, she suspected he would have hunted her to the ends of the earth to meet his son. She wished the knowledge didn't draw her closer to him, make her want to apologize every 5 seconds until he forgave her and they could be a family. He hadn't lost any of his height or bulk during his time overseas. If anything, he'd grown up, become a man in place of the boy she'd fallen so hard for. "I want to stay too, Mama." Reed's childlike innocence felt like a needle to her heart. "We'll talk about it," Kate said in her no-nonsense voice. Reed relinquished Brett's hand, but Brett obviously didn't care what tone she used. "Where are you staying?" "The Holiday Inn in town," she said. "I'll be there in the morning." He knelt in front of Reed. "Do you want to go to breakfast tomorrow?" Kate ground her teeth together, but couldn't deny the way her heart pumped double time at the tender edge in Brett's voice, the adoration that shone in his eyes. "Yes," Reed said. "Can we, Mama?" Kate moved toward her car. If she could just make it inside the sedan, she might be able to breathe again. "Fine." 9 o'clock. Brett put his hand on the car door so she couldn't open it. "Promise me, Kate." She met his glare with one of her own. "I didn't have to bring him out here," she said. "You asked for breakfast, and I said yes." "I don't need your permission to see my son," he shot back. How right about that he was. He didn't even know. Kate had listed him on Reed's birth certificate, and since they were still legally married, no, she couldn't deny Brett the right to see Reed. "Get in the car, baby." She opened the door for Reed and stepped close to Brett. "We need to meet privately. Can you arrange for someone to watch him for a couple of hours tomorrow after breakfast?" Brett's eyes narrowed, and he stared into her eyes. His were so dark, something she remembered from the first time they'd met. How she'd loved the danger in his eyes. The years had changed him, and though his eyes were still pools of ebony, they held more wisdom now. The same passion, but curbed with patience and maturity. "I'll ask Chelsea if she can watch him." "Who's Chelsea?" Kate asked. Brett nodded toward the couple standing on the porch. "Pete Marshall, my first lieutenant. His wife is Chelsea." Kate noticed the way she held her hand on her stomach, the smallest of baby bumps pushing against her dress. "Chelsea's sister-in-law's in town, too. That was her son Reed was playing with." Brett glanced back the way they'd come. "That's fine," Kate said, wondering how many times she'd used the word fine before she left town. Brett stepped back from the car, allowing her to enter the vehicle. She cranked the air conditioning and backed out of the driveway, doing everything in her power to keep from looking at Brett. But something pulled at her, and she glanced at him just before putting the car in drive. And she knew he would not let Reed go without a fight. She had no idea how he'd react when she told him they were still married. "Save that for tomorrow," she told herself as she stomped on the accelerator. "Or never." He obviously hadn't tried to marry again, or he'd have discovered she'd never finalized the divorce. If she were being honest with herself, she hadn't wanted the divorce once she'd discovered she was pregnant. But her stubborn streak and a mountain of pride had prevented her from admitting as much. Even if she'd wanted the divorce, she couldn't get it. He'd been overseas and had to sign the papers. As she turned onto the highway, she glanced at the passenger seat, where a manila folder with the required paperwork mocked her. "Dear Brett, North Carolina is hot and stuffy. Or maybe that's just my Nana. She has 3 dogs, and they yip constantly. I can't sleep in with their constant chatter, and now that the baby is due within a few weeks, Mama has come to the estate. She never lets a day go by without making sure I know how much of a disappointment I am. She hasn't spoken to Daddy for a month, but I'm the disappointment. Funny, right? I think about you constantly. I can't bear to watch the news for fear I'll hear something terrible happening overseas. My heart aches that I haven't had a word of news from you, though I fully expect to never hear from you again. I wish I could be brave and send this letter. Be brave and tell you that I love you and that I didn't file the divorce papers. Be brave the way you so courageously signed up for the army, even though you would have rather stayed home and built houses with your daddy. You know you were always good enough for me, right? Mama says things that aren't true, and after you were deployed, I let her words infect my thinking. I hope my words haven't caused you pain, though I'm sure they have. One more thing to add to my list of regrets. Easter is just a few weeks off. You'll be home in another 3 months. How I wish I knew the exact date and place, for I would do anything to be there to see you. All my love, Kate. Brett noticed the shiny new hitch attached to Kate's standard sedan. He wondered what she had hauled here and when she'd hook it up again and leave with his son.
I'm going after her,
he called to Pete, who acknowledged him by lifting his hand.
Is that really your son?
He descended the steps, leaving Chelsea on the porch. The air in Brett's lungs felt like tear gas, like the air was killing him one breath at a time.
I think so, Lieutenant. Did you see him? Looked an awful lot like you.
Brett exhaled heavily.
I gotta go after her.
You sure that's the best thing to do? Pete watched him with concern.
What are you gonna do? I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't go then.
Brett forced himself to calm down, to think rationally, the way Pete had taught him in Kandahar.
I just want to make sure she doesn't skip town. She said I could take him to breakfast.
You think she would?
She kept my own son a secret for 7 years.
Brett glared at the dust still hanging in the air.
So yeah, I think she'd break her promise and skip town.
He snapped his fingers, thinking of their marriage vows and how easily she'd broken those.
Like that. Take one of the trucks, Pete said. We can handle the patients this afternoon without you.
An icy punch landed against Brett's chest.
I forgot about them, he said. You can't handle Lucy by yourself. Chelsea'll help, and Squire's here too. We'll be fine.
Brett thought about Lucy, the little girl he'd been working with at Courage Rains. A patient with Down syndrome, she really didn't do well with change. She had taken to Brett during her first appointment, and he was the only one she'd listened to.
Just go, Pete said. That's your son, Commander.
His decision made, Brett strode toward the row of trucks, determined to make sure he got to see Reed again before Kate took him away. 45 minutes later, Brett pulled into the parking lot of the Holiday Inn, finding Kate's car pretty easily. She had parked next to a small moving trailer with North Carolina license plates, and Brett's suspicions were confirmed. She had already packed. She was ready to leave for California right now. He wondered if she'd been in North Carolina these past 8 years, and why, if she wasn't talking to her daddy, he hadn't told Brett where she was. He wished he'd tried harder to find her, tried harder to stay in touch, maybe sent all those emails he had drafted, tried harder to keep her as his wife. He'd been so young when they'd gotten married. She had been too. Having a baby alone couldn't have been easy for her.
Easier than most,
he thought as he remembered how much money her family had. He ducked low in his seat when Kate and Reed came into view, heading for their car. They got in and started buckling, but Kate didn't have a suitcase with her. She didn't hook up the trailer. She wasn't leaving town. At least not right now. Brett's heart pounded like he was back in the desert, half buried in sand while he waited for the signal to move. Flashes of intense heat, of the way the Middle Eastern wind moaned, of the screaming of dying friends stole through his mind. He waited, and waited, and waited. By the time he left the parking lot, the sun dipped toward the horizon. Kate hadn't returned. Just like 5 of Brett's company hadn't returned from that fateful day, half buried in the sand. The next morning, Brett leaned against the hood of Kate's car at precisely 9 o'clock. Always punctual, Kate came out with Reed right on time. "I'll see you after you eat, baby." She smoothed the boy's dark hair and looked at Brett with apprehension. "Take care of him, please." Brett bit back a hurtful retort. Why couldn't she see that she'd taken something precious from him? The ability to show her he could be a good father was just at the top of a long list.
"We'll be fine." He reached for Reed's hand. "You ready, bud?"
"Yep."
"What do you like for breakfast?"
"Pancakes."
Brett grinned and started toward his truck. "I know just the place." He helped Reed into the truck and stepped back to Kate. "You'll be fine."
She clenched her arms across her chest as if she needed them to keep herself together. "When will you be back?"
"When we're done. I asked Kelly to watch Reed later. She's at her parents' place here in town, getting ready for her son's birthday party tonight. Finn will be there, so Reed will have someone to play with."
Kate nodded, her gaze wandering to the truck. "Where do you want to meet to talk?"
"Wherever you want, sugar."
She flinched at the once familiar endearment. Brett cursed his tongue, wishing he could take the word back. He really didn't want to hurt Kate, but he had spent the night with bitterness and resentment, and they had sunk deep into his mind. He swiped open his contacts list and handed her his phone.
"Put your number in here, and I'll call you after I drop off Reed."
She took his cell with a look of her face like she'd stepped in horse manure again. A chuckle rumbled in his chest.
"It won't bite you."
She gave him a cynical look and typed into his phone. She handed it back to him, but kept her pinch on it when he tried to take it. "Thank you," she said, her voice choked with emotion and her eyes storming with things unsaid. Brett suddenly couldn't speak either, something tender and meaningful passing between him and Kate. He dipped his chin once and spun away. By the time he got in the truck, he'd regained his composure.
"Where you been living?" he asked Reed as he turned onto the road.
"North Carolina," Reed said. "Where you been livin'?" Brett didn't know what Kate had told him.
Overseas."
"That's what Mama said. You still in the Army?" Reed had a charming voice, and Brett smiled at him.
"Yeah, served 3 deployments."
"What's a deployment?"
"It's where I have to go live somewhere else and help keep people safe."
Reed frowned, and he took extra seconds before he spoke, just like Kate did. "Mama said you were keeping us safe."
"I was," Brett said. "People in other countries and ours."
Reed accepted this answer, and Brett moved the conversation away from his military service. He still had to go to Shepherd Air Force Base once a month. His weekend was coming up the day after tomorrow. He could be called up for duty at any time, and Brett counted every day he was able to stay in 3 Rivers as a blessing.
"What grade you in?"
Brett asked next, not quite sure what 7-year-olds did. "Second," Reed said. "Well, I just finished second. Mama says I'm going to go to 3rd in California."
"Not if I have anything to say about it."
Brett's teeth clenched, but he managed to hide it as he helped Reed out of the truck and into Betty Sue's pancake house. "Well, hello there, Mr. Murphy." Sandy, the hostess, grinned at Brett. "Haven't seen you for a while."
"Hey, Sandy."
Brett had gone out with her last winter after her mother had set them up. Sandy was nice, pretty, but she lacked something Brett later identified as her own opinions. She simply agreed with whoever she was talking to. "Two today?" Brett put his hand on Reed's shoulder.
"Yep, 2.
"This is my dad," Reed announced, and Brett's heart leapt and sank at the same time. Now that Sandy knew, everyone in 3 Rivers would know about Brett's son, probably by lunchtime. Brett knocked on the door of room 303 where Kate was staying. He'd enjoyed breakfast and dropped Reed at Kelly's. The boy had taken to Finn and Buster, the chocolate lab, without an issue, leading Brett to believe he was used to being dropped off somewhere or being looked after by someone other than Kate. Kate opened the door and stepped back. "Hey." He entered the room, and it immediately felt too small.
"You want to go outside?"
She shook her head. "No, I just want to get this over with." Annoyance sang through him. Did she think having her show up out of nowhere was easy for him? He moved to the window to put as much distance between them as possible and gestured for her to get this over with. She cleared her throat and picked up a manila folder from the desk. Her usually pale skin seemed almost translucent as she swallowed and swallowed and swallowed.
"Spit it out, Kate."
She handed him the folder, and he kept his eyes on hers as he took it. What could possibly be worse than hiding his son from him? He flipped open the folder, but she slapped her palm over it. Wait. She swiped it away again. Brett couldn't stay in this room with her, alone, for much longer. She wore her luxurious hair down, and his fingers ached to glide through it, as they once had. He crossed his arms, trying to clench his emotions inside.
Kate?
I need you to sign these papers. She pressed them to her chest as she closed her eyes. Brett's mind raced like it was a car in the Indy 500. If she thought he was signing away his parental rights, she had another thing coming. Brett had only spent a couple of hours with Reed, and he already felt fiercely protective of him.
What papers?
Kate didn't open her eyes, barely breathed. Our divorce papers. Brett blinked while his brain busied itself with trying to make sense of her words.
We're not divorced?
He finally managed to ask as the idea occurred to him. Her beautiful eyes opened, a hint of unshed tears there. No, she shook her head. We're not divorced. Brett didn't know what to say or what to do. He did know he couldn't be in this hotel room with her, with his wife, for one more second. He took the deepest breath he could muster, using the oxygen to flee as far and as fast as he could.
Kate. 5 men in my company died today. I can't say much more than that, for reasons I hate, but I'm feeling particularly human right now. I don't know what I thought the army would be like, but living in a tent in the windiest desert on the planet wasn't it. There's sand everywhere, and I can never get rid of it. Even when I'm showering, I can feel it on my skin, embedded in my beard, caked under my nails. I'm coming home in 2 weeks, sugar. I won't know exactly what day or time until a day or two beforehand. You'll be there, right? Of course you won't be there. I've been gone for almost a year, and I haven't heard from you since that second email when you asked for a divorce. Sometimes I lie awake at night and try to picture you with another man, but I can't. You were meant to be mine, and I've known it since the day I met you. When I get home, I'll find you. I'll talk to your parents, make them tell me where you are and what's so objectionable about me that they wouldn't even come to our wedding. After I find you, we'll take a trip, maybe to Alaska or somewhere cold, anywhere where there isn't any sand. If there's anything I've learned from this experience, it's to never lose hope. Even when you feel like it's fourth and long, you just have to dig into the sand a little deeper and hold on a little longer. At least, that's how I stayed alive during the attack on my company. I haven't given up on us, sugar, and I can only hope you haven't either. With love, Brett.
Chapter 3. Kate watched Brett march out of the room, his eyes glazed and a flush creeping through his dark beard. The door slammed behind him, and she flinched at the finality of the sound. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the bed, the divorce papers pinched painfully in her fingers. Well, that could have gone better. She focused her gaze out the window, drinking in the field behind the hotel. The blue sky stretched for miles, a shimmering heat wave danced from right to left. She sighed, ran her hands through her hair, and began braiding it. The urge to leave town started low in her chest, working its way up her throat until she felt close to choking. She wasn't sure if Brett had stormed off because he was angry they were still married, or angry she wanted a divorce again. Probably both. And the worst part was, Kate couldn't blame him. Oh no, the blame these past 8 years always came back to her. She marveled at how one stupid choice could cause upheaval for so long, for so many people. If she'd been strong enough to weather the loneliness, to resist the temptation of a handsome man, to use her courage to tell the truth, she wouldn't be in this mess. She wouldn't have had to move to North Carolina, wouldn't have had to make this drive to Texas, wouldn't feel such a need to start over somewhere no one knew her. Tears pushed forward, and Kate bowed her head and cried. She hated the self-loathing that came whenever she thought about her life, truly contemplated what she wanted and how she could get it. Because the fact was, her life wasn't hers. She had Reed to consider, and everything always tangled with Brett, too. What should I do? She wondered, not consciously sending her question heavenward. Another weakness, another stumbling block of pride she couldn't overcome. In her rational moments, she couldn't blame Brett for her situation. Sometimes shouldering the blame was too heavy, so Kate had taken to blaming God. She looked up at the popcorn ceiling and let the tears crawl down her face. "What should I do?" she asked, the plea as heartfelt as she knew how to make it. A thunderous voice didn't shake the room. The lights didn't go out. Kate wept for a few more minutes, and then an unknown strength entered her body, drying up her tears and calming her pulse. A single thought entered her mind. I need to make things right. She stepped to the mirror and wiped away her tears. I will make things right. She didn't know if that meant she and Brett would stay married. She didn't know if they'd get a divorce. She did know she had a son to take care of, and a nursing degree she could use to do it. She knew her life was forever twined with Brett's, and she needed to set things straight with him before she left town. Half an hour later, with fresh makeup applied generously to her eyes, Kate pulled into the driveway at the address Brett had texted her. Reed was supposedly here, playing with a little boy named Finn. Kate felt every ounce of her 130 pounds as she ascended the steps and rang the bell. A minute later, a honey-blonde woman answered the door with a smile and a glass of sweet tea. "You must be Kate. Come on in." She stepped back and allowed Kate to enter the house. "Thanks for keeping Reed." She took the tea and managed to swallow a sip. "Oh, this is delicious." She downed a gulp this time, suddenly thirstier than a camel. "My mom is a genius with teas. My name's Kelly." "And your husband is Squire Ackerman." Kate knew Brett had served time overseas with a Major Ackerman. His mother had been more judicious with the details of Brett's life than hers had been. Kelly beamed, like Kate had just said she was married to the President of the United States. "That's right. He's out back with the boys." She gestured for Kate to follow her, and they moved through the house and onto a back deck. Again, the beauty of the Texas countryside struck Kate full in the stomach. The wide open sky, the whispering wind, the still peacefulness. North Carolina possessed its own beauty, and Kate had inherited the mansion house and sizable estate when both her grandmother and Mama had died within 4 months of each other. But she couldn't stay there, cooped up alone in a house with 7 years of bad memories, wrong choices. She had hired someone to clean the house and prepare it for long-term storage. A gardener came every week, paid out of her grandmother's trust. "Kate, this is my mom, Ivory." Kelly stood next to an older woman whose blonde hair had started to lose its color. "Nice to meet you." Kate hitched a smile in place, the way her southern manners dictated. "Never let them see you sweat," her mama had always told her, and though Kate had no plans of ever seeing Ivory again, she'd be nice now. "You staying in town long?" Ivory asked, lifting her own glass of sweet tea to her lips. It was an innocent question, one that sent Kate's heartbeat skittering through her limbs. "I'm not sure." Kelly glanced out to the backyard, where Reed chased a frisbee someone had thrown. Kate followed her gaze, unsure of how to collect Reed and go without seeming rude. "What are you doing here?" Ivory asked next. Kate blinked a couple of times, searching for an answer. "Mom," Kelly said, "leave her alone." "No, it's all right." Kate took a deep breath and looked Ivory straight in the eye. "I came to get a divorce." Even Kelly flinched at her words, though Kate was sure she knew at least part of the story, small towns and all that. Another reason Kate couldn't stay in Bryson City: too many people who knew her had known her family for generations. "I should probably go," Kate said, abandoning her tea on the picnic table. "Thank you so much for watching Reed. What do I owe you?" Kelly scoffed and waved her hand. "Nothing. Glad to do it." Kate felt genuine warmth in Kelly's words, warmth that seeped into her chest. "Thank you, Miss Kelly." She started for the stairs, a pinch just below her breastbone she hoped would disappear as soon as she got out of here. "Did he sign the papers?" Kelly asked, following Kate. "No." "What are you going to do?" Kate almost started crying again, and she sensed a friend in Kelly. "What would you do if you were me?" Kelly hugged herself, though the July temperatures had to be over 100 degrees. She bit the corner of her lip and watched her son. "I've been where you are," she said. "My first husband gave me the divorce I wanted, but it was real hard to open my heart again." Kate frowned, unsure of what Kelly was getting at. Without her mother's money, she couldn't actually afford to move to California, couldn't pay rent for somewhere to live. She had to show proof of a divorce or proof of family life to Mama's lawyer before she could get the money. "Brett's a good man." Kelly's hand landed on Kate's arm, drawing her out of her past. "If he doesn't want a divorce, maybe there's something still there." Kelly obviously hadn't seen the loathing in Brett's eyes. "Maybe." Long after Kate left with Reed, long after they'd eaten dinner, swam in the pool, and Reed had fallen asleep, Kelly's words circulated in Kate's mind. Maybe there's something still there. Kate honestly didn't know if Brett could ever forgive her. She hadn't been too successful at forgiving herself. But maybe, just maybe, she could try. Dear Brett, it's almost Halloween. Surely you're home by now, probably back in Oklahoma City with a hammer in your hand. You have a son. I named him Reed after your great-granddaddy. You spoke of him so often, I figured he was probably someone special to you. Our Reed looks just like you. He was born with a coating of dark hair on his head and his shoulders. He looked like a kitten. He's a good baby who eats and sleeps when he's supposed to. We're still living with Nana in North Carolina, and thankfully the summer is wearing off. Mama wouldn't let me leave the estate for the first 4 months, and Nana got 2 more dogs. I thought I would go crazy sitting in the parlor with her neighbors and those fluff balls. The best part of the summer was that Mama went back to Oklahoma City at the beginning of August, having deemed me ready to start socializing again, I guess. Sometimes I think she just wants to exercise control over me. I dream of a time when you'll show up at Magnolia wearing your Army uniform and sweep me and Reed away from this miserable existence. The only thing that keeps me going, that helps me get up each morning, is looking into Reed's face and seeing yours. I don't think there's any of me in him, and boy, that made Mama mad. I wish you were here so we could laugh about it. Nana's been bothering me to go to church with her, find a respectable Southern gentleman to raise my son. But I can't. I don't think God wants to see me there, and I certainly don't feel like He's been all that concerned about me these past 12 months. I try to take a long walk every day, and I'm leaving these letters in a box under the willow near the back stream on the estate. I expect never to read them again, and that you'll never see them either. But I write them to bleed the emotion from my life onto the page, hoping my thoughts will reach you. I love you and miss you more than these words convey. I'm scared Reed will grow up never knowing you, but I simply don't know how to tell you about him now that it's been a year since my original email. I don't see how you could ever forgive me, and keeping him a secret at least allows me to think you might think of me with fondness. I hope one day you'll forgive my weakness. All my love, Kate. I'm still married. Brett paced in Pete's kitchen, his fists curling and uncurling as if they had a mind of their own. You're still married? Pete sat at the bar with Chelsea, both of them looking as confused as he felt. I'm still married. Brett paused and leaned his fists against the granite. And I have a 7-year-old son. Some of the bitterness, some of the resentment, some of the fury faded with those last words. What does she want? Pete asked. Brett turned back to his first lieutenant, appreciating now more than ever Pete's steadiness, his unwavering friendship. He'd been more than kind to give Brett a job at Courage Reigns. Chelsea had been beyond gracious to let him live in her homestead for the past 1.5 years, the last 6 months alone after she and Pete got hitched. He loved them both, loved the way they watched him with concern, loved how they carved time out of their lives for him.
She wants a divorce. She wants to take my son to California.
Pete and Chelsea exchanged a glance that spoke of worry and fear.
Tell me what to do.
He stuffed the teeming emotions down his throat.
Please. You want easy or hard? Pete asked.
I want right, Brett said, still reeling from how much his life had changed in the past 24 hours.
Right for you or right for the boy?
Brett shook his head and resumed his pacing.
How do I even know what's right? How does anyone ever know that?
He knew letting Kate cart Reed off to California made him sick. He couldn't do that, couldn't give her what she wanted so she could hitch that trailer on her car and drive his son out of his life.
I want to get to know my son.
Maybe you want to get to know Kate again, too? Chelsea's timid words stopped Brett on the spot. Did he want to get to know Kate again? She had changed so much. So had he. She seemed wiser, more stable, less flirty. He supposed becoming a single mother at age 20 would do that to a woman. Anger pushed against the back of his tongue. It wasn't his fault she'd been raising Reed on her own. He hadn't known.
Come to church this weekend, Pete said. Maybe you'll get an answer there.
I can't, Brett said, though for once he'd very much liked to go to church. Pete and Chelsea had been inviting him since he arrived on the ranch, and he went sporadically. He was glad they felt something while listening to the pastor, glad they found value in it. He just never had.
Why not? I have to go to Shepherd this weekend.
His heart fell with the words. He had to leave tomorrow afternoon for the 6-hour drive to the base. He wouldn't be back until Monday afternoon. Almost 4 days away. Would Kate still be in town when he returned?
I have to call her. Wait till tomorrow, Pete said, swiping Brett's phone out of his reach. Go ride Griffin and wait until tomorrow.
Brett met Pete's eye, wishing he could be as calm and rational as his friend. But a hurricane writhed inside his chest, churning and tossing up 20-foot waves of desperation, regret, and anxiety.
Trust me, Pete said. You're not thinking clearly right now, and you'll say or do something that will drive her away.
He nodded toward the French doors that led to the back patio.
Go ride Griffin, soldier. That's an order.
Brett stroked his beard, his tell of nerves, and left Pete and Chelsea in their kitchen. Brett saddled Griffin with a feather-light touch he'd learned over the months. Simply being in the presence of the horse calmed him, covered his internal wounds with a thick layer of salve that worked for days. He had never said as much to Pete, but the man wasn't the director of an equine therapeutic program for no reason. He knew what magic healing the horses had performed on Brett.
You want to run today, boy?
He asked Griffin as he placed the saddle on his back. He wouldn't be able to ride him far, not in this heat. He seemed to shake his head as he checked both of Brett's pockets for a treat.
No,
Brett sighed.
Okay, me either.
Really, he wanted to run as far and as fast as he could. Instead, his fingers lovingly stroked Griffin's cheeks, fed him a couple of sugar cubes, and directed him into the training facility. His hooves didn't clomp in the rubber stamps the way they did the dirt, but the simple task of riding him soothed Brett.
My ex-wife came into town yesterday, he started. Well, she's not my ex-wife. We're still married.
An hour later, Brett had told Griffin the whole story, every last detail, including everything he'd felt over the last 24 hours. The horse snacked on a sack of oats while Brett brushed his black mane to a high gloss. His insides didn't feel so knotted, his heart didn't feel so hard, his mind didn't feel so muddled.
Thanks, fella.
He pressed his forehead to Griffin's and headed back to his homestead to pack for his weekend at the base. Brett's mood went from calm and quiet to all hopped up on caffeine with every mile that passed between Shepherd Air Force Base and Three Rivers. He could have blamed it on the 2 cups of coffee he downed before leaving, but he knew his nerves better than that. And they were all screaming about Kate, and if she'd left town while he'd been gone. He had called her on his way out of town on Friday, but no surprise, she hadn't answered. He had left her a message begging her to stay in Three Rivers until he returned and could see Reed again. His phone had been silent all weekend. Nothing new there, but he had half hoped she would respond in some way, a text, a call, anything. The fact that she hadn't caused another frog of anxiety to hop through his system. He pulled into town, taking a detour here and there until he passed in front of the Holiday Inn. His heart dropped into his shoes when he didn't see her trailer in the parking lot. Immediately following that sensation, a fire started in his chest, an angry, blazing inferno of hurt and pain and rage. She had left town. She had taken Reed and left town. She hadn't called or texted before she had taken Reed and left town. Brett raked his fingers through his hair and along his beard. What could he do? Call and yell at her? What would that solve? He took a deep breath, trying to reason through the flames consuming his insides. Closing his eyes, he sent a prayer to the skies, hoping someone was there to listen. An idea popped into his head. He jumped from the truck and hurried inside the hotel to the guest counter. "Hey there. My wife checked out a couple of days ago, and we think she left something here." The girl looked at him and smiled. "Name?" "Kate." Brett cut off, unsure as to what last name she had used. "I mean, my name's not Kate, but the reservation was under my wife's name. Kate Donnely." He wasn't sure what the girl would tell him. Surely room 303 would have been cleaned by now. Maybe he could discern when she had checked out, if she had said where she was going. "Looks like y'all checked out yesterday morning." The girl's eyes moved side to side as she read. "Nothing was found in the room. I'm sorry." She flashed him a sympathetic grin, and he lifted his hands as if to say, "No problem." "Thank you." He hurried back to his truck. If she'd only checked out yesterday, she couldn't have gone too far before stopping last night. Albuquerque, maybe all the way to Flagstaff. He'd call every hotel in those cities if he had to. He rushed back to the ranch, hoping Pete would give him some time off. He didn't have any construction projects going right now, besides a few odd jobs around the ranch, but he helped with the therapeutic riding almost every evening. Brett pulled into the driveway of the Ackerman's homestead and waited for the garage door to lift. Once inside, he moved right through the kitchen and down the steps to the yard. Pete usually worked with the horses during the day, and if he wasn't in the horse barn, he'd be in the training facility. "Over here," a woman said down the row of cars in the gravel parking lot. "Take that basket from him, Reed, honey." Kate's voice. Relief Brett had never known swept through him at the sound of her voice. He stopped and waited for her to speak again. The low voices of men reached his ears, and he crept out from behind the truck to see what was going on. A few steps down the lot, and he found Kate's car. Next to it, she had parked her trailer, and a healthy group of cowhands loitered nearby. Some unloaded items from the trailer, while others began carrying them back toward the cowboy cabins. "What the—" "Dad!" Reed barreled toward Brett, who caught him up and swung him around. "Hey, buddy, what are you doing here?" "Mom got a job on the ranch. We're living here." Brett practically dropped his son. "Mom did what?" Kate, in all her red-headed glory, poked her head around the trailer. Her hazel eyes sucked at him, but she ducked out of sight before he could read anything in them. "She got a job," Reed said. "She's gonna be working with cows and stuff." Brett started shaking his head before Reed finished speaking. "That's impossible." He glanced around like someone would appear holding a sign that said, "Just kidding." No one did. No one helping unload her belongings seemed to care she'd be working here. Slowly, and somewhat against his will, his feet took him toward the back of the trailer. Sure enough, Kate stood there directing. "That one goes in the kitchen." She beamed up at a boy Brett knew was only temporary summer help. "Thank you, John." Something pinched in Brett's brain. "What are you doing?" Kate focused on him, her sweetness drying up faster than superglue. "Moving in? You want to help?" "Can I talk to you for a second?" He moved toward her, lightly touching her elbow when he reached her. They took several steps away from the cowhand's listening ears.
"Kate?"
"You asked me not to take Reed to California." She took a step away from him, her beautiful eyes shining with tears. "I have no money, Brett. I needed a job." She gave a mirthless laugh. "And wouldn't you know it, neither of the 2 doctors in this podunk town needed a nurse. This is all I could find on such short notice." Brett searched her expression for a hint of dishonesty, disloyalty, anything really. All he found was desperation, the same desperation that had been laced in her words.
"You don't have to live in a cowboy cabin," he said. "There's plenty of room at the homestead."
She cocked her hip and folded her arms. "Don't you live at the homestead?"
"Yes."
He scanned her petite figure, a new idea filtering into his mind.
"And we're married, so it wouldn't be inappropriate."
8 years apart hadn't dulled the spark between them, and finding out about his son had only reminded Brett of what he had lost when Kate had emailed so long ago.
"Kate, I went to your house and asked your dad where you were living. He refused to tell me. I didn't see your mama, though I'm not upset about that. I've asked several people around town if they know where you are, and no one does. I don't know why I keep up this search. It's obvious you don't want to be found, least of all by me. Still, I'm considering a road trip to North Carolina, as you mentioned once that your grandmother lived there. But North Carolina is a big state, and I don't even know where to start. I'll be reporting to Fort Bragg next month for communications training. After that, I'm fully expecting to be deployed again. Being home for these past months without you, without any purpose, has been harder than I imagined. I've been wishing I could be deployed again, because then I wouldn't be able to run into you at the grocery store, the bank, or the park. As it is, I'm constantly looking for your red hair, desperately hoping you'll come home to visit your parents, and I'll see you. Anyway, they say time and distance heals all wounds, but I'm not sure I believe them. With love, Brett."
Chapter 4. Being so close to Brett, smelling his cologne, hearing him invite her to live in the homestead, made Kate's fingers itch to stroke his beard, fiddle with the buttons on his shirt, laugh with him until he took her in his arms and forgave her. She backed up. "I'm nearly unpacked. I couldn't ask these fine gentlemen to move everything again."
"Sure you can." Brett glanced over his shoulder. "In fact, I'll do it."
Before she could react, before she even moved, Brett had stepped over to the cowboys.
"Hey, fellas, my wife's going to need her things at the homestead instead of whichever cabin you put her up in. Can you get that moved over there? The basement's fine."
The cowhands got right to work, several of them saying, "Yes, sir," before they walked away. "Brett," Kate stomped toward him, "I don't want to live at the homestead."
"Sure you do."
He reached for a box labeled clothing.
"Yours or Reed's?"
"Brett." He looked at her, those dark eyes as penetrating as ever. No wonder the cowhands obeyed, even if he wasn't their boss.
"What?"
"You're not listening to me." A muscle pulsed in his jaw.
"Go on, then."
"I don't want to live in the homestead." His brow crinkled.
"Why not? It's cleaner and bigger and nicer than any cowboy cabin."
"I still want you to sign the papers."
"If I sign the papers, you'll leave."
"Maybe." He laughed.
"There's no maybe about it." "Maybe."
He dropped the box and stepped right into her personal space. She moved away, but her back met the hot metal of the trailer.
"Maybe what we should do is see if there's anything left between us worth saving."
He placed one hand on the trailer just above her shoulder, his gaze powerful and pulsing with emotion, anger or something else just as heated, she wasn't sure. His eyes flickered to her mouth and back to her eyes.
"After all, we have a son together. We loved each other once."
He shrugged and stepped back.
"The basement has a separate entrance, bedrooms, a bathroom, even a kitchenette. So let's make a deal."
"A deal?" Kate sounded like she'd inhaled helium. Brett pressed close again until only a sliver of space remained between them.
You stick around until school starts. It's what, 2 months? I get to spend time with Reed, and you?
He cleared his throat.
You won't have to be a single mom.
Kate's mind worked at triple speed. 2 months? Surely there was more to his proposal, but she couldn't make her thoughts line up to figure out what. He needed to back up, now.
I won't be, claiming any husbandly perks or anything.
He took a couple of steps away, and Kate dared to breathe again.
If, after 2 months, you don't want to, be a family, I'll sign your papers.
Kate opened her mouth to speak, but only a squeak came out. Brett bent and picked up the box again.
I just want to get to know my son.
He looked away, toward where Reed walked next to a cowboy, chattering about who knows what.
And maybe my wife.
He swung back to her.
Is that a deal?
Her mind whirred. She was frozen on the outside, but quaking on the inside. Her heart thundered through her chest like wild horses, and even the clear blue sky hanging over Texas couldn't calm her. Being on the ranch did, though. She loved the smell of hay and horses and fresh air. She'd been welcomed on Friday evening by Tom Lovell, who offered her the job on the spot. He had promised not to go easy on her, and she had said she could pull her weight on the ranch. Brett's friend, Pete, had invited her to dinner on Saturday, and she'd spent Sunday afternoon with Kelly and Squire, Pete and Chelsea, while Reed played with Finn. They accepted her readily. They didn't ask prying questions about Brett, though she had told them about her family and her estate in North Carolina. Her stomach soured. Brett's friends now knew more about her than he did. She had wanted to leave Three Rivers as soon as she had learned he'd be gone for the weekend. She had battled with herself for hours about what to do, leave as planned or stay in town. She had listened to Brett's voicemail message a dozen times. She couldn't take Reed from him again. She wouldn't. So she'd started looking for jobs. This one paid well enough for now, provided her with somewhere to live, and Reed could see Brett easily. It had been an answer to prayer, a prayer she didn't even know she had uttered. But she couldn't deny how kind everyone on the ranch had been. She couldn't deny how well things had worked out. She couldn't deny how much Brett's deal excited her.
Kate?
He prompted again. She nodded. Deal. He left her standing there, and she tipped her head to the sky and sent the only words she had toward heaven. Thank you. Kate stood next to the empty trailer 10 minutes after the last box had been unpacked. She had locked the trailer, thanked the cowhands for helping. Reed had gone to the homestead with Brett, and Kate had nowhere else to go. She glanced toward the administration trailer at the end of the row of buildings, gazed at the silos, the horse barn, the calving stalls, the chicken yard. This wasn't quite the lavish estate she'd enjoyed in North Carolina, but the ranch was just as impressive. She picked her way toward the house, with its wraparound deck on the east side, the expansive lawn, the gravel path that led in front of the cowboy cabins. She stepped onto the grass just as a dog barked. A gray and black animal streaked toward her, barking like she was a masked murderer. She crouched low and slapped her knees. Here, boy. The dog quieted and came over, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. He had a patch of black that stained one of his ears and went around his eye like a pirate's patch. What's your name, huh? Brett came around the corner of the house.
Zeus!
He paused when he saw Kate scratching the dog. Zeus, huh? That seems about right. Kate stood and walked toward Brett, the dog at her side. What breed is he? She asked.
Blue Heeler. He's a cattle dog. I got him last year when I moved into the homestead alone.
He gave her a sideways glance.
I didn't know you were a dog person, Kate.
She waved away his comment. We always had a dog growing up. My grandmother raised chows as show dogs for a while. She loved her lap dogs. Brett stuffed his hands in his pockets and nodded.
I'd like to meet her, your grandmother. I remember you talking about her, before.
Kate swallowed the rising emotion. My grandmother died a few months ago.
Oh, Kate.
Brett placed his fingers on her forearm, a touch so quick she wasn't sure if it happened or not.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
She folded her arms, wishing everything she felt didn't show so clearly on her face. She was very old. Mama, she coughed to clear her throat. Mama was very sick. They both passed. Brett's gaze stormed with sympathy.
I'm glad you came here then.
Why? He shrugged.
To have your family around.
He ducked his head.
You want to come see what I've been working on?
He moved away, giving her the opportunity to come with him or not. She followed several steps behind, unprepared for his kindness, his empathy. Around the corner of the house, she found Reed kneeling on the ground, working the dirt with a hand shovel.
Reed, he's fine, Brett said. I'm installing a cobblestone path, and the dirt needs to be loosened and removed so we can bring in the sand.
So you're a landscaper now?
He tossed her a disgruntled look. Whatever I need to be, sugar.
Kate's heart did a backflip at the old endearment, the same one that he had used when he'd asked her to marry him, the same one he had used when he'd left for his deployment. Reed, baby, time for a bath. Oh, Mom! Come on, mister. He dropped his shovel and took her hand. Dad set up my bed. Kate tossed a glance in Brett's direction, but he stood with his back to the house. He did? Yep. He said I need a new blanket, though. He said we could go shopping tomorrow. Kate's defenses rose. A new blanket? They reached a set of stone steps that led to a patio under the wraparound deck she'd admired earlier. A set of sliding glass doors opened into a large living space with a kitchenette on her right. Several boxes waited there for her to unpack. A sectional couch curved in the direction of a television and created a hallway of sorts. More boxes were stacked in the living room, and Kate suddenly felt like she could use a hot bath, and then a soft bed. My room's over here. Reed released her hand and darted around the couch. He stepped into the last room in the corner, and she followed. His bed had been set up and made, with his race car blanket. A few boxes littered the floor. What's wrong with your blanket? She asked.
Reed says he likes superheroes now,
Brett said behind her, causing her adrenaline to spike. She hadn't heard him come inside.
I figured I'd get him something like that.
He glanced at her, examining in that careful way he did. At least that hadn't changed about him.
If that's okay with you.
It's fine, she said, wishing she could make her voice actually sound like it was fine. Instead, she sounded like she had swallowed lemons.
Bathroom's here.
Brett stepped to the next door.
I got out some of the Ackerman's towels. There's plenty.
He moved to another door.
Your room is here. The, boys set up your bed, but we didn't dare touch your sheets.
Relief flowed through her. She didn't need wranglers pawing her 400 thread-count sheets or rifling through her clothing. Thank you, Brett. He looked at her, really looked. Something flowed between them. Something alive and real. She couldn't identify what it was before he blinked and turned away.
Storage room here.
He opened the last door.
I put some of your boxes in here.
He gestured to the stairs.
That goes up to my place. You're welcome anywhere, anytime.
Brett stepped away from the stairs, but Kate couldn't tear her eyes from them. She wondered where he slept and if she'd be able to hear him walking around upstairs. He bent down and picked Reed up.
You take your bath and go to bed now, you hear?
Yes, sir. Reed smiled and hugged Brett. Kate's heartstrings got yanked, and she felt a pull toward Brett stronger than ever.
I'll see you in the morning, and we'll go get that blanket.
And work on the cobble path. Brett grinned at Reed.
And work on the cobble path.
Kate stepped into the bathroom and turned on the tub. She retrieved the shampoo and soap from her travel suitcase and closed the door behind her.
I'll take him all day tomorrow, Brett said without looking at her. I have a client tomorrow night, but Reed can help me with the horses, too.
Thank you, Brett, she said again. He tipped his cowboy hat in her direction, still unwilling or unable to make eye contact.
Thank you for not leaving town, Kate.
Brett. Reed just turned 2 years old. He's got the cutest, chubbiest cheeks ever. He still looks like your clone, and sometimes it makes me so angry. Yes, I feel angry, furious, in fact. Why haven't you come to get us yet? Have you completely forgotten about me already? Of course you have. Mama always said I had a lovely but forgettable face. I think she was trying to compliment me, but all I ever heard was that I wasn't memorable. And you're proving her right. I hate myself for wanting you to come so badly. I know I sent that first email asking for the divorce. I still haven't gotten it, by the way. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Nana's lawyer said you have to physically sign the papers. The only comfort I have is that you haven't gotten married again. If you had tried, surely someone would have told you our marriage was still binding. Reed just came in screaming because I caught him with a popsicle and said he couldn't have it. Where are you, Brett? I could use your help with our toddler. And Mama's been nagging me about going to church again. I showed some bravery and asked her where God was. Where is he, Brett? Why hasn't he helped me? Doesn't matter. He obviously doesn't care about me, just like you don't. I have to go clean up the melted cherry mess in the kitchen. Kate. Brett had a hard time sleeping that night, but he didn't get up and pace like he normally did. He didn't know if he would keep Kate awake or not, and it was a risk he didn't want to take. So he contained himself in bed, staring at the ceiling as his brain spun and spun and spun. When he woke in the morning, he felt like he'd never gone to sleep. He reasoned that he must have, as he didn't feel a level of exhaustion he'd felt in the deserts of Iran. He'd never been that tired, though having Kate living in the basement brought the same level of anxiety as serving overseas. A knock sounded on the door to the basement as Brett's toast popped up. He went down the hall and opened the door. "Morning, bud." Reed hugged Brett, whose heart grew 3 sizes as he felt the love from his son. "Mama said she didn't know if I could come upstairs." Reed stepped back and pulled on his fingers, a sign of nerves Brett recognized. "Of course you can," Brett said. "She can too. You guys live here now." His brow furrowed. "Why are we sleeping downstairs?" And Brett's heart shrank back to its normal size. He stepped back toward the kitchen, Reed following him. "Well, that's hard to explain." He reset the toast and opened the fridge. "You want some breakfast?" "Mama said I could eat if you invited me." Reed sat at the counter. "Dad, are you and Mama not together? Like, are you divorced?" Reed put a gallon of milk on the counter and looked his son in the eye. "Son, there's a lot of history between your mom and me." Brett didn't want to tell Reed he hadn't even known he existed until last week. At the same time, annoyance sang through him that she hadn't told Reed the truth. "Are you still married?" "Yes," Brett said, "but I didn't know we were still married until last week." He sighed and turned to get the Cheerios out of the cupboard. "These okay?" Reed nodded and Brett poured him a bowl. "She asked for a divorce while I was serving overseas, and I thought it had happened." "You were gone a long time," Reed said, picking up his spoon. Confusion clouded Brett's thoughts. "What do you mean?" "Mama said you were never around because you were serving in the army somewhere." Anger sliced through Brett, and he set down his toast. "I came home sometimes." He pinned Reed with a look he hoped the 7-year-old could understand. "I didn't know where you were, or I would have been there." Reed accepted his answer and continued eating, but Brett's gut still roiled. Kate hadn't told Reed anything, at least nothing that was true. "Did you live with anyone in North Carolina?" he asked. "Yep, Grandma lived with us for a while, but she was real sick. And Grandma great, too. She had lots of fluffy dogs." So Kate had lived with her grandmother. Brett wondered if her mother had banished Kate to North Carolina when she'd found out she was pregnant. Pregnant with a husband she had already asked for a divorce. "What were their names?" Brett asked. "The dogs." Reed started talking about the estate and the dogs and how he could take them into one garden but not another. Brett loved listening to the sound of his son's voice, loved watching the light in his eyes when he spoke about the motorcycle he got to ride to set the water pipes on the estate, loved guiding him down the aisle of the horse barn and introducing him to Juniper and Peony.
Today we have to make sure these two get enough exercise." He bridled Juniper and handed the reins to Reed. "Just hold 'em, right there at your side." He turned back to Peony. "They aren't working today, and when they don't have any patience, they have to do more than lay around in their stalls."
"Can we ride 'em?" Reed asked.
"Yeah, we could, or we could put them in the riding circle." He glanced down at Reed. "You want to ride 'em?"
"Yes."
Brett smiled and ruffled his son's hair. "Riding it is." 10 minutes later, he helped Reed get into the saddle. "Hold the reins here." He set Reed's hand on his lap. "Peony's the gentlest horse in our program. She doesn't even need to be directed. Just tell her where you want to go, and she'll get you there."
"What program?"
"Oh, my friend and I work with people who need help. The horses help them. It's like therapy." But Brett didn't know if Reed knew what therapy was. Sure enough, he asked,
"What's therapy?"
"It's like what you do when you're trying to get better. Like if you're—" Brett didn't know how to continue. People didn't go to therapy when they had a cold or anything. "The horses help people, physically and emotionally." Reed seemed to understand that, and he nodded. "You ready?"
"Ready!" he cheered.
Brett chuckled and swung onto Juniper's back before heading out onto the range. Normally, he'd set Peony and Juniper in the training circle and go feed the other horses, check the schedule to make sure he was ready for the patients that night, or work on a landscaping or construction project. He normally didn't have time to simply ride on the range. He tipped his head back and let the hot wind zip past his neck. He settled his cowboy hat into place, thinking he probably should have slathered some sunscreen on Reed. His olive skin echoed Brett's. His dark features completely crowded out Kate's finer, lighter hair and eye color. "You think you can trot her?" he asked as he slowed Juniper to let Peony catch up.
"What do I do?"
Brett taught Reed how to ride, and the time with his son brought a sense of peace and accomplishment Brett had never felt before. "Okay," he told Reed when they put Peony and Juniper back in their stalls. "Now let's go build something." Reed cheered, the look of wonder on his face when Brett handed him a hammer as glorious as the radiant sun. "You ever built something before?"
"No," Reed said. "We had servants at the estate for almost everything."
Brett stared at him for a long moment, then studied the horizon. Kate certainly wouldn't be used to manual labor if she'd had someone to make her bed and feed her son breakfast. Somehow, his heart twisted at the thought of her putting in 12 hours of hard work as a cowhand. She shouldn't have to do that, he thought, but he couldn't suggest she stop. She seemed desperate for the money. Another thing he found odd. If her family had enough cash to pay servants, why was she wearing boots to feed calves and haul hay? He shook his head, wishing the confusing thoughts would go as easily. "Well, come on," he said to Reed. "Let's go see what we can build." Brett spent the afternoon showing Reed where to place nails, how to line up edges, and how to measure wood. If he kept his hands busy, he didn't have time to obsess about Kate.
"A birdhouse."
Reed held up the little house he had put together mostly by himself.
"Dad, we made a birdhouse."
The boy looked at Brett with joy in his eyes, something that infused Brett's soul and made fierce love flow through him. "You did it, bud." Brett tousled Reed's hair. "All I did was point and talk."
"I made a birdhouse. Come on, let's go show Mom."
Reed ran off toward the basement entrance to the house. Brett followed at a much slower clip. "Yeah, let's go show Mom." Several days later, Brett stood at the stove in Pete's kitchen, mothering a pan full of chicken-fried steaks. "Brett," Chelsea's chastising voice sounded behind him. He turned and glanced at her. "Evening, ma'am." "What are you doing?" "Making chicken-fried steak."
"Why are you making it in my kitchen?"
She set her purse on the island and stepped next to him. "What's going on? Is everything okay with Reed? How's Kate?" "One question at a time, ma'am." He nodded at Pete as he entered from the garage. "I thought you all could use dinner after a busy day away from home. Everything is fine with Kate, and Reed, and me." "Okay," Pete said, exchanging a glance with Chelsea. Brett supposed his tone in his last words had been a bit arctic. I'll never say no to a free dinner.
Where is Kate tonight? Chelsea exhaled heavily as she sat on a bar stool. Brett regretted his decision to surprise his friends. He should have known he'd have to answer a million questions.
She went into town,
Brett mumbled. He had tried to get her to leave Reed with him, but she had claimed they were going to a movie together. A little mother-son bonding time, she had said. Since his day riding horses with Reed 5 days ago, Kate hadn't let him take Reed for longer than a couple of hours. Reed came upstairs every morning, and Brett fed him cereal and toast or eggs and yogurt. Then he'd scamper back downstairs when Kate called. She never came upstairs, and from the conversations Brett had with Reed, she never gave him straight answers. So Brett had. Whatever the boy asked about, Brett tried to answer as honestly as he could. He flipped the chicken fried steaks, pleased with the golden crust. He turned to face Pete and Chelsea.
Besides making dinner, I came over to ask you guys something.
Pete removed his cowboy hat, and Brett saw the exhaustion on his face. They'd driven to Amarillo on Thursday and attended a 3-day horse show, looking for another mare to add to their herd at Courage Range.
Ask away,
Pete said. Brett cleared his throat.
I want to go to church with y'all tomorrow.
The words seemed to hover in the air between them.
And I want to take Reed, and I don't know how to ask Kate.
He glanced toward the blue glass in the front door, like he could see beyond it to the homestead where his wife lived in the basement, and refused to talk to him for more than 10 seconds. It seemed she had taken his deal and was going to ride out the 2 months without really giving him a chance. He couldn't believe he wanted another chance with her, but every time he looked into Reed's eyes, he couldn't just let him walk out of his life.
Can you help me figure out how to talk to her about this?
Chelsea looked at Pete, who stared at his hands. The snapping of oil filled the silence, and Brett grew uneasy. He didn't like it when Pete took so long to answer. It usually meant Brett wouldn't like what he said.
Be direct, Pete finally said. That's the best way. Just go over there and ask her.
Brett nodded, his throat suddenly clogged with something. Fear, maybe. Fear that she'd say no. Fear that she'd continue to keep Reed from him. Fear that she'd scoff at him for waxing religious. Brett had never been terribly religious, but he felt a strong pull to Reed, and a driving urge to foster that relationship. The childlike forgiveness and love Reed had given him had softened his heart, and Brett had found himself thinking more and more about a sermon he'd heard a few months ago when he'd attended church for Easter. The pastor had spoken of the Savior and his teachings to love thine enemies. Brett had been thinking the past few days about that, and thinking hard. He didn't view Kate as an enemy, but she wasn't making things easy for Brett. His nose alerted him that he had chicken fried steaks on the stove, and he spun back to the burner and retrieved them from the hot oil.
Dinner's on.
He hoped he wouldn't have to talk about Kate or answer more questions, but he was eating with Chelsea and Pete after all. By the time he escaped to his homestead, he'd talked himself hoarse, but he was no closer to a solution for how to speak with Kate.
Kate. Well, I'm in Afghanistan now. It's just as hot here as Iran, even though it's supposed to be fall. I swear there are no seasons in the Middle East, but a ton of sand. So much sand. There's also a smell in the air here I can't describe, almost like fish and body odor and 100 other foul things. I'll only be here for 9 months. I finished my training at Fort Bragg, and I thought about you every day. I wondered if we were living in the same state, under the same sky. I wonder what you're doing with your days, if you met someone else, if you have a family by now. I'm seeing a woman in my unit. She just got shipped to Guam, so we're writing. I should probably stop writing to you, but I never send these emails anyway, and it helps. What? I don't know. It helps me feel like we're still close, still together. I should go. Until next time. Brett.
Chapter 5. Kate had never been as thankful for weekends as she was for the first one after working the ranch. Her arms ached, her back screamed, and as she shifted her position in bed, muscles she didn't even know she had protested. The only good thing about hauling hay and feeding chickens and branding calves was that she'd slept more soundly than she had since Reed was born. Of course, that meant by the time she dragged herself out of bed, Reed had gone upstairs. She'd call him down and get him ready for the day before heading over to the administration trailer for her assignments. Tom had promised her he wouldn't go easy on her, and she regretted forcing him to make that vow. She'd spent most of Saturday catching up on laundry and keeping the basement tidy, and then she had taken Reed into town for a movie. A flash of Brett's crestfallen face crossed her mind. He had asked what her plans were, and she had shut him out with the mother-son card. Now, on this blessed Sunday morning, Kate kept her eyes closed, her breathing even. She wished she could go back to sleep, forget about all this Brett business. She had hardly spoken more than 2 words to him this week, and guilt sliced through her. He'd been kind enough to secure proper living conditions for her and her son. His son, too. A knock sounded from far away, and it took Kate a few seconds to realize it wasn't her bedroom door, but a door in the basement. She heard the squeak of a door, and then Reed's high tone mixing with Brett's lower one. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and ran her hands through her hair. The door creaked, and her heart yelped like a calf that had just met the hot branding iron. But it was only Reed. "Mama, Dad wants to ask you something." "Okay, baby." She had noticed Reed talking more and more like a cowboy, like Brett, and they'd only been in Texas for a week. She padded into the living area where Brett stood in her small kitchenette, his hands tucked into his jeans pockets. "Morning, Kate." His dark eyes scanned her, coming back to hers quickly. She folded her arms. "Good morning." He swallowed hard, and she had seen him do such a thing countless times before. Before the first time he'd kissed her. Before he'd said, "I do," across from her at the altar. Before he'd said goodbye that final time, boarded a military plane, and left her life for almost 8 years. She had no idea what he'd say next, so she waited, her arms clenching tighter and tighter with each passing moment. "I want to take Reed to church with me this morning." His gaze, which had been bouncing around the room, settled on her. "Church?" ghosted between her lips. Of the 2 of them, he had always been more inclined toward religious things, but church? She didn't know he'd actually started attending services. "How long have you been going to church?" She cursed herself for using Wrangler lingo. "Not long," he hedged. "I want to take Reed. There's a picnic afterward, free lunch." He shuffled his feet, his eyes wandering to where Reed watched cartoons on the couch. "You can come if you want." No, she did not want. She didn't want him taking Reed either, though a few hours alone sounded like heaven. "Please," he said. What could she say to that? She hadn't let him spend much time with Reed after that first day, and she didn't know why she wanted to withhold his son from him. Brett's cheeks colored a deep red as he stood before her, practically begging to see his own son. Guilt gripped Kate's heart and grappled with it. She had no right to make him ask to see his own child. "That's fine," she said between lips that barely moved. "Thank you." Brett stepped toward Reed. "Hey, buddy, why don't you come upstairs and get in the tub? You can watch this up there when you're done. I'll make pancakes." Reed switched off the TV and slid his little hand into Brett's. They went upstairs together, neither of them looking at her as they passed. Suddenly, Kate knew why she'd been hoarding Reed. She was used to being Reed's whole world. She took care of him all day and all night. She felt like Brett was taking her son away from her. Ridiculous, she chided herself. And yet the feelings remained. How often had she wished she had someone to take Reed for the afternoon so she could sleep? Too often. Had she ever dreamed of having a weekend off, of being able to go shopping without Reed along? All the time. So why did her stomach feel like someone had injected spiders into it? Because the father of her child wanted to spend time with him? She swallowed back the jealousy and returned to bed. Church, she scoffed. But something nagged at her mind, something that spoke of a higher being watching out for her, leading her to this job at this time when she could make things right. She heard the water start upstairs, and part of her wanted to rush up there to make sure Reed washed properly. She brought the covers to her chin in an attempt to stay in her bedroom, and stay she did. Kate dozed, a scratchy feeling in the back of her throat making her cough every so often. She was partly aware when she heard a door slam, and then she entered extreme unconsciousness. "Mama?" Reed nudged her shoulder, and Kate moaned. "What, baby?" "Dad wants to know if I can sleep upstairs." That brought Kate to sitting, her eyes bouncing around the room, trying to gain her bearings. Gray light filtered through the single window. Silence permeated the space, and Reed watched her with wide eyes. "What time is it?" She glanced at the phone on her nightstand. 5 o'clock! She pressed her palm to her forehead, every inch of her skin feeling like it had caught a flame. She couldn't believe she'd slept all day. "He's making fried chicken for dinner," Reed said. "He said you should come up and eat with us, and he said I can sleep in the bedroom next to his." "Reed?" Kate started. "I want to, Mama." Kate's heart stalled, stuttered, stopped for a few beats. When it picked up its rhythm again, it felt frantic in her chest. "Reed, I ask him stuff, and he tells me the truth." Reed started pulling on his fingers, and Kate's insides iced over. "I tell you the truth," she said. Reed shook his head, his dark eyes serious and somber. "You told me Dad was overseas all the time. He said he came home lots of times." Kate bent over, and the ice in her chest cracked, fractured, splintered. Reed wasn't a toddler anymore. He wasn't even a little boy. He had a mind and obviously questions, and she hadn't given him enough credit. "I'm sorry," she said, patting the bed. "Come tell me about church." Reed pulled on his fingers a final time and then sat next to her. "It was okay. Dad taught me a song on the way in. They had chocolate cake at the picnic." She smiled at the ground. Leave it to Reed to get to the chocolate up front. "What else?" "A lady brought potato salad. It was better than Grandma's." Kate laughed and laughed. Her mother had prided herself on her famous Donnely potato salad. She'd made it the day before she had died, and a pinch started in Kate's stomach. "What else?" she asked. "The lady talked to Dad a lot. She was nice." The pinch turned into a twist, and then a tornado. "What was her name?" "Miss Sandy. She works at the pancake house." "Where you ate last week?" "Yep." Kate's blood seemed to liquefy. Did Brett have a girlfriend? How was that even possible if they were still married? Of course, he hadn't known about the continued nuptials until very recently. "Did Dad seem like he liked Miss Sandy?" Reed shrugged. "He talked to her. Can I sleep up there with him?" Kate wished the bees in her brain would stop buzzing. "Sure." She sneezed, and pounding behind her right eye told her she was getting sick. She could not be ill right now. She couldn't take time off work. Reed skipped out of her bedroom, and she heard the basement door squeal as he moved it and scampered up the stairs. She wanted to follow him, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot. Her pride still ran too deep, had a sharp hook on the end. She retrieved some painkiller from the bathroom and poured herself a glass of ice water. Brett appeared just as she had downed the pills. "Hey," he said, standing in the doorway that led upstairs. "I wanted to ask you to come eat dinner with us." Surprise shot through her system. Before she could get out that she didn't feel well, Brett took 2 steps closer. "I'm not signing your papers if you don't hold up your end of our deal." His eyes burned like live coals. "I don't know what you mean," she said, though she knew exactly what he meant. Brett stalked ever closer, sending her heart into palpitation mode. She breathed in. Exactly the wrong thing to do. The manly scent of his skin, the woodsy smell of his cologne, almost undid her composure. Part of the deal was getting to know each other again. He ducked his head, his cowboy hat almost touching her forehead. His fingers skated down her arm to hers, where they squeezed for half a heartbeat and released. "Will you come up to dinner?" If you'll give me time to shower." He nodded and disappeared upstairs. Kate sagged against the counter, her breath nearly gone from his proximity, his touch, his invitation. Even though he seemed to have forgiven her for concealing his son, if he knew she had only come to Three Rivers to secure her inheritance, he'd never forgive her. "Dear Brett, well, Nana succeeded in getting me to attend church. I didn't hear a word the pastor said. All I could think about was your beautiful baritone and how you'd sound sitting next to me, singing. Remember when you taught me that song about passing the day away? That's what I feel like I'm doing. Just passing days. Days without you. Days without anyone." Mama came for a few weeks over the holidays. She introduced Reed to her famous potato salad, and he declared in his 3-year-old voice that it was the best potato salad he'd ever eaten. I didn't dare bring up that you're a fantastic cook, that your mama made sure you knew your way around the kitchen. I never bring you up in Mama's presence, but she brought you up this time. She asked if I'd been in touch with you, that you'd come asking about me again. I'll admit that my heart burst from the box I'd put it in 4 years ago. Then she said Daddy had turned you away, again, and wondered why you were still hanging around. When I finally admitted to her that I hadn't told you about Reed, she nearly came unglued. She said I absolutely had to contact you and let you know. Brett, I'm terrified of telling you. I don't think there's any chance you'll forgive me for keeping such a big secret. I haven't forgiven myself, and I'm living it every day. I'm sorry. I don't even know what else to say. I'm so sorry. All my love, Kate. Brett stood at the counter, the chicken lying in front of him, but his thoughts still in town, at church. He hadn't been to services for a while, but sitting between Pete and Reed had brought such peace to Brett's heart that he thought he might attend every week. The pastor had spoken of repairing relationships that had gone off the rails, and though Brett wasn't super close with his parents or his 2 brothers, he knew the pastor had been speaking directly to him, specifically about Kate. Or rather, God had spoken to him. He'd never felt such a strong feeling that he needed to push Kate to take down her walls. He wasn't quite sure why she had erected them so high. He was the one who had been lied to. He could do without the constant stream of women trying to talk to him. Today, he had used Reed to keep them back. That and Pete seemed to have gotten the word out about Kate, because only Sandy had invited him to the picnic. He had turned her down, nicely of course, but he wondered why she was suddenly so interested again. They'd been out before a long time ago, and he counted her as a friend, nothing more. He dropped the chicken into the hot oil, his insides roiling the same way as the sudden bubbles. Then we set the timer. He took it from Reed, who stood nearby. Let's give it 10 minutes. Push start right there. He held out the device, and Reed started it. Now we do the peas? You got it, bud. Put them in that bowl, and let's put them in the microwave. Reed took care of the job, and Brett pulled out a pitcher of sweet tea. You make sweet tea? Kate's voice startled him. Brett hadn't expected her to come. He did know that after Pastor Scott's sermon, he wasn't going to let her keep her distance. He just expected more of a fight, especially from someone as feisty as Kate. I bought the tea, he finally said, tearing his eyes from her damp hair and makeup-less face. She had pulled on a sundress, but had foregone the shoes. Brett focused on stirring the tea, the hum of the microwave, the way his son watched him. Get the butter out, bud. It makes peas tolerable. Reed obeyed, and Brett pulled the hot bowl of peas out of the microwave. What can I help with? Kate asked. You can cut those rolls. Brett nodded toward the soft rolls he'd bought the day before. Knives right there by the stove. Kate collected a serrated knife and got to work. Brett instructed Reed how to butter and season the peas, and then he checked the fried chicken. He wondered if this meal, this reality, could become permanent. Did he want it to be permanent? With Reed, for sure. With Kate? Brett wasn't as sure. Her beauty still enchanted him, but never a hint, never a letter, never a mention of a child? Brett held on to it like a shield, repeated that she had lied to him over and over again, until the timer went off for the chicken. He jumped, the sound reminding him of an alarm he had heard in camp many times. With his heart beating in the back of his throat, he silenced the sound. If only his memories could be erased as easily. As he scooped the chicken onto a plate lined with paper towels, images of tangled metal, rising black smoke, and broken bodies streamed through his mind. He sucked at the air, trying to ground himself in this time, this place, this reality. He smelled something burning, and further disappeared into his nightmares. He heard someone calling his name, a woman's voice. He frowned. He didn't have any women in his company. Lane was in Guam, miles and miles away. Maybe it was a civilian? How could he protect her against bombs? He couldn't. Dad? Brett looked down at the small hand on his arm, and the smoke dissipated, the ravaged city vanished. The kitchen returned, the smell of oil and chicken and butter. He collected the plate of fried chicken and turned to put it on the counter with the rest of the food. Kate watched him with round eyes that saw too much. Brett? He'd imagined her concern so many times. He had written her so many emails, words of his safety, his pains, his experiences, as much as he wanted her to know. He'd kept all the email drafts he'd written her, and he'd spent many nights lying awake in the hot Iranian desert, wondering what she'd say in response. As it was, he got a message from his mother every week. Sometimes his dad sent something, and his brothers wrote periodically. After that second message from her, Brett never heard from Kate again. "I'm fine," he said. "Let's eat." He had 1,000 questions he wanted to ask her, but with Reed's keen ears so nearby, Brett held his tongue. They spoke of the ranch, of Kate's job, of the therapeutic riding program. "So you don't work for your dad anymore?" she asked. Brett shook his head. "I didn't want to go back to Oklahoma City." He gazed out the large windows that looked over the ranch. "I like it here. I like it here a lot." "Do you miss construction?" "Yes," he said. "I do some jobs for the ranch, and I've been updating the homestead for when Major Ackerman returns to run the ranch, and I've been experimenting with the landscaping as well." He didn't say as much, but Brett was trying to decide what to do with his life. He felt safe on the ranch, and in a world where safety was hard to come by, he relished it. He didn't mind working for Pete or doing a job for Garth, the foreman at Three Rivers Ranch. He didn't mind finishing someone's basement or building a tool shed for someone in town. Those projects were natural, something he could do as easily as breathing. "So you finished nursing school," he said. She nodded. "A couple of months ago. I had a lot of experience caring for my mother and grandmother." She glanced away, but not before Brett caught the sad edge in her eyes. "If I remember right, your mama had a lot of money," Brett said, his voice on the outer edge of interest. Kate's gaze turned sharp, and she drummed her fingers on the countertop. "Reed, honey, why don't you go play outside?" "Can I take Zeus?" "Sure," Brett said without looking away from Kate. "Take Zeus." The dog perked up at his name and happily followed the boy out to the deck and then the backyard. Brett sat stock still, finally alone with Kate in a time and place where he could get answers. He sensed she was about to make a run for it. "Why didn't you ever contact me?" His voice came out as soft as down. She sighed. "I wanted to, every day." He sensed the sincerity in her tone, but something else lingered there, something he couldn't quite place. "But I was weak. Mama was angry about—" She trailed off, and Brett trained his eyes on her. She had more secrets. He shouldn't be surprised, but the emotion still sliced through him. "Mama sent me to the estate in North Carolina when she found out I was pregnant. It was easier to pretend you'd died than admit I'd done something wrong." A single tear escaped, and she swiped at it quickly. "No one in Bryson City knew me, and it was easy to play the widow with the baby." She shrugged, the motion full of helplessness and defeat. "After a while, I started to believe what other people did, and then it was too hard to tell you." He covered her hand with his.
But you came to Three Rivers after almost 8 years to get a divorce.
With Mama and Grandma gone and my degree earned, I was ready to move on. I couldn't do it without coming clean about everything. She squeezed his fingers. I am truly sorry, Brett. I really am.
I know you are, Kate. Brett didn't want to ruin this moment by asking another question, but he sensed something, perhaps many somethings, still filled the chasm between them.
Thanks for dinner.
Her fingers clenched around his as she stretched up and kissed his cheek.
We'll have to do it at my place next time.
She stood and made her way to the deck, descending the stairs to the yard, before Brett allowed himself to blink. Kate, I'm back on U.S. soil. There's nothing better than being home. My mom's kept my room dust-free, but I can still feel the sand on my skin. My brothers are men now, both of them getting ready to leave for college. I barely recognize them, which makes me think of you. Would I recognize you if I saw you on the street? Is your hair still red? Your eyes still the color of golden chocolate? Your skin still pale and freckled? I've been serving with a man named Peter Marshall. He has a horse-boarding farm in Tennessee, and his mama and grandfather were killed in a car accident last week. He's still overseas, so I'm heading to their funerals on his behalf. Again, their deaths made me think of you. Funny that when I think of passing away, my first thought is of you and if you'd come to my funeral. I wondered if I'd go to yours. In so many ways, you've already died. I haven't spoken to you in almost 5 years. I haven't seen you in longer than that. I don't know where you are, what you're doing, or if you're even alive. And I thought maybe this would be my last email to you. I think maybe I'm ready to move on, ready to mourn your loss as I mourn the loss of Pete's family. I don't know. I'll let you know. Brett.
Chapter 6. Kate took another dose of painkillers before tucking Reed into bed and then collapsing on her own mattress. She shouldn't be tired, but the thoughts busying themselves in her mind made her feel exhausted. How could she have kissed Brett, held his hand? "You should have been honest," whispered a voice, and she couldn't tell who it belonged to, her or Mama, or someone else entirely. He had mentioned her Mama's money in front of Reed, but he hadn't brought it up when they were alone. She wasn't ready to have that conversation yet. She craved the life of going upstairs after a long day of hauling hay and finding dinner on the table, especially Brett's cooking. The man was a genius with a few spices and a piece of poultry. As she thought about her husband and his culinary skills, she remembered how warm his hands had been, how strong. She remembered how he used to joke with her, laugh in the quiet moments during theater events when it wasn't appropriate. A smile pulled at her mouth. She remembered how safe she had felt in his arms, how loved he had made her feel, so loved that she abandoned the Magnolia money, the estates, the silks, the sprawling mansions, just to be with him. Once, he'd been enough for her. As she lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, she wondered now if she was enough for him. The next morning, Kate's eyes felt glued together with mucus. She pried them open at the sound of her alarm and felt her way into the bathroom. She turned the water as hot as possible and hoped the steam would help clear her sinuses. With her resolve to make it through work that day strong and alive, she stepped into the shower. 40 minutes and a hefty dose of cold medication later, Kate knocked on Chelsea's front door with Reed at her side. "Morning, Miss Kate." Chelsea beamed at her. She stepped back and beckoned Reed into the house. "We're going into town to bake with my mother today. Do you like to cook, Reed?" "I helped my dad make fried chicken last night." He joined Chelsea in the doorway, turning back to face his mom. "We ate as a family." Kate's insides felt coated in tar, heavy and hot. Chelsea's eyebrows shot up, and her gaze focused on Kate's face. "You ate together?" She glanced down at Reed's joyful face. "That's great, baby. Finn is coming to my mother's too. You guys can play on the swing set." "When are we leaving?" "In a couple of hours. Go get yourself a bowl of Pete's special cereal." She bent down, a natural nurturer. "It'll be our little secret." Reed hooked his pinky around hers and scampered into the kitchen. Kate watched him go, part of her heart yearning to be the one sharing secret cereal with him. She'd been able to do that at the estate, but she had felt so oppressed, so suffocated. She took a deep breath, the air on the ranch seemingly infused with endorphins. "Thank you, Chelsea. If he's any trouble, call me, and I'll come get him." Chelsea waved away the statement. "Please, he's never any trouble." She narrowed the distance between them with a shuffle step. "You ate dinner with Brett?" Her dark blue eyes sparkled like stars, like she was interested, but not so she could tell everyone in town. "We made a deal." "Oh?" "We're getting to know each other again." Chelsea's face lit up. "When you get back together with him, I'll make dinner." "That's a threat, not a promise," Pete said, coming down the stairs. "Who's doing what?" Chelsea swatted his forearm. "I'm a good cook now." He snaked his hand around her shoulders and down to her waist, pulling her tight against his side. Kate noticed the puckered pink scars on Pete's arm as she watched the movement with longing coursing through her, singing up her throat. She swallowed to dismiss it, but the feeling remained. "You are, sweetheart. I was just teasing." He reached for his cowboy hat on the rack near the door. "Morning, Miss Kate. You heading to work now?" She nodded just before she sneezed. "Yes, I hope I make it through the day." "She ate dinner with Brett and Reed last night." Chelsea exchanged a meaningful glance with Pete. Suddenly, the pain in Kate's sinuses paled in comparison to the weight of that glance. "I've got to get—" "How was it?" Pete asked. The man's voice sounded smooth as polished glass. No wonder Brett gravitated toward him. Kate felt his steadiness, his even temperament. "It was fun." A sense of safety descended on Kate, and she leaned against the doorframe. "I'm thinking of having him down to the basement to sample some of my cooking." She gave a light laugh. "Problem is, Brett's a better chef than me." She wondered if he still enjoyed Chinese food, though she couldn't remember the last time she'd made anything but boxed macaroni and cheese. Pete took a step forward, and Chelsea pulled on his arm. "Pete?" But the man wouldn't be deterred. His eyes shone like emeralds, blazing with a protective heat. "Be careful with Brett, Kate." "Pete," Chelsea tried again. "I'm just asking her to be careful with him, Chels." Pete glanced at his wife and back to Kate. "Things haven't been easy for him since he came home last time, and he won't talk about it. I've seen him with the horses, and he's not whole." The love and sincerity in Pete's voice stirred something in Kate's soul. "I'm nothing if not careful, Mr. Marshall." He nodded, and she headed across the yard and parking lot to the administration trailer. Tom stood in the cowhand area, filling out the whiteboard. "Morning, Tom," she said.
"Kate." He didn't look away from his work. "How've things been going?"
"Good, great." She folded her arms, the echo of Pete's words still in her ears. She'd seen Brett disappear inside himself, and she knew what Pete had said was true. Something had happened during Brett's deployment, something that haunted him. Her heart tore an inch as she thought about him boxing all those emotions up, keeping the events of his life contained. She should have been there to listen, to take the burden, to support him, the way she had promised. Guilt ripped through her, and the only reason she didn't run for the car and point it west toward a new life was because of Reed. The other cowhands began to arrive, filling the trailer with their friendly chatter and guarded smiles. She lingered on the fringes, the newest cowboy, or rather cowgirl. She suspected that was the real reason for their distance, that or the fact that they all knew she lived in Brett's basement.
"Morning, folks," Tom started before going through the list. "The hay in fields 2, 3, and 7 needs to be harvested."
A collective groan rose from the group. Kate had never harvested hay, and a thrumming buzz began in her stomach. If the other cowhands didn't like it, she was sure she wouldn't. She had actually never worked on a ranch before, but she knew how to work hard, how to do things she'd rather not. After all, she had lived on Magnolia Estate for 7 years.
"Calves, small animals, and horse barn," Tom said. "Kate." He pointed at her. "You're the only one on these today. Can you handle that?"
"Yes," Kate nodded, not quite sure why Tom's eyebrows had sloped down, his dark eyes taking on an intensity they hadn't before. He moved down the list, giving assignments with various levels of enthusiasm. When he finished, he joined her as she headed out of the trailer.
"Kate, the horses' stalls need to be shoveled out, and the hayloft replenished. It's a lot for one person." He handed her a radio. "Call in if you start to fall behind."
Kate took the device, but she vowed not to use it. She didn't want Tom to think she couldn't complete the assignments he gave her. Stuffy nose or not, her pride wouldn't allow her to admit a weakness. 3 hours later, she eyed the radio as her head pounded. She had bottle-fed all the calves, tossed feed to the chickens, and shoveled out half of the horse stalls. Her head drummed like the hooves of a wild herd of mustangs, and calculating how long it had taken her to clean the pens she had done, she'd be at this for the rest of the day. That didn't include feeding the horses or going back for the evening feeding for the calves and chickens. Tears threatened to show the world her shortcomings, but Kate pressed them back. She couldn't stay in this horse barn for another second. She strode down the aisle and into the sunshine. The heat outside assaulted her the same way the smell of horses and manure did inside. As her eyes adjusted to the bright sunlight, she caught a flash of Brett's tan cowboy hat as he ducked into Pete's house. But Chelsea's SUV wasn't parked in the garage, so Kate knew the house was empty. Sure enough, Brett exited the house a few seconds later. He stood on the porch, visibly taking a deep breath. She watched as his shoulders sunk when he exhaled. As if he could sense her stare, he turned toward her, his features hidden in the shadows cast by his hat. He skipped down the steps and started toward her.
"Hey, Kate."
"Brett." She leaned against the barn, unwilling to go back in quite yet.
"Where's Reed?"
"Chelsea took him into town with her. She was meeting Kelly and Finn, and they were going to bake at her mother's." Brett removed his hat and ran his hand through his dark hair. He stroked his beard, and Kate's fingers itched to copy him.
"You need some help?"
"No." The words sprang to her lips as quick as a wink.
"Well, I've got nothing to do. Maybe I'll go ask Tom if he has anything for me."
"He's out in the hayfields," Kate said, wiping her hand across her forehead. She needed a drink like she needed air, and her pulse thumped with want for a bottle of painkillers.
"You look pale," Brett said, peering at her. "Are you drinking enough?"
"No." She looked at him, really allowed herself to fall into his dark-as-coal eyes. Oh, how she had missed him. She amended the thought as it flowed through her mind. She currently missed him. "I could use your help." She straightened away from the barn, putting herself closer to Brett. "My head hurts, and I'm dying for a drink." She hooked her thumb over her shoulder. "I have half the horse barn left to finish, and all the horses need to be fed, and—" She sucked in a breath to stop the stream of words. She didn't want him to hear the exhaustion or emotion in her voice, and it teemed beneath her tongue. Brett blinked before he bent down and swept an errant piece of hair out of her face.
"I'll help you, sugar."
She almost leaned into him, melting under the influence of his warm voice and kind eyes. It seemed impossible, but she wondered if he'd forgiven her for keeping Reed a secret. "Thank you," she sighed. "I'm going to run and get a drink and take some pills. I'll be right back."
"I'll start feeding the horses."
Kate ducked away from him, but the weight of his gaze stayed on her back until she rounded the corner of the chicken coops. Even then, she felt the full impact of the hole he had left in her life. With a measure of hope she had long abandoned, she wondered if he could fill the vacancy in her life. Dear Brett, I've started nursing school. Hanging around the house with Nana and Reed sounds easy enough, but I am dissatisfied. I feel unfulfilled, constantly judged. She watches Reed while I'm in class. Mama has moved to Magnolia permanently. She approves of me getting an education. She thinks I'll finally be ready to be a real mother if I can provide for Reed on my own. Of course, she's still as angry as a spitting snake that I haven't told you about Reed. She finds me weak, which, again, I find strange. She has stayed with Daddy for 30 years when she can't stand the sight of him. I can't stand the sight of either one of them. That's the real reason I'm going back to school. I need to get out of here, away from the estate, from the Magnolia Empire and all it stands for. I've started seeing a man in one of my classes. He doesn't know about Reed either. We're moving pretty slow, mostly because I just can't subject Reed to a string of boyfriends. He already doesn't have his father, and he deserves better than a guy sticking around for a few months and then leaving. If things turn serious, I'll tell him. I'll introduce Reed to him, but we're not there yet. I'm not sure I'll ever be there. I think of you constantly. I nightmare about what you'll do when you find out about Reed. I cry when I think of what I've done to both you and Reed. But I'm trying. I've been going to church with Nana, and there are moments when I feel like maybe the things I've done can be erased. Our pastor spoke of repentance a few Sundays ago. When he mentioned making restitution, I had to leave. Reed asked me later why I didn't stay, and again, I couldn't tell him the truth. In the end, I'll have to confess to both of you. The thought brings a flood to my chest, cutting off my air and making me drown. Mama just called for me, and I told her I was doing my homework under this willow. Goodbye for now, Kate. Brett had the horses fed by the time Kate returned from the homestead. "They need water," he said. "Okay." She worked with her delicate hands, filling the troughs and lingering with each horse, whispering a few words before moving to the next stall. Warmth filled his chest at her gentleness, her kind spirit. When she finished, she retrieved her shovel and moved toward Chocolate's stall. She moved the tall, dark horse out and into the aisle that led to the arena. Brett found a shovel and joined her in the tight quarters. She glanced at him, a timid expression on her face. Memories flooded his mind, crowding out the mundane task. He had seen her smile like this before, the first time they'd met. She had tucked her red hair behind her ear and raised one shoulder as she said hello, that same smile quirking her lips. He'd been drawn to her out of all the women at the rodeo that night, had asked her for her number during the fireworks, and taken her out the next night. 6 months later, they stood across the altar from each other. Her parents were noticeably absent, and she'd given him that same smile through her tears as the minister bound them together. Brett shelved the memories and cleared his throat. "Kate, I want to ask you something." "Okay." Brett didn't hear or detect any hesitation in her voice, her body language. "I want to take Reed to Oklahoma City to meet my parents." The words hung in the air, expanding until they screamed through the silence. His heart thundered in his chest as he formed his next sentence. "I'd like you to come with me." She stalled in her work and gaped at him. "No." "No?" She started shaking her head, her eyes wide. "I can't go back to Oklahoma City." Brett frowned and stilled his own shovel. "Why not?" "When I left, I vowed I wouldn't go back," she said simply. "If I go, I'll feel guilty if I don't go see Daddy, and I don't want him in my life, or Reed's." She spoke with a quiet power Brett had forgotten she possessed. "Well, can I take Reed?" Brett hadn't been able to call his mom and tell her she'd been a grandma for 7 years. "I think with news of this magnitude, I should tell my parents in person." "Of course." Her face fell and her golden eyes shone with unshed tears. "I'm so sorry. I know you must be tired of hearing it, but I am. I didn't even think of your parents and how having a grandson would change their lives." A tear splashed on her cheek, and Brett didn't think before he wiped it away. "It's okay, Kate." Her skin felt warm and soft, blasting a hole in Brett's defenses. In the past, when she became upset about something her mama had said, he'd gather her in his arms and reassure her that he loved her, that they didn't need her mama or her money. They had each other. He wrapped her in a hug and held her tight. Surprisingly, she succumbed to his hold, pressing her cheek to his chest. Her shoulders shook while she cried, and he stroked her hair until she quieted. His thoughts wandered to kissing her, and he stiffened at the idea. He still wasn't sure he even wanted Kate back in his life, and it wouldn't be fair to keep her around just to keep Reed. She deserved better than a loveless marriage. But Brett felt something stirring deep in his core, something that spoke of a life, a family, a future. A life, a family, and a future with Kate Donnely. Brett. Kate stepped out of his arms, and his world went cold and empty. She removed her work gloves and wiped her face. I have something to tell you.
Okay.
He leaned against the railing behind him, sensing the shift in the air with a seriousness in her eyes. I don't really need this job. Brett folded his arms.
Because your mama's family has money.
Pure panic paraded across her face. Yes, ghosted from between her lips.
Then why are you here, Kate?
He gestured to the half-clean horse stall as slow anger burned in the back of his throat.
Doing this.
He tried to keep the growl out of his voice, only succeeding halfway. I came to tell you about Reed.
You did that last week.
You asked me to stay, see if there was anything between us worth saving.
You got this job before that.
Holding her while she wept seemed like it had happened 8 years ago, not 8 minutes. I came because... She spun away from him, dropping her gloves as she did. He wanted to see her face when she told him the truth. He deserved that much. He stepped forward and gently placed his fingers on her shoulder, turning her so she faced him.
You came because...
She gazed up into his eyes, her face full of fear. He slipped his fingers down her arm to hers and held on. I came because I can't get any of Mama's money. She left it all to me, the estate in North Carolina, the house where Daddy lives in Oklahoma City, the millions of old Magnolia money. But I can't get it until... She swallowed hard and lifted her other hand to find Brett's. Her fingers squeezed. I can't get it unless I tell you about Reed, which I did. But she also stipulated that I show her lawyer proof of a divorce or proof of family life. With you. Us. Together. She clutched his hands to the point of pain, but he didn't let go. She hadn't come out of duty. She hadn't come because telling him about his son was the right thing to do.
You came so you could claim your inheritance.
His voice sounded like chains against ice, like wind carving its way through rock, like a piece of his soul dying. He wrenched his hands away from hers.
You didn't come because of your conscience, or because you wanted to start fresh. You came simply to get your mama's money.
Tears streamed down her face. Please.
No, Kate. No pleases. We're way past that.
He backed up, putting as much distance between them as possible. His back pressed into the rail caging him here with his wife who he wouldn't have ever seen again if not for her mama's will.
Tell me the truth. If you had your mama's money, would you have taken Reed to California without ever telling me about him?
Brett.
Kate!
His raised voice startled him as much as her, as well as Chocolate, who snuffled in the aisle. Yes, her voice whispered in the barn, but screamed in his soul. The same feeling he'd had in the hotel room engulfed him. He simply couldn't be here with her, not for another moment. He pushed past her, ignoring her calls for him to come back, and stormed to the homestead. 10 minutes later, he had a bag packed and resting on the seat next to him in his truck. He dialed Chelsea as he hit the highway leading into town.
Hey, he clipped out, you have Reed at your parents' condo, right?
Yes, she said.
I'm coming to get him. We're going to Oklahoma City to see my parents.
A few seconds passed in silence. Brett, what happened? Are you okay?
No, Chelsea, I am not okay.
Brett sighed, trying to tame his tone back into civility. It wasn't Chelsea's fault Kate was a liar, weak, disloyal. He cut off the thought, not wanting to perpetuate the negative feelings already churning inside his gut.
Ask Kate about it. I'm taking Reed to Oklahoma City. I packed his pajamas and some clothes. I'll be there in 40 minutes.
Maybe you should call Pete.
I'll call him when I get to my parents' house.
Brett hung up and tossed his phone on the seat next to him. His pulse raced, and he couldn't seem to get it to slow. Holding Kate had felt good, right. How could he oscillate from that to never wanting to see her traitorous face again in less than 5 minutes? Frustration frothed with the fury, and Brett's fingers gripped the steering wheel with a ferocity he hadn't felt since leading his company into Kandahar alone after Squire and Pete had been injured in a tank bombing.
Kate, I haven't written for so long. I just reread my last email to you, and I said I was going to stop writing because of Lane. We broke up several months ago, and I was actually relieved, because it meant you and I could still be together. That's so ridiculous, isn't it? I haven't spoken to you in almost 6 years. You've never tried to contact me. I've asked your dad about you, and he refuses to tell me where you're living. But I can't shake you. I loved you, and sometimes I wonder if love is something you give away and can never get back. I don't know. What I do know is I just got my notice for a 3rd deployment. At least I'll be going with my friends, Peter Marshall and Squire Ackerman. I haven't told you much about them, but they're good men. Major Ackerman talks nonstop about his mother's cooking. He's invited us to his ranch so we can sample her holiday pies, but I can't imagine life on a Texas cattle ranch. Construction has always been in my blood. My dad listed me as an owner of Murphy Construction, and I'm never happier than when I have a hammer in my hand. It's a good life, a simple life. I could provide for you, Kate. We could be together. Maybe start a family. I don't know. Maybe I'm a hopeless romantic. Maybe this is me sitting on the edge of my seat during that last football game we went to. The one with a Hail Mary pass that turned into a game-winning touchdown. Remember that? The hope those players had during that 4th and long. That's the hope I hold for us. Maybe you've moved on and found someone else to love. If you have, I want to know how you did it. Anyway, I'll be in Kandahar for the next 12 months, and then I'm going to ask your dad again where you are. Maybe this time he'll tell me. With love, Brett.
Chapter 7. Kate had never felt the level of hopelessness as she did watching Brett climb into his truck with a duffel bag. The dust hung in the heat of the air, the same way Kate's tears clung to her eyelashes. She didn't wipe them away, the shame of her actions too strong for her to want to hide how she felt. Eventually, she returned to the horse stall, which Brett had barely helped with. At least the painkillers had started to kick in. She finished mucking out the stalls and headed over to replenish the hayloft. By the time she finished, the chickens and calves needed to be fed again. She'd made it halfway down the row of calf pens when Tom found her. "How's it going?" "Slow," she said. "I've still got the rest of these to feed." She wiped her forehead and gestured down the row. She felt blistered, though she'd been wearing sunscreen and a hat while she worked outside. "Horses been fed?" "Not yet." She averted her eyes so she wouldn't have to read the disappointment in Tom's. Surely a male cowhand would have been able to handle the load Tom had assigned her. "I'll get that done, and then come help you here." "I can—" "Kate, it's not out of pity. I would normally assign 2 men to this job." His hand landed heavily on her shoulder. "You've done good work." His compliment felt like helium to her spirits, but it wasn't Tom's praise she craved. Brett's stormy face consumed her thoughts, almost masking the sound of tires against gravel. She abandoned the calf she'd been feeding to catch the end of Chelsea's SUV pull into the garage. With a dozen calves left to feed, Kate headed over to get Reed. He could hold a bottle to a calf's lips, and then she'd pop some corn dogs in the oven and collapse on the couch. She entered the open garage and rapped on the door as she entered the house. "Chelsea?" The dark-haired woman came out of the laundry room and into the kitchen. "Oh, Kate. Hello." Kate glanced around for her son. "Where's Reed?" Chelsea's fingers braided themselves into patterns, which she then pulled apart. Kate's heart bobbed behind her ribs. "Brett picked him up," Chelsea said. "He said he was taking him to Oklahoma City to meet his parents. I didn't know any different, Kate." Her words were rushed, tripped over themselves. Kate heard the apology, but only numbness existed in her limbs. "What happened, Kate?" Chelsea took her elbow and gently guided Kate to the couch. She sat, because the other woman told her to. She accepted the cold glass of water she was given, because her brain had abandoned her. Brett had left and taken Reed with him. Was this how he had felt when she'd told him Reed was his son? Did he feel numb and then hot, and then like nothing would ever be the same again? "Kate?" Chelsea perched on the couch next to her. "Brett seemed pretty angry when he got to my mom's." "I messed up again." Kate shook her head as she examined her hands that hadn't seen a lot of work until this past year. Hands that once were well moisturized and smooth. Hands that now bore blisters and the beginnings of calluses. "I'm sure Brett will understand." Kate gave a mirthless laugh. "You must not know Brett very well." Chelsea stood and paced into the kitchen. "I know him quite well, actually. He lived in my basement for 6 months before I married Pete. He's kind, loyal, a hard worker. He's quiet, but not stupid. Funny, but not cruel. Kind, but not soft." Halfway through her speech, Kate started nodding. "He is all that, isn't he?" "So he'll understand," Chelsea said. "I'm sure of it." "Would you understand if you found out you had a son after nearly 8 years? Chelsea just blinked at her. "What about if your spouse that you thought had divorced you actually hadn't gone through with it?" Kate stood, a wicked hum coursing through her muscles, buzzing in her ears. "And then what if you found out that your spouse would never have told you about the child, about anything, if they didn't need you for something else?" Chelsea brought one hand to her heart. "What's the something else?" "I can't get my mama's inheritance without signed divorce papers or proof of a happy marriage with Brett." Again, Kate cackled in a humorless way. "My mama really knew how to make my life miserable." Chelsea leaned against the counter in the kitchen, her wide eyes filled with horror. "So you see, Chelsea, I'm not so sure Brett is just going to suddenly understand." The woman regained her composure quickly and pulled open the fridge. "He probably needs some time." She took out 2 bottles of water. "You look pale, Kate. Drink this and go get some rest." "Time," Kate repeated, not quite sure what to make of Chelsea's optimism. She probably hadn't had many difficulties in her life. Kate felt utterly alone, like she was the only woman stupid enough to make such colossal mistakes. "Thanks, Chelsea." Kate accepted the water and trudged out the door she'd come in. Trudged out of the garage, through the parking lot, past the rows of calves she hadn't finished feeding, and across the lawn to her basement entrance. Brett had taken Reed, just taken him, and she deserved such treatment. The doorknob burned like fire when she touched it, bringing her back to her senses. She yanked her hand away from the door and snatched her phone from her pocket. Brett answered on the 3rd ring. "Kate?" "What do you think you're doing? I'm taking Reed to meet my parents." She couldn't read the emotion in his voice, but he hadn't yelled or growled or ignored her call. "When will you be back?" "I don't know." "You are coming back, right?" Kate whipped around like he'd pull into the driveway at any moment. Terror tangled her thoughts. How far was it to Oklahoma City? Could she leave now and see Reed in the morning? Dread followed the idea like a puppy chasing a ball. She couldn't go back to Oklahoma City. She'd spoken true about that. "You really give me no credit, do you?" This time, Brett's voice did contain a snarl. "Of course we're coming back. I have a job at Courage Rains, a life in 3 Rivers, a life I happen to like very much." Her inside stopped rioting and her mind settled. She hated that he caused such violent emotions in such a short span of time. "Can I talk to Reed?" "No." "Why not?" "I'm not having this conversation with you, Kate. I'll call you later." He hung up. Kate pulled the phone away from her face and stared at it, sure he'd been joking. He'd call back any moment now. Her phone remained stubbornly silent. A whinny behind her reminded her that she hadn't finished her job for the day. With tears burning the backs of her eyes and that debilitating headache back in full force, Kate turned around to finish feeding the calves. She found Tom there, nearly to the end of the row. "You okay, Miss Kate?" He peered at her with those gentle eyes. She bent to pick up a bottle. "I don't feel very well," she sighed, "but I'll be okay. Thanks for taking over here. I had to make a phone call." He kept his eyes on his calf. "Yeah, I heard Brett left madder than a wet hen." Kate sighed again, this time the sound full of frustration. "I should have known better than to think that on this ranch private matters would stay private." "You are married to him," Tom pointed out, "but you're living in the basement while he lives upstairs." He finished with his calf and refilled the bottle with milk. "For someone with only horses to love, it's an interesting situation. Can't blame me for wondering about it." Sadness colored his words, perhaps a touch of loneliness, too. Kate could relate. She'd spent countless hours under the willow on her grandmother's estate, writing letters to Brett she'd never send and he'd never read. How many tears had she cried? Enough to fill the ocean with her salty water. How many nights had she dreamed of having someone to talk to, really tell her deepest fears and secrets to? Yes, Kate Donnely understood sadness, desperation, and loneliness. She put her hand on Tom's arm. "I'm sure you'll find someone someday." He gave a mirthless laugh. "You forget I work with 24 men, not an available woman in sight, for 12 hours a day." Kate finished feeding her calf and started gathering the bottles. "Surely there's someone in town you're interested in?" "Don't get to town much." "Me either." Kate cocked her hip and thought, "Maybe we should go into town more. It's summertime. Surely there's a festival or a farmer's market or something worth making the drive." Tom glanced at her, his mouth set in a hard line. "I go to church." "So you know women," Kate said. His neck turned a light shade of pink, or that could have been a sunburn. The man did spend hours outside. "Yeah, I have friends," he mumbled, "but not anyone I know well enough to, date or anything." Tom shook his head, his cowboy hat dipping lower so she couldn't see his face. "Tom?" "Are you always this inquisitive?" A laugh broke free from Kate's chest. "No, I'm not. I'm just trying to help." Having a real conversation with someone felt good, too. Everything with Brett happened on eggshells, and exhaustion set in after only a few minutes with him. And the fact that Chelsea knew more about Brett than Kate did ignited a fire in her stomach she couldn't explain. "Who are some of your friends?" she asked. Tom straightened, and they headed back to the barn to wash out the bottles. "You know, the waitress at the sports bar, the clerks at the hardware store, the people who come out to ride in Pete's therapy program." Tom busied himself with the bottles, his hands working the glass to get it clean. "Okay, here's the deal." Kate could barely form the word deal, and thoughts of Brett flooded her mind. "You think through your friends and decide to ask one of them out." Tom's expression darkened. "They're my friends. I'm not interested in dating them." "Not even one of them?" Tom shook his head. "Well," Kate said, "I think that's ridiculous. Some of the best relationships start out as friendships. At least think about it." She put her hand on Tom's forearm, her mood turning serious. "Trust me, Tom. Don't let too much time go by waiting for someone perfect to walk into your life. A week could be too long. I know a thing or two about letting years pass without contacting someone." Tom met her gaze, and understanding flowed through them. "Okay, Miss Kate, but if I do this, you have to do something for me." How many deals would she make while she lived on this ranch? "Oh, yeah? What's that?" "Start figuring out how to forgive yourself." Kate contemplated Tom's words as she lay in bed that night. Though her bones felt like putty and her throat burned, she had a hard time falling asleep without Reed in the next room. He had been there so long, having him gone created an atmosphere she didn't know how to navigate. She'd Googled, and it was only 4 hours to Oklahoma City from Three Rivers Ranch. Brett had likely arrived at his parents' house before dinner. She wondered how they'd taken the news, if they loved Reed on sight the way Brett had. what they thought of her. She rolled onto her side, desperate for the nighttime cold medicine to kick in and force her into unconsciousness. Kate woke with Tom's words in her head. How did she forgive herself for 8 years of silence, 8 years of deceit? She thought about it while she stood with the Cowboys and got her assignment, while she fed chickens, while she ate cold cereal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She tried saying the words to her reflection, "I forgive you," but they held no meaning, carried no conviction. She almost asked Brett how to do it when he called, and said he was going to stay for the weekend because his brothers were coming home to meet their nephew. She went to bed on Saturday night with the answer in her mind, but her heart unwilling to accept it. Kate needed to go to church. She got up late on Sunday morning, unsure of what time the services started. It would only take a phone call to find out, but she didn't make it. Instead, she showered and dressed before moving to the patio sheltered by the deck above. She watched and waited and watched until Pete and Chelsea left their house. Not 2 minutes later, Tom and the foreman Garth entered the parking lot wearing their best jeans with long-sleeve shirts and ties. They climbed in a ranch truck and headed down the road. It's now or never, Kate. She sucked in a breath she wanted to hold until she passed out, and headed for her car. She almost turned around twice, but set her jaw and swallowed her fear. She had felt something that told her to go to church, and she was going to follow through with it. The parking lot seemed full to capacity by the time she arrived, but she managed to find a spot around the back of the building. Dust licked over her toes and heels as she walked to the sidewalk, where she tried to stomp the dirt away. By the time she circled the building, she could hear music and singing coming from inside. She slipped through the door and paused in the lobby, enjoying the kiss of air conditioning as it flowed over her scorched skin. Kate suddenly seemed too hot to be inside a church. Still, she pressed forward, pulling the door to the chapel open slightly so she could slip inside. She found a seat on the second-to-last row and sat. Finally, her heartbeat returned to normal, especially when she realized that everyone seemed more focused on the words to the song than the sinner that had just joined their ranks. She heard the deep timbre of the pastor's voice as he stood at the pulpit, but she couldn't understand the words he said because the feeling flowing through her made her ears hum and her brain buzz and her stomach swirl. Kate pressed her eyes closed and uttered a mental prayer of thanks. Thanks that she had been prompted to come to church. Thanks that she had gotten confirmation that she was doing the right things. Thanks that she hadn't been forgotten. The service ended quicker than Kate had anticipated, and she couldn't quite get out the door before other people had spilled into the lobby. She found clusters of people talking, laughing, adjusting their clothes before stepping into the summer heat. "You're new in town," a woman said, placing her fingers on Kate's elbow and guiding her into a triangle of women. "Yes." Kate glanced at the short, brassy blonde woman, at her infectious smile. "I'm Kate Donnely. I'm staying out at Three Rivers Ranch for a couple of months." The teenage girl next to the blonde perked up. "There are so many men out there." Kate grinned at her. "Cowboys," she said, like there was a difference between men and cowboys. "This is my daughter Jessica," the woman said, giving her daughter a meaningful glance. "She's much too young for cowboys." She focused on Kate, the smile back in place. "I'm Olivia Hanson." "Nice to meet you." "This is Sandy Keller." Olivia indicated the tall brunette next to Jessica. Kate froze, recognizing the name. Reed had mentioned her from the time Brett had brought him to church. "Hello." She infused as much Southern politeness into her tone as possible. Her mama would have been proud. Sandy returned the sentiment. "You know Brett Murphy?" she asked. "Yes." Kate wondered what Sandy knew about Brett and Kate's relationship, but decided not to give her more information than necessary. "He works around the ranch and the therapeutic riding center." "He's great with his hands," Sandy said, and Kate wanted to get in her face and tell her that Brett was off limits, that Brett was hers. Her possessive feelings for a husband she'd cut out of her life surprised her, and she turned away. "I have to get going," she said. afraid of what she might do or say if she stayed. The women let her leave, another miracle she thanked the Lord for as she drove back to the ranch. Dear Brett, after I broke up with a man in my nursing classes, Mama brought a new friend to the estate. His name is Miles. He's actually very nice. I think Mama wanted us to hit it off, but there's not a single spark there. He listened to me talk about Reed, and he asked questions about my nursing program. I'll admit it was nice to talk to someone who didn't seem to be judging me and who didn't just want me to open his package of fruit snacks. I thought of you while I talked with Miles. I almost told him about you, but I couldn't. It's been years, and I still can't vocalize what I've done. The awfulness of it feels like ink, like if I say it out loud, I'll be stained and everyone will be able to see it. He asked what I was going to do after I graduated, and the question stumped me. I can't go back to Oklahoma City, not after Daddy told me I was dead to him. Did you know he's only met Reed once? Mama says he's working on forgiving me, but I honestly don't know what he needs to forgive me for. Probably marrying a carpenter and then wanting a divorce. But Daddy worked the oil fields when he met Mama. He has no family name or money. His vitriol toward me doesn't make sense. Anyway, I've been thinking since Miles left about what I want to do after I graduate. I want to get away from Bryson City, from this estate. I want to see a different part of the country, somewhere I've never been. I never want to see snow again. So I've decided when I graduate, I'm going to try to get a job in California. There are army bases all over California, and maybe you could relocate there too. Wishful thinking, my heart tells me. I won't ever see you again. If I do, I'll have to tell you the truth, and then I'll lose you forever. So for now, I'll keep pretending that I'm sending you these letters, and that you still love me. All my love, Kate.
Mom, he needs room to breathe.
Brett watched his mom engulf Reed in the tightest hug possible. She had bought him new clothes and a plethora of toys, a bicycle, and anything else he wanted at the store. Brett thought for sure Reed would be up all night from the 2 packages of donuts he had eaten. I know. His mom stepped back. I'm just so glad he's here. She smiled at Reed and gave a guilty grin to Brett. Come on, Grandpa probably has the burgers ready. She moved through the house and out to the backyard. Brett's brothers had arrived that afternoon, both of them making the sacrifices needed to be there to meet their nephew. No one in Brett's family had judged him. They hadn't said anything about Kate, about his continued association with her. He saw his parents exchanging glances, but nothing had actually been said. Jordan and Johnny would probably say something inappropriate, and Brett drew a deep breath before following his mom to the backyard. He was engulfed in hugs as soon as he stepped out of the house, and he made the proper introductions for Reed.
Jordan's studying law, he said, and Johnny's almost done with his accounting degree. Did I get that right?
His twin brothers laughed.
You got it, bro.
They took Reed further into the yard where a football waited to be thrown. Brett watched his son play with his new uncles, but instead of feeling full of love and satisfaction, all he could think about was the years Kate had taken from all of them. The meal passed without incident, and Brett's mom took Reed into the house to get a gallon of ice cream.
So Kate never said anything? Jordan asked.
No, Brett said.
What a conniving little...
I'm still married to her, Brett said loudly.
She's my wife, and...
He cast a look at his dad, who had mentioned that Kate had come to the house a few weeks earlier looking for him.
And she's the mother of my son, so be careful what you say about her, Jordan.
Your kid is almost 8 years old, he said, leaning forward as if his words would carry more weight that way.
I know how old he is. Jordan, Brett's father said, let Brett work it out. We just get to enjoy Reed.
Jordan shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with just letting Brett work it out. But he didn't say anything else, especially once Reed returned to the party with ice cream for everyone. Brett ate his mint chocolate chip and observed his family interact with Reed. He thought about Kate and what he could have said about her to Jordan. Everything he suspected Jordan wanted to say, Brett had felt. He'd never been so conflicted. Running into a fire to save his friends was an easy choice. Forgiving Kate was not. But he had spoken true. He was still married to Kate, and she was the mother of his son. She deserved some respect for that, and Brett was satisfied that he'd given her that. He stewed over her coming to his parents' house and asking after him. As Reed threw the football to Johnny, Brett leaned over to his dad. "Thanks for telling Kate where I was, Dad." His dad patted Brett's arm, a knowing smile on his face, but a sad edge in his eye. "She didn't have Reed with her, son. If we'd have seen him, we would have called you." "I know," Brett said, watching Reed laugh and run. "It's okay. Everything will work out." Brett let his father's words circulate through his head. He wanted to believe them. He almost did. But sitting in his parents' backyard with Kate so far away, physically and emotionally, he couldn't quite have the faith he needed to feel reassured that everything would work out. Later that night, Brett tucked Reed into bed and bent down to kiss his forehead. "Night, bud. See you in the morning." "We're going back to the ranch tomorrow, right?" Brett grinned at the cowboy language in his son. Kate wouldn't be happy about it, and that only caused Brett's smile to widen. "That's right." He settled on the edge of the bed. "You been having fun here?" "Yeah," Reed said. "Your brothers are funny." He laughed, the high-pitched sound melting Brett's heart. Bringing Reed home to meet his family had been the right move. His mom had cried when she'd opened the door to see Brett standing on the doorstep, his cowboy hat in his hand, and his son at his side. One glance at Reed, and it wasn't hard to figure out he was Brett's son. "Don't go listening to them." Brett ruffled Reed's hair and left the room, closing the door behind him. He returned to the living room where his parents sat watching TV. A long sigh escaped as he sat down. He both wanted to leave in the morning and never leave again. Over the past few days, his father had asked him about his job at Courage Reigns, if he could support a family. "I don't even know if there's a family to support, Dad," Brett had said. Here in Oklahoma City, he could own and operate the construction firm his dad had spent his life building. Here, he'd have the power to set his own schedule, make 10 times what he did in 3 Rivers. But here, he hadn't been happy. Here, the reminders of Kate screamed at him from the football stadium where they first met, to the arched walkway in the park where he'd first kissed her, to the church where they'd gotten married. Over the past several days, as he'd wandered around town, showing off the high school football field where he'd won the state championship game, he'd realized how right Kate was. She couldn't come back here, and he didn't want to live here either. "So you're leaving tomorrow," his dad said. "Yeah, Dad. We'll come visit again soon." They'd already talked through everything. There wasn't anything left to say. "Your mother and I have a gift for you, Dad." But his dad held up his hand as he got off the couch. "Something we want you to have. Something for Reed." Something sharp pinched Brett's stomach. He had told his parents everything, including the real reason Kate's parents hadn't come to their wedding, and that he didn't know how long he'd be able to have Reed in his life. After all, he couldn't imagine Kate staying at the ranch once he signed her divorce papers. His dad returned with a rectangular package wrapped in brown paper. His mom turned off the TV, her tension evident from the way her eyes rounded and her hands clasped. Brett took the package, the weight and shape suggesting it contained a book. Sure enough, upon peeling back the paper, he discovered a leather-bound album. He flipped open the cover to see a sunny, smiling picture of him and Kate on their wedding day. His heart constricted, coiled, and then struck out like a rattlesnake. Emotion built in his chest, pushing up his throat as he studied her beautiful face, the happiness radiating from both of their faces. He traced one finger down her cheek, forgetting that his parents sat in the room with him, watching. He forced himself to turn the page, where he found himself standing at attention in his army uniform. This picture had been taken the day before his first deployment. The slip of paper detailing his service sat on the opposite page. Page after page showed pictures Brett had sent home from overseas. He chuckled at the one of him and Pete grinning like fools while a sandstorm kicked up behind them. Pictures of Brett building a new doghouse, of Brett and his brothers before they went off to college. By the time he reached the last page, Brett felt like himself again. He'd been off balance since learning about Reed, since trying to suddenly be a father when he didn't know how to be one.
"You're a great man," his dad said, "and Reed should know it."
He exchanged a glance with Brett's mom.
"And maybe Kate could use a reminder, too." "Thanks, Dad."
Brett stood and hugged his dad and then his mom before tucking the photo album under his arm and heading to bed. Brett let the vibrations from the truck lull him into a relaxed state. His mind immediately wandered to Kate and what she'd been doing the past few days. She'd hardly called, hadn't been demanding, didn't inquire when he was coming home every 5 minutes. She'd let him have his time with Reed and his parents. He couldn't help seeing their wedding picture, remembering the festivities of the best day of his life. He yawned, the sleepless night catching up to him as he crossed the Oklahoma border into Texas. Next to him on the bench seat, Reed slumbered, though he certainly hadn't been up all night wondering about Kate. Something inside Brett couldn't let go of her, couldn't just walk away, couldn't tell her to take Reed and never come back to Three Rivers. Everything inside him wanted to be angry with her, but also get back to her and try to work things out. His dad hadn't said that Brett should forgive Kate and make his marriage work, but the photo album had. It wasn't just for Reed or Kate. It was for Brett, too. He had stashed it in his duffel bag, and that rode in the back of the truck, but Brett didn't need to see the pictures to remember the feelings he had for Kate. And they were strong, and didn't seem to be dimmed by time or distance. So, while anger seemed to be the dominant emotion he harbored for her now, he knew that would fade over time. Fade with forgiveness. Fade when he saw her again, smelled her rosy scent, and saw her beautiful freckles. He sighed and kept the truck at a steady 60 miles per hour. Brett arrived at the homestead just after lunchtime, and somehow the hope that Kate would invite him down to the basement for something to eat had rooted itself inside his mind on the drive back. But the house sat in silence, quiet and empty. After a quick peek to the parking lot, he realized her car was gone. For one moment, one dread-filled yet blissful moment, Brett wondered if she had quit her job and left him to raise Reed by himself, just left. After all, Kate Donnely was really good at leaving. He swallowed back the rising bitterness, carried in the bags, and started a load of laundry while Reed went into the backyard to run with Zeus. After they'd eaten, after Zeus sat in the shade with his tongue lolling out, after an hour had passed, the crunch of wheels against dirt met Brett's ears. He moved around the house to see Pete and Chelsea returning from church. Brett watched from the corner of the house, a thread of guilt pulling through him. He hadn't called Pete like he'd said he would. He hadn't wanted Pete's advice or to hear his level-headed solutions. A few minutes later, Tom and Garth arrived. Brett lifted his hand in a friendly wave, which both men returned as they loosened their ties and headed down the gravel path toward their cabins. Brett moved to the front porch, but Kate didn't come. He imagined a dozen different places she could be, the grocery store, the hair salon, shopping in Amarillo, but never once did he think he'd see her pull up and emerge from her car wearing a pretty little sundress. She'd gone to church. And she obviously hadn't seen him spying from his perch on the front porch, so he watched as she noticed his truck and began running to the house. Her red and white checkered sundress billowed behind her, and Brett thought of the white dress she'd worn to their wedding. She disappeared from his line of sight, and he leaned his elbow on his knees, a pit of helplessness welling inside where his stomach should be. As much as Brett wanted to hate Kate, he couldn't. The photo album was a reminder of what he'd had, a reminder of what he'd lost, a reminder of what he could have again, if only he could figure out how to let go of the hurt and pride and anger. Reed! Kate's voice carried to him on the wind, and Brett stood and descended the steps. Zeus barked as he came tearing around the back of the house, Reed not far behind him. He ran to Kate, and she scooped him up, her laughter contagiously causing a grin to dance across Brett's face. He watched as she held Reed tight, as the little boy told her excitedly about his grandparents in Oklahoma City, the mini-golf they'd played, the new jeans he'd gotten. She put him down and took his hand in hers and listened. "Where's your dad?" she asked when he finally finished. "He must be inside," Reed said. "I'm right here," Brett said, moving toward them. Kate turned around, nerves and fear replacing her easygoing nature. Brett hated watching the joy drain from her eyes, hated even more that he was the one who caused it. "Afternoon, Miss Kate." He tipped his cowboy hat in greeting. She stared at him, her fear dissolving into confusion. "Reed, go find a stick to throw to Zeus." Reed bounded away, calling the dog, who eagerly went with him. Kate waited until Reed rounded the back of the house before stepping forward. Her eyes flashed with a dangerous fire. "Don't you ever take him for that long again." "He's my son," Brett said with a smile in his voice because of her fury. "You had him for 7 years. I should get to take him to visit my parents for a few days." She reared back and slugged him in the shoulder, hard. "He's my son, too." She prepared to hit him again, but he grabbed her arm. "Kate." He pulled her into his arms where she struggled to free herself. He held her in place and dipped his head to her ear. "I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry." She stilled, maybe even relaxed against his chest. "You're sorry?" "You went to church?" She nodded, her head barely reaching his chin on the upward tick. "I made another deal with another man." Jealousy roared through Brett, and he released her. She stumbled a few steps away and took a deep breath as she smoothed down her dress. "Another man?" Brett couldn't keep the bite out of his voice. "Tom said I needed to figure out how to forgive myself." She raised her chin as if to challenge him. "I insisted he find a woman he likes and ask her out. We both upheld our end of the bargain." The left side of Brett's mouth pulled up as his tension drained down. "Good to know you can keep your end of a deal." "Why are you sorry?" He took a step forward, close enough to reach for her. The need to hold her clouded his reason. Everything he'd thought about since getting the photo album crowded to the front of his mind. He had loved her once. He still did, if he could dig through everything else that had piled on top of that emotion. "I shouldn't have taken Reed for so long without letting you talk to him." She blinked. "You'll notice I didn't obsessively call and ask to talk to him." "You showed great restraint, Kate." He watched her fold her arms. "Did you like church?" She glanced toward the backyard, her expression turning distracted. "It was okay." "Will you forgive me?" He took another step, close enough to feel the warmth from her body. Her gaze flew back to his, the panic returning as a blush stained her cheeks. "For taking Reed?" "For kissing you." "What?" Brett gathered her into his arms and pressed his lips to hers. She only resisted for half a heartbeat before her arms came around his shoulders and she kissed him back. Brett couldn't remember kissing her like this, like he was coming home after a very long time overseas. He'd imagined this moment, dreamt of it, even written her emails about it. This time, he wasn't a lowly carpenter kissing the girl he was madly in love with. He was a man kissing his wife, the woman he hoped he could fall madly in love with again. Dear Kate, I have nightmares all the time. I'm buried in sand and I can't breathe. The alarms go off and I'm up to my waist in quicksand and can't run, can't fight, can't save my friends. When I wake, I think of you. I'm not sure why, other than I'm curious to know how you've changed these past several years. I feel like a completely different person, someone who doesn't even recognize himself.
I hate war and what it does to good men, strong families. You understand that I was trying to become somebody, right? Somebody your dad could respect, somebody your mama would admire and tell all her friends about. Somebody you would look at with love in your eyes and be deserving of it. I'm sure you don't feel that way about me now. After all, I didn't fight for you, for us. I was already doing so much fighting overseas that I couldn't battle another man half a world away. I hope you understand that, but I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you think I simply abandoned the idea of us. I wanted you to be happy, and you said getting a divorce would make you happy. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now I see that I was weak and hurt and jealous, and I wanted you to be weak and hurt and jealous too. And so I ask for your forgiveness. We have a big mission tomorrow. All the tank battalions will be on the move. It's a dangerous mission, one we've been training for and planning for months. I just wanted to ask for your forgiveness before this mission, as I have a bad feeling about it deep in my gut. I love you. I have always loved you. I fear I will always love you. With love, Brett.
Chapter 8. Kate lost herself in the scent of Brett's aftershave, the firm press of his mouth on hers, the careful way he held her as he deepened the kiss. No matter how many times she had fantasized about kissing Brett, feeling the scruff of his beard against her chin, her cheek, absorbing the strength in his shoulders beneath her fingertips, it had never been this sweet, this tender, this life-changing. He pulled back, putting a couple of inches between their faces, but keeping her in his embrace.
Kate.
She swayed on her feet at the emotion in his voice, the way he let her name linger in the heat waves around them. He'd often whispered her name, and nothing more. She'd asked him once why he did that, and he'd said her name summed up everything he felt for her. She opened her eyes, and reality came roaring back. His hands trailed over her bare shoulders and down her arms as he stepped back, his head ducked low so his cowboy hat hid his eyes.
You want to come to lunch?
His voice held every ounce of hope she had heard the first time he'd asked her out. What you cookin'? She fiddled with the collar of his shirt, hoping her cold was just an adjustment to the dryness of the ranch and not something she'd pass to Brett, especially because she wanted to kiss him again. Soon.
Whatever you want, sugar.
The once familiar endearment rolled off his tongue easily, but it steamrolled over her heart. She'd forgotten the sound of his voice as he said that word with such sweetness. She'd forgotten how it warmed her from the inside out, caused heat to rise to her cheeks as she tried to bite back a smile. He threaded his fingers through hers, his eyes trained on their point of contact.
I'm still mad about you lying to me for years.
He nodded toward the backyard.
About Reed, about everything.
He lifted his eyes to hers, and Kate felt the chill down into her soul.
But I feel something for you I can't let go of. I'm willing to work on finding a way through the anger until it's all gone.
Kate started nodding somewhere in the middle of his speech, her thoughts rippling when he said he felt something for her. Something had awakened inside her at his touch, his honesty. I understand. She squeezed his hand.
Tell me about the estate in North Carolina.
He tugged her toward the steps that led to the deck, and they strolled inside while she considered what to tell him. It's a suffocating place, she finally said. Oppressive heat in the summer and too much snow in the winter. I closed it down for long-term storage before I came here. Brett took a package of chicken from the freezer and put it in the microwave.
You own it?
Yes. Kate couldn't tell if his shoulders stiffened or his muscles simply bunched as he moved toward the spice cabinet. Mama left me everything, including the estate. I hated it there. It felt like a prison, not a home where I wanted to raise Reed.
And that's what California is?
He worked with his back to her, half maddening and half convenient. California is a dream, Kate said. You realize I had to give up my job there." He shot her a look over his shoulder. She couldn't quite see him, but she caught the annoyance easily. "I need time with Reed," he said, and the irritation sang through the kitchen. "I know." Kate wished she could take a course on how to talk to your angry husband about a son you've concealed for 8 years. "So California was a dream. I took the job there, but I don't think I ever believed I'd actually move there."
"You were all packed."
"Yeah, but I didn't have a dime to get there and nowhere to live once I did." The honesty coming from her mouth felt good, cleansing.
"You actually have your nursing degree, right?"
"Brett." He turned and met her eye.
"What? Just starting at the beginning?"
He chuckled, and Kate couldn't help joining him. "Yes, I have my nursing degree." She rubbed her shoulders. "It prepared me for working on the ranch."
"Oh, nursing and ranching are similar?"
"Similar enough. Got to stand for the whole shift and deal with difficult animals." Brett laughed this time, a full-on laugh. Kate sank into the sound of it, letting it infuse the cracks that had been in her life since he'd been gone. The French doors slammed open, sending Kate's heart into a frenzy. "Reed, careful!" "Mom, come see what Zeus found!" "Dad's making lunch. Can I come look later?" "Can I help with the cooking, Dad?" Reed ran into the kitchen, his eyes bright and unassuming.
"Wash your hands, bud."
Kate watched Brett and Reed working together in the kitchen, and her inside softened. She thought about that morning's church service. She'd felt the same comfort there as she did sitting in Brett's kitchen. She couldn't remember a word the pastor had spoken because the feeling of rightness flowing through her had been so strong it had rendered the sermon silent. Kate had never seen the smile currently on Reed's face, and a needle of disappointment dampened her spirits. She pushed away the familiar feelings of guilt, the ever-present shame for what she'd done. She was making things right, 1 hour, 1 day at a time. "Mama, can I sleep up here with Dad?" Kate pulled herself from her inner thoughts and glanced at Brett, who suddenly had to focus all his energy to mashed potatoes. "Is there a bedroom for you?" "Yeah, Dad said it's all ready."
"Let him stay up here,"
Brett said, his voice barely audible above the sizzling pan. He wouldn't look at her, and Kate wondered why. Perhaps he didn't want her to see how badly he wanted Reed to stay with him. Kate ducked her own head and studied her hands. "Of course, baby," she said to Reed. "We live in this house. You can sleep wherever you like." Brett scooped the chicken out of the pan and declared it time to eat. As he passed behind Kate to sit on the bar stool next to her, he leaned down, his mouth brushing her earlobe as he spoke.
"You can sleep wherever you like, too, sugar. We are married."
Kate couldn't help the girlish giggle that escaped, her mind suddenly captivated by the thought of truly being Brett's wife. But she knew she wasn't ready, that he wasn't either. They both had a long road to travel before arriving at that destination. Just because the past hour had felt wonderful, had shown her what life with her and Reed and Brett as a family could be like, didn't mean it was reality. Her chest ached through dinner, but she used her newfound hope to push the pain away. "Dear Brett, something Mama said to me has been plaguing my mind. She wanted to know if I was unfaithful to you with another man. I admitted to her that I'd had feelings for him, but told her we'd never done anything physical. I don't think she believed me, but it's important to me that you believe me. I know that sounds crazy because you're never even going to see this letter, but I need you to know. I didn't cheat on you. I was lonely and depressed. My husband of only 3 months was gone. If not for Reed, Mama might never have spoken to me again. I was weak, and this man was easy to talk to and laugh with, and I thought I felt for him what I'd felt with you on those first few dates. I was wrong. He disappeared as soon as he learned of my pregnancy, and I never heard from him again. In the years since, I've realized that the love I harbor for you can't be dulled by time, or distance, or lies or secrets. Perhaps that last one is wishful thinking, a fool's hope, but I can't help it. Just like all those football games you made me watch. You sitting on the edge of the couch like you were on the team, or they could hear you cheering. I still remember shaking my head during that fourth quarter when A&M was down 6 points. You and your brothers kept saying we could win, and then the quarterback threw that long pass on 4th down for the win. I hope we can win like that one day. All my love, Kate. Brett switched on the TV while Kate cleaned up dinner. He hadn't changed the channel in a couple of months, so a sports highlight show came on as Reed settled next to him on the couch.
You like baseball?
Brett asked Reed. The boy wrinkled his nose, causing Brett to chuckle.
Yeah, totally boring, isn't it? What's your favorite sport?
Football, Reed said. Brett ruffled his hair.
That's my boy.
He leaned down, though Kate surely couldn't hear their conversation over the clinking of dishes and running water.
Did your mom tell you I used to play football?
Yep, Reed said. Said you were a real star. The next breath Brett took filled his chest to capacity, driving away some of the turmoil still teeming inside.
What else did she tell you about me?
She said you could build a house in, like, a day, and that you were a good soldier. A sour sensation coated his throat. Kate had no idea what kind of soldier he was. If they'd stayed together during his deployments, she might have found out in his letters. But she certainly didn't know about his commendation medal, or the various stripes he could wear because of his officer training and continued service. I'm heading downstairs. Kate stood at the mouth of the hallway, her hands stuck in her dress pockets as she rocked back on her heels. Brett met her eye, half wishing she'd stay and half wishing she'd leave. His constant battle with himself brought a level of exhaustion he hadn't experienced since returning from Kandahar 2 years ago.
See you tomorrow, Kate,
Brett said, turning back to the television as a terrifying thought entered his mind. He could be called out on another deployment at any time. He hadn't heard any rumblings of such an assignment during his weekends at the base, but he knew some assignments came out of left field. Reed jumped up from the couch and hugged his mom. Bye, Mama. Brett's heart warmed as they interacted. He wanted Kate to tuck Reed into bed, and then tuck herself into his side. He'd curl his arm over her shoulders, inhale the scent of her hair, and they'd fall asleep together on the couch. You be good for Daddy, okay? She smoothed Reed's hair and grinned down at him. And don't stay up too late. She met Brett's eyes. Don't let him stay up too late.
How late is too late?
10?
Brett yawned. I doubt I'll make it past 9.
Dad! Reed skipped back to him as Brett feigned sleep. Wake up! Brett growled and grabbed Reed, tickling him until the boy dissolved into laughter. Behind the commotion, Brett heard the snick of the basement door closing.
Let's get out of here,
he said to Reed. He stood and tried to shake the exhaustion from his mind. What he really needed was sleep, but he didn't want to waste the time he had with his son.
You want to work on the cobblestones?
Sure. Reed bounded toward the door, and Brett wished he had as much energy, could ignore the tension, the way Reed seemed to. Being outside, under the blue sky, helped. The ranch always seemed to have a playful breeze on it, and the evening was no different. Brett collected a stack of stones from the shed and went back for a shovel. He gave the tool to Reed.
Scrape the dirt back here.
Reed complied, and Brett set the stone in the correct pattern. They worked in sections, creating the path that led down to the vegetable garden that Chelsea hadn't planted. She claimed her mother had been a champion gardener, but that the green thumb hadn't been passed to her. Brett wasn't overly fond of growing corn and carrots, so he'd let the plot sit empty too.
Now we gravel.
He took the few extra stones back to the shed and started shoveling gravel into the wheelbarrow. After one load, his exhaustion won out.
We'll have to finish another time.
Aw, Dad.
Come on, bud. I'm tired.
He watched Reed use the too big shovel to move the gravel between the stones.
I didn't get to sleep the whole way home from Grandma's.
Okay. Reed propped his shovel against his hip, and Brett wanted to snap a picture with his cell phone to send to his mother. So he made Reed stand there and smile for the camera. Then he texted the photo to his parents.
They'll like that,
he told Reed as they put their tools away and headed back inside.
"You want to watch a movie?"
"Yeah, with popcorn." Brett put his arm around his son's shoulders.
"What's a movie without popcorn?"
Brett closed the kitchen blinds against the setting sun as Reed chose a movie to watch.
"Just don't tell Mom all I fed you for dinner was popcorn."
In the middle of the night, Brett woke to Reed standing beside his bed. "Dad," he whispered.
"What's going on?"
Brett sat up, trying to figure out what time it was. The light from the hall broke the darkness, illuminating Reed from behind. "I heard something." Brett sighed as he swung his legs over the side of the bed.
"Something where?"
"Downstairs." Reed glanced over his shoulder. "It sounded like, I don't know, Zeus whining or something." Brett scrubbed his hair.
"Zeus is in his doghouse, bud. Remember we put him there after you fell asleep the first time?"
Reed sat on the bed next to Brett. "Can you check? Maybe he got out or something."
Brett stood. "You want to come?"
Reed snuggled into the warm spot Brett had vacated. "I'll stay here." Brett stepped into the hall, his military ears listening for the slightest sound. Nighttime at Three Rivers Ranch occasionally held the whinny of a horse or the rustling breeze, but Zeus never barked, never whined. Yet a distinctly high-pitched whimper lifted through the air, loud at first, then quieting into silence. He moved toward the kitchen, making his footsteps light, hesitant. The moan started again, and Brett turned back to the door that led to the basement.
"Kate."
His hand lingered on the doorknob, unsure of how she'd react to him showing up in her bedroom in the dead of night. Her wail trailed off as Brett searched his memory for what she wore to sleep in, what kind of mood she woke up in. Silence stretched for several minutes, long enough for Brett to consider going back to bed. Kate cried out, and Brett whipped open the door and tiptoed down the stairs. The darkness in the basement seemed blacker, with more substance than upstairs, almost like he could rake his fingers through it. Still, he knew where Kate's bedroom was and groped his way toward it. He banged into the wall, his shoulders stinging and a grunt ringing through the darkness. He found the door and opened it, Kate's nightmaring becoming louder when he did.
"Kate."
He crossed to her bedside, fumbled for the lamp, and turned it on. He knelt and swept his fingers across her forehead, finding it clammy and cold.
"Kate, honey, wake up."
She thrashed, her hand flying toward his face. He dodged and grabbed her wrist.
"Kate."
Her eyes fluttered open, but she didn't focus on him.
"Kate, it's Brett. You were having a—"
"Brett!" She sat up in bed, scrabbling for the blanket and missing it. What are—"
"Reed heard you crying and came and got me."
Brett sat back on his haunches, his eyes dropping to the ground as he took in the thin fabric of her nightgown. She reached for the blanket again and successfully pulled it over herself this time. "I'm fine." She scanned him, her eyes tracing the tattoo on his left bicep. Brett felt exposed, on edge, strange.
"You're not fine, Kate."
She coughed and wiped her eyes. "You're right. I'm not fine. I feel terrible. Get me some more medicine?"
"Where is it?"
"Bathroom." She sank back on the pillows, her eyes drifting closed. Brett watched her for an extra moment, noticing the softness in her jaw when she wasn't clenching it, the beautiful shine in her auburn hair. He cleared his throat and his mind and hurried into the bathroom. He leaned against the counter and stared himself in the eye.
"Keep it together, Brett. Just because you're married doesn't mean she's your wife."
After collecting the pills, he filled a glass with water. He knocked lightly on her open door as he entered, only to find her asleep in the same position he'd left her in. His military gaze swept the room, spying a stack of paper on the nightstand. He stepped closer, noticing Kate's neat slant on the page. Who would she be writing to? He bent closer, but she coughed, startling him away from the letters. Guilt rushed with the adrenaline of almost getting caught, and he abandoned his snooping.
"Kate, take these pills, sugar."
He nudged her shoulder and she stirred.
"Come on now, wake up, just for a second."
She complied, swallowing the pills and downing all the water. Brett took the glass and shuffled toward the door. "Brett." "Thank you." He didn't answer because she didn't need him to. He watched her chest rise and fall with a rhythm of slumber. When he returned to his bedroom, Reed slept in his bed, and all Brett could do was smile. "Bring her over here," Pete waved as he called to Brett, who had just stepped into the barn with Reed at his side. "Lucy's coming today, right?" Brett asked Pete as he stepped up to the corral where the horses grazed. "In about an hour." Pete slid Brett a look out of the corner of his eye. "How was Oklahoma City?" He glanced at Reed, who stood a few paces down the fence, patting a couple of cats. "Great," Brett said. "My parents were happy." Pete turned and leaned against the fence. "And you? Are you happy?" "Happiest I've been in a long time." The honesty in his words rang through the barn. "Saw something yesterday." Pete settled his cowboy hat lower over his eyes. Brett felt like he'd swallowed rocks at the lieutenant's tone. "Oh, yeah? What's that?" "You and Kate kissin'." Brett's eyes flew to Reed. "Ah, so it's a secret." Pete grinned. "Probably shouldn't be doing it in plain sight, then." Brett folded his arm on the top rung of the fence. "Probably need to get less nosy neighbors, too." "So are you back together?" "Working toward it." Brett couldn't look at his friend, and he really didn't want to talk about Kate. "I'll get Juniper out for Lucy, or did you want her on Griffin today?" "Griffin." Pete straightened and put his hand on Brett's shoulder. "And Brett, if you need anything, let me and Chelsea know. We want to help." Brett nodded, unsure of how Pete or Chelsea could help him release his resentment. He didn't know how to let it go, how to get over the years he had lost, how to forgive himself for not insisting her father tell him where she was, for not sending any of the emails. Thankfully, teaching Reed how to put on a bridle, how to make Griffin take the bit, took his mind off his failures. "Lucy rides," Brett said to Reed as he led Griffin, a tall black and white paint horse, into the practice arena. "So we'll need to saddle him. You stay here and I'll grab the saddle. Lucy should be here soon." Brett returned a couple of minutes later and let Reed put on the blanket before he saddled the horse. "You want to ride him until Lucy comes?" Reed gazed up at Griffin with his black mane and mismatched white tail. "He's so big, bigger than that other one I rode." "Yeah, but you know how to ride." "I rode motorcycles at the estate." "Yeah, you mentioned that. Where'd you go?" "Just out to the outbuildings and stuff with a gardener. Sometimes I went down the dirt path to the river, but I never told Mama." He stepped up to the horse and ran his hand down Griffin's cheek. "She would have been mad. I wasn't supposed to leave the estate." Brett couldn't help the half-smile kicking at his lips. "Well, come ride Griffin. He's big, but he's one of our best horses. Pete got him last year at a show in Amarillo." Reed stepped down to the saddle and put his foot where Brett indicated. A hop, swing, and landing later, and the boy sat in the saddle. Brett handed him the reins. "He'll just walk around in here." He glanced at the clock on the far wall. "I've got to go greet Lucy. You'll be okay in here?" Reed grinned down at him. "Yep." Brent had never felt so full, so happy. He wanted Reed to work by his side every day, not just for 2 months. He patted the horse's flank, and Griffin moved into a slow plod, eliciting a laugh from Reed. Brett moved through the arena to the front office, his thoughts consumed by the wedding picture on the front of the book his parents had given him. He hadn't shown it to Reed or Kate yet. He'd held it close, leafed through the pages again last night after tucking Reed into bed and before he collapsed in his own bedroom. "Brett." A woman's voice, warm and flowing like honey, reached his ears. He focused on the brunette that had just walked through the door, a 10-year-old at her side. "Evenin', Leslie." She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Then he crouched in front of Lucy. The girl met his eye. "Hey, Lucy, you ready for today?" "Griffin," the girl said, her dark eyes sparkling with an emotion Brett couldn't name. Brett chuckled, straightened, and took the girl's hand. He nodded toward the observation loft and waited until Leslie had ascended the stairs.
My son's riding Griffin. Let's go watch."
"No watch," Lucy complained. "Ride, run, kick ball."
"Oh, you'll be riding," Brett assured her. "And Griffin's missed you. No one else makes him run anymore."
"He can run fast."
"Only for you, Luce." Brett grinned at her as he set the stepping stool on the edge of the arena. He whistled at Griffin, who plodded over. Once he'd lifted Reed down and nudged the horse into position, he allowed Lucy to come forward. "Remember to grab the saddle horn, Lucy," Brett said. "He doesn't like it when you pull his hair." The girl followed directions and landed in the saddle on the first try. She locked eyes with Brett, both of them surprised, as Lucy usually took a few tries to get on Griffin. She burst into laughter, and Brett gave the horse a mountain of credit because he didn't move at all. When the 10-year-old quieted, Brett gestured for her to take Griffin around the ring. She sobered, leaned forward, and patted Griffin's neck before setting him into motion. Brett watched from the rail, his chest puffing out with pride. He'd been the only one who could work with Lucy, and her improvement in the past 6 months had been hard-fought, but well worth it. He thought of himself when he'd arrived at Three Rivers all those months ago. He'd barely been able to function in Oklahoma City, barely able to get himself off the couch and go build a garage with his dad. Once Pete had called and Brett had arrived at the ranch, he hadn't wanted to leave. He wasn't sure if that was because of his first lieutenant, or the horses, or some other magical quality the ranch had. Maybe there was something in the dust, or the drinking water. No matter what it was, Brett had felt fulfilled at Three Rivers. He had felt accepted, though he didn't really have a reason not to be in Oklahoma City. He'd felt almost back to the person he was before his tank got bombed, before he saved his friends and then watched them get life-flighted out of the desert. He smiled as Griffin and Lucy came near. "I'm going to get the ball," he called. And he employed Reed to push the exercise ball to the horse, who trapped it between his front legs and wouldn't send it back until Lucy commanded him to. She struggled with the command the first time, but managed to get Griffin to comply easily after that. Brett felt the same way about a lot of things in his life. Some things came to him easily the first time, like loving his son. Other things, like forgiving Kate and erasing his nightmares, seemed elusive, just out of reach. After Lucy's successful session, Pete met Brett in the office and handed him an envelope. "You missed payday last Friday." "Thanks." Brett slid his fingers under the flap and ripped the envelope open. He knew how much this check would be, but the number seemed significantly smaller than he needed. He sighed and shoved the slip of paper back inside. Tousling Reed's hair, they headed across the road toward the homestead. "Did you like helping with Lucy?" "Yep," Reed said. "What's wrong with her?" "She has Down syndrome. Her brain doesn't work like yours does." "She laughed a lot." "Today was a good day for her," Brett said. "Sometimes she cries a lot." "Really?" "Someone like Lucy can get upset about something and have a hard time letting go of it." As Brett spoke, he wondered if he could learn a lesson or two from her. "Sometimes her mom can calm her down before they get here, but sometimes she can't. Lucy loves the horses, and they almost always help. That's why she comes." He gestured behind him. "That's what Pete does. He helps people using the horses." Reed skipped ahead of him, so accepting of Lucy and of Brett's answers. "Like Mama helps people when they're sick." "Right." Brett's footsteps landed heavier as he realized, truly realized, what Kate had given up to stay at Three Rivers. She had worked for 4 years to earn her nursing degree. One glance toward the barns, and he found her feeding the calves. 4 years of education to work a ranch. It didn't feel right. Frustration flowed through Brett, and he aimed his eyes into the sky. "Help me let go of my resentment, Lord. Help me know what to do about Kate." His silent prayer drifted on the wind as he followed Reed up the stairs to the deck and into the house. Dear Kate, when I get back from Kandahar, I'm going to take over as foreman at my dad's construction firm. He's not quite ready to retire, but he wants to take a less active role. My brothers are away at college, and neither of them has sawdust in their blood the way I do. I don't know why I wanted you to know, only that after I got off the live chat with my parents a few minutes ago, you were the first person I wanted to tell. It's a good job, and something I love. Dad even says he has a piece of land in the village he never built on. He said I could build a house there. That's close to Nichols Hills, where I know your parents still live. Maybe once they see all I've done, all the awards I've received, all the acclaim from our construction company, they'll forgive you for marrying beneath you. They can't stay mad forever, right? Either way, I'm going to build the house in the village. I'll be sure to put the laundry room on the same floor as the bedrooms, just like you want. If I could talk to you, I'd let you design the whole house. I'll go to your parents one more time when I get home. Only a few more months now. With love, Brett.
Chapter 9. Kate stood in the administration trailer in its glorious air conditioning and stared at the cash Tom had just given her. Thanks. Her voice sounded like her limbs, heavy.
It's not much. Tom shifted behind his desk. But you live for free, so...
It's great. Kate made her tone too bright, the smile she tacked to her mouth too wide. 7 days of work on the ranch, and she held $500. She tucked it into her pocket, determined to get into town and buy groceries so she could cook dinner for Brett and Reed. Did you ask anyone out? She asked. She had told Brett she'd figured out how to forgive herself, but the truth couldn't be further away. She'd been to church once, and she had felt right being there, but she hadn't forgiven herself, didn't even know how. Tom ducked his head, all the answer Kate needed. Tom, you said...
I said I'd think about it.
He pulled the brim of his hat down, and Kate wondered if every cowboy used their hat to avoid eye contact.
I don't really know anyone I want to go out with.
I went to church on Sunday. Kate wrote down the vaccination she'd given the calves that afternoon. You said you had friends you were going to think through.
Yeah, friends.
He pulled the paperwork toward him, still steadfastly refusing to look at her.
Besides, it's harder than going to church.
Kate barely refrained from rolling her eyes. What is, talking to a woman or asking her out?
Both.
You're talking to me? Kate almost bit her tongue when she heard the cowhand accent come out of her mouth. Tom shot Kate a look that said, "Drop it." Another cowhand moved toward them.
Ask him about Rose Reyes. Ethan, Tom growled, not helping.
Oh, Kate grinned. Who's Rose Reyes?
No one, Tom said at the same time Ethan said, the loan manager at the bank. She's just a friend, Tom said, throwing Ethan a daggered glare. Sure, that's why you personally greet her every time she brings her daughter for therapy. Her daughter is my client.
Tom stood and leaned into his fists on the desk.
Are we done here?
Sure, boss. Ethan chuckled as he slipped out the door. Kate settled her weight onto her right leg and grinned, about as far from done as possible. I could talk to her if you want.
Right, because I'm 13 and need my friends to talk to girls for me.
He took the clipboard and flipped the page.
I need you to sign here for the meds.
She added her signature to the page, and then he signed it.
The calves give you any trouble with the shots?
No, sir. Tom's gaze flew to hers.
Sir?
Let's go to town. She leaned on his desk, a hint of excitement finally in her life at this ranch she hadn't wanted to visit. Right now, I need groceries, and I think you need to get to the bank or something. Tom folded his arms and glowered. Kate couldn't imagine any of his friends wouldn't want to go out with him. He was tall, with dark features, but kindness radiated from him.
Miss Kate,
except when he spoke in that disdainful tone. Okay, never mind. She stepped toward the door, already feeling the heat coming through the metal. But I've simply got to get this cash deposited. I can't have it lying around the homestead. Oh no, I definitely need to go to the bank and open an account. She had one hand on the door when Tom scrambled around the controller's desk. A moment later, his hand covered hers.
I do need to go into town. Might as well ride along with you.
Kate grinned at him. Might as well. She drove, the handsome cowboy next to her fidgeting with everything from his hat to his belt buckle to the air conditioning vents on his side of the car. "I'm sure she'll say yes," Kate said. "I'm not going to ask her out. We're friends." He peered at her. "Besides, you don't even know her." "I met a couple people at church on Sunday." "She's not always there." "Aha! So you notice when she's there and when she's not." Kate giggled when Tom rolled his eyes. He made her drop him off at the bank and leave before he'd enter. As she drove away, a lightness filled Kate she hadn't felt in years, hadn't felt since leaving Oklahoma City, hadn't felt ever living on the estate in North Carolina. As she pushed a cart through the grocery store, she let her mind wander to the few meals she'd been able to put together for Brett before he'd been deployed. Sloppy Joes, Hawaiian pizza, steak and mashed potatoes. "Kate!" She turned at the sound of her name, unsure of who the female voice belonged to. She found a short, brassy blonde waving at her from down the aisle. Kate smiled and swung her cart around. "Olivia?" "You remembered." "We just met yesterday." Olivia trilled out a laugh. "Of course it was only yesterday. Feels like a long time, though." She fiddled with her purse. "It's been a long day." Her words dripped with frustration. Kate's compassion kicked into overdrive. "Anything I can do to help?" Olivia's bright blue eyes met Kate's. "You're so kind to offer. It's my mama. She's been sick for a while, and today was a bad day." A pinch started in Kate's lungs, expanding until it spread all the way to her toes. "I took care of my mama until the day she died." Olivia's eyes widened and filled with tears. She blinked them back before one could fall. "I'm so sorry." "Then I finished nursing school so I could help others." A strength Kate didn't know she possessed rose within her. "So, let me help." She glanced at Olivia's cart and found only vegetables and meat. "Maybe not with the cooking." Olivia giggled. "My daughter does all the cooking." She waved a grocery list. "I'm just the one who finances what we eat." Kate gestured to her cart. "Me too. I'm hoping to make something for my Kate cut off, unwilling to refer to Brett as her husband. But Olivia heard the word anyway. She cocked her head to the side, her gaze open and unassuming. "Well, I thought you lived out at Three Rivers Ranch." "I do," ghosted between her lips. I'm married." Kate closed her eyes in a long blink, wishing she could take the bleat-like confession back. "Who's your husband?" "Brett Murphy. He lives out there, and sometimes he comes into town." "He's the construction guy," Olivia supplied, her eyes softening and her lips turning up. "Cute, if I remember right." A blush began in Kate's midsection, but she contained it and didn't return Olivia's smile. "We've recently been reunited. It's—" Kate glanced around the grocery store, hoping the words she needed to explain would materialize on the sides of the cereal boxes. They didn't. "Complicated," Olivia supplied. "I get it. I live with my 15-year-old daughter and my dying mama. My husband left a long time ago." She hooked her arm through Kate's. "If there's anything I get, it's complicated." She flashed Kate a genuine smile. "I hope you two can work it out." "You made what?" Brett stood at the top of the stairs while Kate stayed planted at the bottom. "Steak," she said, "and mashed potatoes. I wondered if you'd eaten yet." Racing footsteps came down the steps, and Kate barely caught Reed as he flung himself off the third step and into her arms. She laughed and set him on his feet. "Hey, baby, how was working with Daddy?" "Awesome!" Reed danced away from her and punched the air with his fist. "He let me ride Griffin today, and he's huge." Brett's slower, less enthusiastic steps dimmed some of Kate's enthusiasm over Reed's horse ride. "Hey." She yearned to lean into him, press her lips against his cheek, his beard, his mouth. She stepped into the small kitchen instead. "Steak and potatoes. We'll have to eat on the couch." She dished up food for Reed while Brett watched, suddenly statuesque. "Well, come on." Kate glanced at him, hoping he'd move. She didn't want to play games anymore, didn't like the eggshells she constantly crunched underfoot with him around. He'd kissed her yesterday. Things between them should be easier, less rigid. Brett stepped into the kitchen with her, his leg brushing against hers.
"Looks great, Kate."
She smiled as she tonged steak onto her plate. After adding a dollop of mashed potatoes, she clutched a fork in one hand and stretched up to kiss his cheek. "Try not to gag when you taste it." She left him in the kitchen and joined Reed on the couch. She loaded her fork with a bite of steak and a skiff of potatoes and put it in her mouth. Not bad. She hadn't really cooked for years. Nana employed people to do everything from cleaning to gardening to cooking. Brett joined her, sitting too close to be casual. Fierce fire flowed through her at his touch, the nearness of his warmth, the scent of clean air and soap on his skin.
"When did you have time to do this?" he asked.
"Tom paid me this afternoon, and we went into town for groceries."
"You and Tom."
Kate heard the jealousy in Brett's tone and couldn't help smiling. Kate's foolish heart hoped with every beat that Brett was jealous because he wanted to go to town with Kate, go to church with Kate, do everything with Kate. "Yeah," she said. "I dropped him off at the bank because it turns out the little weasel didn't ask anyone out." Brett's brow furrowed.
"Who's he asking out?"
"A friend of his, Rose Reyes," Kate said. "I guess her daughter is a patient at Courage Rains."
"Rose Reyes?"
Brett repeated. Kate shrugged. "He claims they're just friends, but he wouldn't let me come into the bank with him." "Mama, can I be done?" Reed held up his plate for inspection. He'd eaten all his mashed potatoes and a few bites of steak. Kate admitted it was a bit overcooked. "Sure, baby."
"Go put Zeus in his kennel, okay?"
Brett nodded toward the dog, who slept near the door. "'Kay." Reed handed his plate to Brett and skipped out the door, Zeus hot on his heels. Brett took Kate's plate, too, and went into the kitchen, where he started washing the dishes. "I can do them later." She stood and joined him, almost desperate to be near him for reasons she couldn't fathom. She peered up at him, his delicious dark eyes and solid strength inspiring bravery in her. "I missed you today." Brett's warm hands swept around her waist, settling on the small of her back as he drew her closer.
"I missed you too, sugar."
His kiss tonight reminded her of why she had fallen so hard for him, so fast. Tender, yet urgent, slow, yet passionate, she lost herself to his touch. He pulled back too soon, and Kate kept her eyes closed.
"Kate, I need to talk to you about something."
Worry wormed through Kate, and the world turned a shade colder, though she still stood in the circle of his embrace. "Okay." He touched his lips to her jawline.
"You're not going to like it."
Her stomach pushed against the dinner she had eaten. She pressed her cheek over his pulse so she didn't have to look into his eyes. He ran his hands up her back and down again before stepping away.
"I don't make enough money to support a family here."
He cleared his throat.
"You can't be making much either."
Ice crowded the overcooked steak in Kate's stomach. She knew his next sentence before he spoke it.
"I want to go back to Oklahoma City and take over the construction firm."
The words steamrolled her, though she'd known they were coming. She opened her mouth, but her voice stayed silent.
"I know you don't want to go back there," Brett said, "but I can give you a good life there. You wouldn't have to work 7 days a week feeding calves and hauling hay. Me and you and Reed, we can be a family there."
His feather-light touch on her chin brought their eyes together.
"Will you at least think about it?" he asked. "We don't have to go right away. Maybe in the fall, before school starts, when the 2 months are up."
Though fear scrambled her thoughts, she owed Brett something. "I'll think about it," she said. Brett kissed her neck just below her ear, sending a thrill to the top of her skull.
"I don't want to sign your divorce papers."
His voice sounded like the rustling of dry grass.
"I want to be a family."
He touched his lips further down her neck, then on her jaw and the corner of her mouth before claiming her lips with his. Again, he broke their connection too soon.
"Come on, sugar. I have something I want to show you."
She resisted as he started to lead her toward the stairs. He turned back at the gentle tug on his hand. "Just so we're clear," she said, "I don't want you to sign the divorce papers either. I want to be a family, too." Brett grinned, his whole face lighting up with the action.
"Then you'll really like what I'm going to show you."
Dear Brett, Mama died today. I didn't think I'd cry. In so many ways, I am so glad to be rid of her. But in several other ways, there's a void in my chest I can't seem to fill. And so I'm sitting here under this willow tree, crying, again. At least this time, if someone catches me, I won't have to lie about why. I called Daddy, and he said to bury her on the estate. He isn't going to come for the services. I don't know why I'm surprised, but I am. He should be here. And then I started wondering if you'd come to my services if I died. I think you would. I can't believe that this connection between us is only one-sided. I might even mail this letter to your mom. She'll get it to you, and maybe you can come hold my hand during Mama's funeral. More wishful thinking. I don't even know if you're in the country, and the funeral is in 2 days. You surely couldn't make it. But I will be thinking of you. All my love, Kate. Brett relished the feel of Kate's hand in his. Her delicate fingers clutched his like she needed him, and he wanted to be her provider, her protector, her everything, the way he once had been. Fear cut sharply through him. He hadn't been enough for her before. Why should he think he could be now? Especially back in Oklahoma City, the city she'd escaped once and didn't want to return to. He turned toward his bedroom, and Kate stalled again. "We're going in your bedroom?"
"I won't bite," he teased, tugging her along.
"What do you want to show me?" Her voice sounded on the upper edge of her octave.
"You can wait in the kitchen if you want, sugar. I'll be right there."
She dropped his hand like he'd caught fire, a blatant reminder for Brett that she wasn't ready for much more than the kissing they'd done.
"And you're still mad," he mumbled to himself as he rounded the corner and entered his room.
But he wasn't, not really. With everything in the open about what they both wanted, he couldn't keep the anger and resentment under such a tight hold. With each minute he spent with Kate, he felt it evaporating into mist. He collected the photo album and hurried into the kitchen. Kate sat on the couch instead of at the bar, and Brett veered toward her.
"My dad gave me this over the weekend. Thought Reed might want to look at it and get to know me better."
He handed it to Kate, who stared at the picture on the front like she'd seen an apparition. Her finger traced the edge of their wedding photo, the same way Brett's had. He sat next to her and lifted his arm around her shoulders. Sitting with her felt normal, natural, nice. He wanted to come home after a busy day of working with hammers and nails and find her in their home, her hair swept off her shoulders so he could kiss her neck easier, run his fingers along her creamy shoulders. He stopped the thoughts as she flipped the page. Her intake of breath sounded stuttered, but when she spoke, her voice came out steady. "I've never seen this picture." She glanced at him, and he thought he could get lost in her honeyed eyes if she'd let him. He looked at the picture of him in his full army uniform.
"I had it taken the day before I left."
Brett detected a shiver running through Kate's muscles. She seemed enthralled by his official deployment papers, reading each one when she came to them. She spent precious minutes on the details, and he realized she didn't even know the intricacies of his service, his life outside the army. Near the end of the book, she stalled on a picture his mom had taken as he emerged from the airport in Oklahoma City, dressed in his full army regalia, when he'd returned from his last deployment. "What's that medal?"
"That's an Army Commendation Medal. I earned it in my last deployment."
She raised her eyes to meet his, and all Brett could think about was how close her mouth suddenly was. His breath mingled with hers, and every muscle in his body went rigid. "How do you earn a commendation medal?" Brett drank in the spattering of freckles across her nose. He shrugged.
"You do something they think is heroic."
Kate blinked, closing those eyes that had captivated him from the first moment they'd met. "What did you do that was heroic?"
"I didn't do anything.
Brett set his jaw, remembering the shriek of the missile as it flew toward the front of the line of tanks, the mind-bending absence of sound before the world exploded, the wave of sound and heat and fire and smoke that followed. Kate's brows drew down into a cute little frown. Brett lazily ran his fingers through her hair, trying to get the images of broken bodies, bloody flesh, and burnt skin out of his mind. "You must have done something." He had done something, all right. He'd run into the firestorm instead of away from it. He'd had to. His major and first lieutenant were in those tanks. His friends, the very men he loved, had protected, would die for. His shoulders ached at the memory of carrying those he had saved. He had coaxed himself to take another step, then another. He could get Major Ackerman back to their camp. He could. He would. He looked at his hands, seeing only red, 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 red. He'd somehow gotten back to his unharmed tank and retrieved the first aid kit. Men yelled at him to stay back, that more missiles had been launched. But Pete, his dear Pete, who'd already suffered so much loss with the death of his mama and granddad, needed painkillers and his upper body wrapped before he lost too much blood. So Brett charged back into the black, billowing smoke without thought for his own survival. He had just gotten Pete wrapped when... "Brett?" He lifted his head and focused on the sound of Kate's voice, the images of that horrific day fading into white smoke. "Sorry," he muttered. She set the album down, shifted toward him, stroked her hand down the side of his face. "What happened to you over there?" He exhaled harshly. "Too much." She let her fingers drop to his chest, where the green and white ribbon had been pinned. "How did you get that medal?" "I saved Pete and Squire from their tank." He spoke as if inside a balloon, there, but not there, soft but echoing. "It had been bombed. I got them out." And a half-dozen others, but Brett hadn't been counting. Kate's eyes widened. Were they hurt? Brett nodded, the image of Pete's scars burning in his mind. "Major Ackerman walks with a pretty severe limp now. Didn't you see him when you went to get Reed from Kelly's?" "Oh, right. Kelly's husband. I did spend an afternoon with him while you were at the base the first weekend we were in town." She leaned into his arms, settling against his chest like she belonged there, which she did. "What about Pete?" "He has burns over most of his upper body, scars now. He didn't get out of the hospital for months." Brett's voice clouded. "I wasn't hurt. They got sent home, and I had to stay 8 more months. When I made it back to Fort Bragg, I got that medal and got sent home." "Will you have to go back?" Brett appreciated the strength in her question. "It's a possibility, Kate." He moved his arms so she'd sit up. He looked at her, really looked inside her. "You should know that up front. It is a very real possibility that I'll be deployed again." Fear flashed in her eyes, and she focused on the book on her lap. "But you've been deployed 3 times. "I'm active in the Army Reserve. I still go to the base every month." "When can you get out of the Army?" Brett didn't want to tell her, didn't want to add to her worries. He shrugged. "Don't know." "Liar. Tell me." Kate's eyes sparked with fire, and Brett touched his lips to hers, asking permission. She let him distract her for a few seconds, then planted her palm on his chest and pushed him back. "Brett." "Kate." "I want to know when you can get out of the Army." "I don't want to tell you." He leaned away, his insides clenching like they'd been set in cement. "You better tell me." He sighed, defeated when she spoke in that tone. He'd heard it enough to know, and his mouth twitched upward for a single heartbeat. 4 more years. I re-enlisted 2 years ago, and it's a 6-year term." She sprang from the couch and ran her hands through her hair, the exact reaction he'd expected. 4 years. Her tone suggested defeat. "It's a long time." He settled into the couch, wishing she'd come back. "If I'd known—" "Stop!" She held up her hand as she paced. "I should have told you about Reed. I know." She moaned, the sound full of frustration and desperation. "Why didn't I tell you about Reed? You never would have re-enlisted." Brett stood and put his hands on her shoulders to get her to stop. "Look at me, sugar." Her chin quivered, but she met his gaze. "Don't go blaming yourself for this, too." "Whose fault is it? Yours? I don't think so." She stepped away from his touch. 4 more years. You could be deployed at any time." She wasn't really asking, but she looked at him with such hope, his heart cracked. "Yes." She resumed her pacing, her fingers going to her mouth where she chewed on her thumbnail. "Kate." "Hmm?" She didn't glance his way. "Kate." "What?" "Come sit down." She obliged, sinking into the couch cushions like they could protect her from Brett getting deployed again. "We'll be okay," he said. "If I get deployed, if I don't, we'll be okay." "Like we were okay last time?" She gave a short laugh that came out like a bark. "We're not the same people we were last time." He ran his fingers up her arm. "We have Reed now. No matter what happens, we'll be fine." Kate looked at him, really looked. Brett made his face as placid as possible, his shoulders as strong as he could. "Okay." She managed to nod before the first tear fell. Dear Kate, your dad is an absolute nightmare. He answered the door with a rifle in his hand. A rifle, like I was there to loot his property and take him captive. I managed to ask about you through the slit in the door, but he barked at me to go away and never come back. I didn't see your mama. I hung around the house for a while, waiting to see if she'd come home, but she never did. This can't just be it. I've never felt so empty, like there's nothing much to live for. I've taken a few jobs with my dad, and it's nice to stay busy, but the winter months are coming, and there won't be much work then. I'm thinking of calling my friend Pete to see what he's doing and where he landed, but I haven't yet. I don't know why. Maybe I don't want to tell him about the things that happened after he left. Maybe I can't stomach knowing how much pain he's in, how he's scarred for life when I got away without so much as a scrape. I really just want to see you, talk to you, be with you. Maybe one day that will happen, but not if your dad has anything to say about it. With love, Brett. Chapter 10. The week melted like marshmallows over an open flame, and before Kate knew it, Saturday arrived. She and Brett had eaten dinner together every night, sometimes upstairs and sometimes down. No matter where they dined, they managed to sneak in a kiss before the night ended. Kate had avoided talking about moving to Oklahoma City. Something about the idea writhed in her stomach, and she'd decided to put the matter to prayer. So far, she'd felt the same as she had at Magnolia Estate, like God was ignoring her. She swung her legs out of bed and padded into the kitchen to make coffee. Brett and Reed had set up a tent in the backyard near Zeus's doghouse. She didn't know how they'd slept out there, what with the oppressive near-August heat. She blew a fan at night to complement the air conditioning. After a few sips of caffeine, her brain started to function, a blessing and a curse. If she didn't stay busy, her thoughts lingered on worries about Brett getting deployed again. 4 more years. The chances of him getting called up were high, what with his training and experience. But he'd already been out 3 times. Around and around her fears and doubts went, hand in hand. A knock sounded on her door, and Kate jumped, slopping hot liquid onto her hand. She yelped and flipped the cold water on in the sink as Tom walked in. "You okay, Miss Kate?" He eyed her burned hand, which she held under the running water. "I've never had anyone knock on my door," she said. "I just got startled and my coffee spilled." "Sorry." He removed the hat and mashed the brim in his fists. "Tom," Kate said, "what's going on?" "I need your help." "With?" "Tammy." Kate shut off the water and reached for a towel. "Tammy, I thought you were going to talk to Rose." Tom shook his head. "Pete said he went out with Tammy once, that she was fun." He trained his eyes on the floor.
It's been a long time since I've been out with a woman, and, well, I have no idea how to, date."
Kate wondered what had happened in Tom's past to make him so gun-shy, push him into near self-isolation. "What are you doing?"
"There's a hay festival at the park tonight. Games and food and stuff."
Kate grinned at the cowboy's obvious discomfort. "Okay, well, a festival is easy," she said. "You get dinner at one of the trucks and eat. You walk around, play the games, talk, maybe hold Tammy's hand." She smiled as Tom's face colored. "It's really not that hard."
"What do you talk about?"
Kate waved her hand. "Anything, Tom. Ask her questions about her job, her life, her family."
"And she'll ask me about those things too?"
He wasn't really asking, though his voice pitched up at the end. Kate took another sip of her coffee to hide her smile. "Yes, probably." Tom's features darkened.
"This is why I don't date."
Footsteps sounded on the stairs behind her, too heavy to be Reed's. A moment later, Brett appeared wearing a black t-shirt that pulled across his broad shoulders and a pair of basketball shorts.
"Morning, Kate. Tom."
He stepped into Kate's personal space and placed a kiss on her temple.
"That coffee smells heavenly. May I?"
A delicious shiver skated down her back with his touch. "Go ahead." Tom nodded hello and goodbye, smashing his hat on his head and heading for the door. "You want us to come with you?" she asked without thinking. He spun back to her. "Would you?"
"Go where?"
Brett sidled up to her and slid his hand along her waist. She couldn't control the tremble in her limbs, nor the heat as it rose to the top of her head. She gave him a warning look. They had company, couldn't he see? He grinned at her and kneaded her closer.
"Where are we going?"
"Tom has a date tonight." Kate glanced at Tom. "He's a bit nervous about it." Brett swung his gaze to Tom.
"Where are we going?"
"The hay festival." "Reed would like it," Kate added.
"Let's do it then."
Relief washed across Tom's face.
"Thanks, Miss Kate. We'll meet you guys at the festival. Say 6:30?
Kate nodded, a sense of satisfaction singing through her as Tom left. "Well, I better get to work." Brett hooked his pinky around hers before she could move.
"Reed's still asleep."
"So?" Kate barely got the word out before Brett's mouth covered hers. She rose on her toes, pressing eagerly into his kiss.
"Kate."
His whisper sent her heart rate into overdrive. "Brett." She moved her lips against his to speak his name, deepening the kiss when they reconnected. "I'll be late for work." She leaned her forehead against Brett's chest and tried to grasp reason.
"Tom won't care,"
Brett said, but he took a step back. His gaze burned into her, and she cleared her throat. "Okay, I'm going to—" Kate once again tried to move away, and Brett's touch stopped her. His strength never ceased to amaze her, even earlier this week when he'd disappeared inside himself while she asked him about his Army medal. He clearly had demons from his service overseas, and still the iron in him held.
"Have you thought about moving to Oklahoma City?" he asked.
Kate bit the inside of her cheek. "I'm trying to figure it out." He cocked one eyebrow. I've been praying about it, okay?" She turned her back on him and paced to the door. "It's a new thing for me, and I just don't know yet." When he remained silent, she faced him again.
"The Lord speaks to each of us differently," he said.
"Does he?" She wished her voice didn't sound quite so desperate, quite so unsure. But she wasn't sure God heard or answered her prayers.
"Yes, Kate, he does."
He took off his hat and ran his fingers through his dark hair.
"Let's see how we feel at church tomorrow."
She nodded, and he went upstairs, leaving her with her circular thoughts. Dear Brett, Nana has caught pneumonia. I think she may have declined and died from a broken heart after Mama died, but now the coughing will probably do it. I've moved her to her bedroom because she refuses to go to the hospital. I arranged for hospice care to come 3 times a day, and the nurses leave with such sadness in their eyes that I know the end is near. I feel as though my heart will shatter, spreading pieces from here to the moon. I'll never find them all, never have a complete heart again. Nana always accepted me for who I was, and she never gave me grief for marrying you or having Reed alone. I honestly don't know how Mama became the way she did. When Nana dies, I get everything, as I'm the only Magnolia heir. It's a shame I don't want any of it. Nana said she didn't care what I did with the estate, the money, as long as that man doesn't get it. Brett, I think she means Daddy. I can't fathom what he's done to make Nana breathe such hatred toward him, but it must be something. He never was particularly kind, and his communication has waned over the past several years. I just don't know why Nana and Mama dislike him so. I forgot to tell you that Mama left everything to me too, not to him. He wouldn't show me her will, and Nana finally hired her lawyer to get a copy of it. Everything is mine. He won't get a dime of Magnolia money. So something happened, and I just don't know what. I dream of you coming to North Carolina, to the estate. With you here, I think the place would transform. I wouldn't view it as a fenceless prison, but a wonderland, every tree an opportunity to sneak a kiss while Reed runs and plays. I hear Nana coughing again. I wish you the best. All my love, Kate. Time to go, Brett called down the stairs. Reed had been practically bouncing off the walls in his living room for a half hour. Kate was nowhere to be found. Brett wondered if she'd backed out, and he'd have to take Reed to the hay festival himself. Tom surely wouldn't like that. "Kate," he called again. "Coming," came her voice from somewhere downstairs. Brett moved back into the kitchen where his truck keys and wallet lay on the counter. He pocketed them both and waved to Reed. "Come on, bud. Mom says she's coming. Let's go wait in the truck." They went into the garage and proceeded to wait another 5 minutes for Kate to show up. When she finally slid into the cab, she wore a flirty sundress the color of the sky. White embroidery donned all the seams. She had pulled her vibrant hair into a ponytail high on her head, revealing that very kissable neck. Brett cleared his throat and turned away, giving all his attention to his rearview mirror like he was backing out of a very crowded parking lot instead of a driveway no one but him used. Kate chattered to Reed about the festival, which she'd apparently looked up online. Brett liked listening to her talk, liked the lilt of her voice and the happiness in her laughter. He liked spending time with her, and another measure of stored anger dissipated. The drive to the festival passed quickly, and Brett slipped his hand into Kate's as they waited in line to buy tickets. As soon as they stepped through the gates, Tom appeared with a leggy brunette that looked surprisingly like him. Dark hair, dark eyes, quick smile. "Hey, Tom." Kate released Brett's hand to give him a quick hug and introduce herself to Tammy. Brett had met Tammy on several previous occasions, but still shook her hand in greeting. "What should we do first?" he asked. Reed leapt into the air. "Rides, Dad! Let's do the rides first!" Brett glanced at the tickets he'd bought. "You have 20 tickets, bud. Let's go see what you can do." "We'll grab some lemonade and come find you," Kate said. Brett balked at leaving her with Tom and Tammy, as the crowd was large and swelling by the minute. Apparently, the hay festival in Three Rivers attracted everyone from town. "You sure?" he asked. Kate giggled, which sent a shockwave through Brett's chest. "It's sweltering. You want sweet tea instead?" "Whatever you want, sugar," he said, pleased when a blush made her freckles pop out on her face. "I have my phone." He followed Reed to the merry-go-round, the slides, and the dragon roller coaster before the boy slowed down. "Where's Mama?" he asked. "I'm thirsty." Brett checked his phone. "She hasn't called." He peered around, but all the people made finding his petite Kate nearly impossible. But Tom and Tammy should stick out above most people. Brett whipped around when he spotted Sandy Keller. She was nice in her own environment, the pancake house, but Brett did not want to run into her here without Kate. Unfortunately, she'd seen him too and made a beeline toward him. "Hey there," she said. "Hi, Reed." Reed didn't answer, so Brett said, "Hey, Sandy." "Boy, it's hot out here, isn't it?" She fanned herself as she glanced at the nearby corn dog stand. "Yeah," Brett said.
You don't have to work tonight?
She swung her violet eyes back to his. I only work mornings. Brett frowned.
That's not true. When I asked you to dinner last year, you said you had to.
Brett, there you are. Kate's voice overrode the end of his sentence, and Brett fell back a couple of steps.
Hey, sugar.
He took the cup of lemonade she offered and raised it to his lips. Once the drinks were handed out, Kate looked from Brett to Sandy and back.
Oh, this is Sandy Keller, he said.
I met her at church, Kate said. Nice to see you again, Sandy. The smile painted on Kate's face said otherwise, and Brett's stomach sloshed sour lemonade. Nice to see you too, Miss Kate. Sandy looked over her shoulder for most of the sentence, her voice distant and disinterested. Oh, I see someone I must speak with. Excuse me. She left fast, and Brett released the breath he'd been holding. What did she want? Kate asked.
I honestly don't know, Brett said. She makes me uncomfortable.
He glanced at Kate and found her eyes tracking the other woman through the crowd.
I dated her briefly last year, Brett blurted out. I didn't know we were still married, and she and I weren't a match or anything.
Kate's eyes met his, hers round and unassuming. Not a match, she said.
Not like you and me,
Brett said, squeezing in close to her as a group of teenagers passed. He slipped his hand around her waist and kept her close. Dad, can we play the ring toss? Brett tore his gaze from Kate's, where he'd seen happiness when he'd said they were a match.
I'm the best at ring toss, Tom said, moving forward with Reed. Let's see how you do.
Brett hung back with Kate, rubbing small circles on her shoulder blade as he watched his son throw rings. She leaned into him, her head fitting neatly against his chest. He wanted to hold her all the time, wipe her tears, celebrate her joys, share her life with her. He pressed a kiss to her temple, and she leaned into the touch. He wanted to tell her he loved her, but his voice stayed silent.
Dear Kate, I come home tomorrow. My parents are meeting me at the airport, and I wish you'd be there too. I want to see your face, smell that rosy perfume you always wear, kiss your lips. I want to feel your hand in mine, take you somewhere where there is no sand, feel your breath on my shoulder as you sleep. Maybe those things will come true. I'm still planning to go to your father and ask him where you are. Maybe I'll hold you again soon. With love, Brett.
Chapter 11. The next morning, Brett woke her by rustling the pages next to her bed. Brett? Kate sat up, her sight and brain still fuzzy.
I came to get you for breakfast.
His voice sounded far away, though he sat on the bed near her.
What are these?
The world came into crystal clear focus. She looked at the fistful of letters in his hand, letters she had written under the willow tree at Magnolia Estate, letters she had written to him over the past 8 years. She made a grab for them, but he lifted them out of reach.
They're addressed to me.
Panic built behind her lungs. They're not yours.
This one has my name on it.
He glanced at her, and back to the letter, confusion evident in his face and voice. Brett, give them to me. The power in her voice surprised even her. He stared at her, his eyes dancing with questions. His hand seemed to move in slow motion as he handed her the letters. She wanted to fold them in half again and again until they became tiny squares he couldn't see. I wrote them. She tucked the pile of papers under her thigh. I wrote them to you over the past 8 years. He searched her expression for more information, waiting, silent. I never mailed them. I kept them in a metal box under a tree, and I unearthed them and brought them with me when I left the estate.
I wrote you too.
His voice came out hoarse, rusty.
Emails. Never sent them.
Kate's heart rippled like a flag in the Texas wind. Do you still have them? He nodded.
In my drafts folder.
Kate wanted to read those emails, now, yet she didn't want him to see her letters. Her thigh pressing desperately into the mattress proved that. You said something about breakfast? Kate's voice came out unnaturally high.
Brett shook his head. I want to read those letters.
Not gonna happen, soldier.
Soldier? His mouth kicked up into a smirk. Kate, don't make me do something you'll regret.
Oh, she laughed. And what would that be? He launched himself at her to unseat her and steal the letters, or for some other purpose she didn't know. She squealed as he tickled her, his capable hands moving over her abdomen and down behind her knees, leaving the letters alone. She sucked in her laughter when he placed a kiss on her shoulder, leaned back when he pressed his lips to her neck, sighed when he finally kissed her mouth. "Brett," she said breathlessly, "where's Reed?"
"Making juice."
He kissed her again, nearly stealing all her reason, all her doubts about showing him the letters. She heard footsteps jumping down the stairs, and Brett must have too, because he leapt from the bed and crossed to the door before Kate could so much as move. "Hey, bud." "Juice is ready, Dad. Is Mama up?" Brett stepped out of the bedroom.
"She's being lazy. Maybe you can get her to come upstairs."
"Mom," Reed whined, "come on. Dad made breakfast casserole." Kate deliberately kept her eyes on Reed and forced a smile to her face. "I'm coming, baby. Give me a second to get dressed." Reed cheered and Brett tousled his hair, his eyes boring into hers with more meaning than she could decipher. She got dressed, but she really used the time she had bought to hide the letters. She'd share them with Brett when the time was right. A couple of hours later, the breakfast casserole she'd eaten warred with her insides as she walked into the chapel with Brett at her side and Reed 2 paces in front of her. Brett seemed to know everyone, especially pretty women, but he didn't seem to notice the furtive glances they sent her way. They finally arrived at the pew where Pete sat with Chelsea and an older couple. Kate slid in next to Chelsea, her smile tight and her question about moving to Oklahoma City still unanswered. "Kate, these are my parents." Chelsea indicated the couple on the other side of Pete. "Heidi and Frank Ackerman. You're living in their house." Gratitude filled Kate at the kind smile Heidi gave her. "Thank you so much, Mr. and Mrs. Ackerman. Your house is lovely." The organ began to play, and moments later, the pastor stood up and welcomed everyone to the service. Kate closed her eyes and tilted her head slightly toward the ceiling. "Please let me know if moving back to Oklahoma City is the right thing to do." Kate waited for the heavens to open, a voice to boom a resounding "yes" or "no," the earth to shake, something. Nothing happened. Frustration bubbled in the back of her throat, choking her, suffocating her. Why wouldn't God talk to her? Maybe he's still angry at you, just like Brett is. The thought felt false, especially when the pastor said, "God loves you unconditionally." She zeroed in on the tall, thin man whose bright blue eyes sparkled with intensity. He believed what he spoke, and he continued to preach that no one ever goes so far astray that God doesn't know them and love them. As she listened, a sense of peacefulness washed over her. Warmth crept into her body, her very soul, and tears pricked her eyes. She believed the pastor's words, too. God loved her, and he hadn't abandoned her because she'd concealed Reed for 8 years. She wiped her eyes, glad she'd foregone with the mascara this morning. Brett's arm snaked over her shoulders and pulled her tight against his body. She went willingly, inhaling the masculine scent of his cologne, his skin. "So what about Oklahoma City?" There wasn't a voice, a light, or any movement, but Kate received her answer in a quiet, simple way, as a single thought and a feeling of perfect calmness. Dear Brett, I'm sitting under the willow for the last time, writing to you for the last time. Nana died, and I'm leaving Magnolia. I can't stay here by myself. I graduated last month, and Reed deserves to live in a neighborhood with other little boys. I deserve to live a life outside the walls of the Donnely name. I don't know where you are, but I'm going to find out. I have to go back to Oklahoma City one more time, and this time I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago, go see your parents. I'm not going to tell them about Reed. I just can't, and that should come from you anyway. Sorry I've put that burden on you, but I haven't even told you the truth yet, and I'm not sure how to order the words for your mom. But I will find out where you are, and you will get to meet your son. Everything inside me quakes at the very idea, but it's the right thing to do. And it's time I started doing the right thing. I can only hope you'll forgive me when we're reunited. All my love, Kate. Brett waited until Reed headed over to the horse barn with Tom before he went to find Kate. She had disappeared downstairs after church, and he made his footsteps land hard on the staircase as he went down. He had prayed in an almost constant stream on the way to church, believing God would tell him what to do about Oklahoma City. He'd gotten his answer the moment he'd entered the church. He hoped Kate had as well. "Kate?" "Out here." Her voice came through a crack in the door that led to the patio. Brett stepped into the heat, though the deck provided some shade. "Hey, sugar." He pressed a kiss to her cheek and sat next to her on a stone bench that faced the yard. She reached for his hand in response. She sniffled, and he watched a tear track down her face. "What's the matter?" he asked. "I got my answer about Oklahoma City." Her voice broke on the last word, and Brett's heart cracked with it. Somehow it started pumping extra hard as well. "Me too." She studied her hand wrapped in his, her chest rising and falling in quick succession. "So you know we can't go?" Confusion clouded his mind. "No, it's the right call to move." Kate lifted her eyes to his, and they held fear and surprise. "No, I felt very strongly that we shouldn't move." Brett searched for the hint of a lie, any indication that she might be joking. He found none, and that wasn't Kate's style anyway. "I can't go," she said. "I didn't want to, but as the pastor spoke about God loving us even when we make mistakes, I asked again. I would have gone, but I felt very clearly that moving to Oklahoma City isn't what I should do." The way she said "I" instead of "we" sent Brett's nerves into a frenzy. "But I felt like we should go." The injustice of the situation hollowed his stomach and blanked his mind. "This doesn't make sense." Kate stroked her thumb over the back of Brett's hand, and he sat in silence as he realized he didn't feel an ounce of resentment toward her, no anger, only love. "I love you," he said, his voice low, hardly his own as his emotions colored it. "I want to be with you and Reed." "I want that too," she whispered, "but not in Oklahoma City. I have a bad feeling about going there, Brett." "Just because of your dad?" "No," she shook her head. "We go there, and we just can't go there." "Too many memories?" Desperation to understand left Brett grasping at anything he could think of. "No, that's not it either. I'll admit I haven't been to church in a long while, but I know what I felt." She shifted and looked him dead in the eye. Brett admired her strength more than her beauty. "I love you, Brett Murphy. I've never stopped loving you, but I can't move to Oklahoma City." She kissed him, a chaste union of mouths he couldn't quite return, and stood. She marched up the stairs to the yard, never once looking back. Brett sat in the shade, considering every option possible. Move to Oklahoma City alone. He scratched that item off the list almost as soon as he thought of it. He couldn't leave Reed here, couldn't leave Kate here to work the ranch and eke out a living. Why had God told her they couldn't move? Everything made sense in his head and his heart. Moving was the only solution. Maybe they could go to North Carolina. If she showed proof of family life, she'd have access to her family money. Brett's jaw clenched almost of its own accord. What kind of man did that make him? He shook his head. No, he wouldn't live off Kate's family money on a swanky estate he hadn't earned. No matter what ideas he came up with, they all got shot down. The only solution was Oklahoma City. The same feeling that had engulfed him in the chapel roared through him now. The rushing noise in his ears sounded like ocean waves pounding the shore, and he expected his heart to be palpitating, but it beat a steady rhythm in his chest. "Moving is the right thing to do." He could only hope that he could convince Kate to join him when the time was right for her.
Dear Kate, I've been home for a week, and I can't seem to do much more than eat what my mother puts in front of me. Dad keeps asking me when I want to get back into construction, but I can't find an answer for him. Maybe I don't want to do construction anymore. Maybe without you, there isn't anything that can make me happy. I don't know. I do know your father is a cruel, cruel man. I don't know how you survived growing up with him. Anyway, I don't want to waste the words I have for you complaining about your father. Maybe I've given up on the thought of finding you, seeing you, holding you the way I once did. Maybe that's why I can't get out of bed. Maybe loving you has taken all I have to give. If so, I'd do it again. Ask you out, marry you without your parents in attendance, all of it. With love, Brett.
Chapter 12. You can't go. The tremors rocking Kate's body echoed in her voice. You said we had 2 months to make things work. It's been 3 weeks. Brett sat motionless at the kitchen counter, the bright light creating a halo around his dark hair. Reed had gone to bed hours ago, but sleep hadn't claimed either of his parents.
I'm going to go on weekends, he said, when I'm not busy at Courage Rains. I'm going to build our house and...
I'm not moving back to Oklahoma City. Brett's head sagged again.
And I can't stay here, living in someone else's house, without a way to take care of you and Reed.
I'll send the proof of family life to Mama's lawyer. We'll get her money. Kate understood Brett's drive to provide for her, admired it even. She didn't want to work at Three Rivers Ranch indefinitely, and she knew she'd have to if they stayed.
And then what, Kate?
His words could have had bite, but they only conveyed his exhaustion. Do anything we want. Go anywhere. I have a house in North Carolina. You can build us one in Wyoming or Alaska or Florida. I don't care, but I am not going back to Oklahoma City. Brett stood and turned toward the French doors.
I need to think.
He practically ripped the doorknob off. He paused, one foot on the deck and one still in the kitchen.
I'm not mad at you, Kate.
He disappeared into the night, and Kate collapsed on the couch. How could they have gotten different answers? Weren't they supposed to be together to raise Reed? She felt like someone was chipping away at her heart with an ice pick, one painful chunk at a time. She swallowed a sob, determined not to break down now. An idea traveled through her mind, and she leapt to her feet and nearly sprinted downstairs. She retrieved the letters she had written Brett. Sporadically, some giving more information than others. All spoke of how much she missed him, how much she loved him. At least that much hadn't changed. She slipped one piece of paper behind another until she found the first letter she had written and never mailed. She lovingly ordered all the letters until they chronicled the 8 years she and Brett had been separated. She dug through her desk until she found a paperclip and a manila envelope. She clipped the pages together, slid the whole lot of letters into the envelope, and wrote Brett's name on the outside. She had no idea what she wanted to accomplish by giving him her letters. She only knew it felt right, and she was going to follow those feelings from now on. Brett couldn't take Griffin and ride out into the blackness of the range. He wanted to, but Griffin had only been on the ranch for a year, and he only worked at Courage Rains. He'd get lost, and then Brett would really have problems. He stopped at the edge of the homestead, raked his hands through his hair, and peered into the midnight sky. The stars winked merrily down at him, seemingly without a care in the world.
Why does she get to have the answers?
He asked the atmosphere. He shook his head at his own question, though a river of injustice flowed with his blood. Brett wasn't the one who'd kept secrets for 8 years. Brett hadn't lied to his spouse, hadn't tried to run away with his inheritance to a distant coast. His anger and bitterness reminded him that he still hadn't fully forgiven Kate. He loved her? Yes. He'd forgiven her? No, which only fueled his frustration.
How can I leave her here? He cried to the sky. And what about Reed?
A breeze kicked up, but it didn't bring answers with it. He'd felt right about going back to Oklahoma City with Kate and Reed. Without Kate and Reed? He just felt sick to his stomach, or like someone had sucker-punched him in the throat. He couldn't go without them. He wouldn't. Decision made, Brett felt the exhaustion more keenly than he had earlier. His shoulders bent under the weight of it, but his mind churned around something Kate had said. He could build them a house anywhere. They literally had the freedom to choose where they lived. She had a nursing degree. He could build anything with a scrap of wood and his bare hands. So he wouldn't have his father's construction firm. But at least he'd have Kate and Reed. It wasn't really a dilemma at all. He turned back to the house, but the thought of entering it tasted like sour milk. He meandered along the edge of the property, past the first cowboy cabin and down the slight decline to the backyard where Zeus's doghouse sat. The dog snores broke the silence and drew a smile from Brett's worried mouth. The tent still stood next to the doghouse, and Brett ducked inside. The darkness seemed all-consuming now, but he didn't feel it in his soul anymore. "Thank you, Lord," he whispered before lying down and succumbing to the exhaustion sweeping through him. When Brett woke, the sun had nearly baked him inside the tent. Sweat poured down the side of his face and pooled beneath his back. He groaned and sat up, his mouth parched and his vision still a bit muddled. He stumbled out of the tent, but the heat outside pressed down on him, not a Texas breeze to be found. By the position of the sun, Brett estimated it to be almost noon. He hurried into the house, but it waited in silence. At least the air conditioning blew as relentlessly as the sun shone. He splashed cold water on his face and tried to remember where he'd put his phone. The need to speak with Kate consumed him, drove him toward his bedroom where he found his cell plugged in. He swiped it open and dialed. He heard her phone go off downstairs, and he hung up. Not unusual for a farmhand to keep their phone at home while they worked. Brett exhaled and decided to step into the shower before traipsing all over the ranch to find his wife. A half-hour later, he stood at Tom's desk in the administration trailer. "Where'd you sign Kate this morning?" "She didn't get an assignment." Tom stood, his eyes kind yet worried. "She said she was going into town today. Asked for the day off." Brett fought back the insane panic building in his chest. Kate could go to town without his permission. She'd done it before. He forced his muscles to relax, his shoulders to loosen. "Is everything okay?" Tom asked. Brett blinked, having forgotten he stood with Tom. "Yeah, of course. Everything's fine. I just didn't get a chance to see Kate this morning, so I wasn't sure where she was." "Brett?" Tom looked away and stuffed his hands in his pockets. "It's really none of my business, but y'all were so kind to help me with Tammy on Saturday, so let me help you if I can." His words sank into Brett's heart, creating a place for a lifelong friendship with Tom, the way he had with Pete and Squire. "Thanks, Tom." Brett clapped him on the shoulder. "Kate and I are trying to figure things out, that's all. Financial things, family things, that kind of stuff." Tom nodded and took his seat again. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." "Sure thing." Brett exited the admin trailer, at a loss for what to do next. He had 2 clients that evening at Courage Rains, with nothing but time until then. He headed back toward the homestead, something jiggling in his brain. Why hadn't Kate taken her phone with her into town? It was a long drive, and she would have taken it in case she had a problem. Brett's strides lengthened as he crossed the yard and headed down the stone steps to the patio. The door to the basement opened without protest, and Brett stood on the threshold, his military eyes sweeping for subtle changes. Clean dishes by the sink, couch pillows neatly arranged, doors to bedrooms standing open. He couldn't tell just by looking if she'd packed and left. He felt himself losing control, something that never happened to Brett. He crossed the living room to her bedroom and entered. The bed was made, and red flags shot through Brett's awareness. He had never known Kate to make her bed. He whipped open the closet and found clothes, some of the tightness in his knuckles released. Reed's room was equally clean, with clothes still in the closet. Confused, Brett returned to Kate's room, determined to find out if she'd left Three Rivers for good. He thumbed on her cell phone, which showed his missed call and nothing more. Frustrated, he threw it on the bed, his eyes roaming the room. They caught on a yellow slip of paper taped to the back of the door. He practically ripped the door off the hinges to get to it. In Kate's neat slant, she had written, "Check the mail." Brett took the stairs 2 at a time to the kitchen, through the dining room and formal living room to the front door. In less than 15 seconds, he almost burnt his hand on the metal mailbox and bent to look inside. A large envelope rested there, with his name in Kate's handwriting. The world seemed to slow for a moment, the breeze hushed, the sunlight dimmed. Brett reached for the envelope in slow motion, wrapping his fingers around the edge and drawing it out. Everything sped forward again, and Brett hurried back into the air conditioning to see what Kate had to say. Dear Brett. Chapter 13. Kate glanced in the rearview mirror, relief spreading through her when she found Reed asleep. Just as quickly, tears started to overflow. She'd held them back while she packed a suitcase, while she explained to Reed that they weren't really leaving Three Rivers Ranch, that they just needed to go check something on the estate. Kate wasn't exactly sure which was a lie and which wasn't. She didn't want to leave the ranch, but Brett had never come back in last night. She had no idea what he was thinking or feeling, but she would not be returning to Oklahoma City, period. Hopefully, her newest and last letter to him would explain everything. I hope he comes, she whispered to herself as the tears dried into crusty tracks on her cheeks. Please, God, let him come to North Carolina. After stuffing her letters in the envelope last night, Kate had wrestled with what to do, because Brett spoke a lot of truth. They couldn't live on the ranch forever. They didn't even own the house they lived in. She didn't want to wait out the 2 months, enroll Reed in school, and then have to move. Her first thought had been to move into town, but she didn't have a job there, and the 40-minute drive out to the ranch would only lengthen her already long days. Her second thought was North Carolina. She had written once that she wondered if the estate would be as stuffy without Mama and Nana, and she had to believe it wouldn't be. With Brett there, the 3 of them might even be able to make it into a home. She crossed the border into Arkansas, the state of Oklahoma behind her forever. She had been on the road for 6 hours. Surely Brett knew she'd gone on the lam. She had purposely left her phone in her bedroom and picked up a burner cell on her way through town. She conjured images of Brett leaning against the white pillars of the estate house, one hand tucked casually into his pocket, and his grin all-knowing as she and Reed pulled up. He could fly there and arrive tonight, while she wasn't planning to arrive until tomorrow night. They stopped in Memphis, ate dinner, and crashed in a cozy hotel. Kate had never felt so drained, emotionally and physically, not even when preparing to tell Brett about Reed. The next day promised 8 hours of driving, and Kate did it with both hands on the wheel the entire time. She entertained Reed with songs from her childhood and stories about Brett. In the quiet moments, her thoughts curled around him, contemplating what his reaction to her letters might be. When she crossed over the Bryson city limits, a wash of warmth traveled over her. Home was her only thought. She turned down the immaculate lane that led to the mansion house, her heart two-stepping in her chest. Brett was not leaning on the pillar. Brett's vehicle was nowhere to be found. Brett was not there. Reed leapt from the car the moment Kate put it in park, and he happily skipped up the steps and around the wraparound porch. Kate followed much slower, taking time to retrieve their suitcases from the back seat. What would she tell him if Brett didn't show up? Would Reed insist on going back to the ranch? Heaviness dragged at Kate's steps as she rounded the house and put the key in the back door. The house seemed to sigh when she opened the door, and the smell of stale, hot air met her before she stepped across the threshold. "Can I go see if Mr. Beckett kept the dogs?" Reed didn't seem to notice the sadness Kate felt tugging at the corners of her mouth. "Sure, buddy. Be careful crossing under the fence." She watched him run off, deciding on the spot to get him a dog. He had loved Zeus, and another pinch of guilt pulled against her heart. That night passed, and another, and another. Brett did not come, or call, or write. When the week ended, Kate put Reed in the car and headed into town, a short 15-minute drive. "Come on," she told him once she had parked in the healthcare center's lot. "I have to run something inside." She collected a resume from the passenger seat, made sure her bravery was intact, and headed for the door with Reed in tow. The antiseptic smell of the clinic calmed her further, and Kate stepped toward the receptionist with more confidence than ever. "Hello, I'd like to apply for the job that was posted last week." She thrust her resume toward the woman. "Job?" Reed asked, pressing into her side, his face full of worry. "The registered nurse." The woman took the file and smiled when Kate nodded. "Dr. Harris is taking resumes and setting up interviews. I'll give this to her when she comes in." "Thank you," Kate said. "My number is on the first page." The woman wrote Dr. Harris on a sticky note and placed it on the outside of the folder. "She'll probably call you in a couple of days at the latest." Kate nodded, emotion suddenly clogging her throat. She didn't want Dr. Harris to call her. She wanted Brett's voice on the other end of the line. She turned away from the counter to leave. She had made it to the doors when she realized Reed was not with her. He stood near the counter, his fists balled and his dark eyebrows drawn into a V so reminiscent of Brett it caused Kate's heart to constrict. "Reed, come on, baby." For 1, 2, 3 terrifying moments, she thought he'd refuse. Then he stomped toward her, tears splashing his chin as he moved. "You said we were only staying a little while, a week." He pushed past her and ran for the car. She followed him, praying for the right words that could explain adult things to a child. But he didn't give her a chance to respond. He pulled a sweatshirt off the floor of the car and over his head, refusing to look at her or talk to her. When they got back to the estate, he sprinted around the house. By the time Kate arrived in the backyard, he was gone. She stood on the bottom step of the porch, facing the acres and acres of land that made up the estate. "He'll be okay," she thought. She trusted him to stay on the estate, so she turned back to the house. An hour later, the phone rang, startling Kate away from the window where she'd been standing, daydreaming about Brett pulling up in a white truck like a cowboy knight. Her fingers shook as she lifted the phone to her ear. "Hello?" "Miss Donnely, I'm Dr. Harris, and I've been looking over your resume. I'm sorry to hear about your grandmother and mother." A familiar ache took root in Kate's chest. "Thank you," she managed to murmur. "I'd like you to come in for an interview," Dr. Harris continued. "When are you available?" Kate scheduled a time for the following day, noticing the snick of the back door as Reed entered the house. She heard his footsteps creep up to the second floor, but she kept her back to the staircase as she finished her conversation. She hung up and sighed. She couldn't avoid telling Reed the truth forever. She already knew how that turned out. So she gathered her courage and mounted the stairs. "Reed?" She knocked on his bedroom door at the same time she opened it. He lay on the bed, face turned toward his window. Kate sat in the armchair in the corner. "Look, baby, we couldn't stay on the ranch. That wasn't even our house." "Dad lives there," he shouted. "He said we could stay as long as we wanted." "But it wasn't true. I can't work and get you to school every day, and—" Her voice caught. "There are a lot of things you don't need to know about that aren't for little boys to worry about. We just couldn't stay." "But you said—" "I know what I said." Kate rubbed her eyes, trying to see a way through this. "I thought Dad would come here to the estate. I left him the address." Confusion crumpled Reed's face, the same way it clutched at Kate's heart. "Why didn't he come then?" "I don't know, baby." Kate's voice broke, and a tear slinked out of the corner of her eye. "I don't know." 3 days later, Kate had landed the RN job at the healthcare center. She'd enrolled Reed for 3rd grade, and she'd had entirely enough of the empty, aching spot her stomach had become. With Reed off at Mr. Beckett's, she dialed Brett's number. "Kate?" a woman answered. "Chelsea?" "It is you. Thank goodness." Her breath whooshed out. "We have been waiting for you to call for days and days. I've been so worried about you, and you should see Tom skulking around the place. He is half mad at you for running off without telling him you wouldn't be back for work, and half sad he doesn't have anyone to consult for dating advice." Nostalgia squeezed at her throat as Chelsea gave a strangled giggle. "Anyway, he's hired someone new, but he hasn't even so much as texted Tammy." "I'll call him," Kate assured her. She gathered her courage close. "Why are you answering Brett's phone?" "Oh boy," Chelsea said. "He said you wouldn't know, that you didn't take your phone, but, well, I don't want to be the one to tell you." Her nerves rioted, her feet itched to run to the car and head back to 3 Rivers. "Tell me what?" "Let me get Pete." "Chelsea," Kate started, but the woman had already gone. Several minutes passed where Kate imagined Brett lying in a hospital bed somewhere between here and 3 Rivers. Brett, so angry that she'd broken their deal and left him with only old letters that he couldn't even answer his own phone. She could hardly swallow by the time Pete's voice came through the line. "Kate?" "Where's Brett?" "Brett's not here," Pete said. "He left his phone in case you called. See, Kate, well, Brett's—" The shadows in Kate's soul lengthened with a pregnant pause. She couldn't breathe. Everything felt cold. "Pete, please." "Brett's been called up, Kate. He had to report to Shepherd Air Force Base 2 days after you left. That's why he hasn't come to North Carolina. He wanted to, Kate. He really wanted to." Called up. Deployed. The phone slipped from Kate's fingers, clattering on the floor along with all her fantasies of living at Magnolia Estate with Brett. Brett waited for his turn at the computers, his control near the snapping point. He had spent 3 days at Shepherd Air Force Base before being transferred to Fort Bragg. Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Only 5 hours from Kate and Reed. It might as well be 5 million miles for how close he could get to them. No phone number, no real way to contact Kate and let her know about his new assignment. No avenue to yell out his frustrations at her, how angry he still was. He had sent his emails, all the ones he'd written over the years, but she hadn't responded. Still, he checked every day, sometimes twice a day, the hope he harbored waning with each passing day. Finally, a machine opened up, and Brett slid into the seat. He had an email from Pete. "Brett, Kate just called. We told her about your deployment and where you're stationed. She said she doesn't have internet service at the estate yet, but she'll be getting it hooked up soon. I gave her your email address, so she should be able to contact you once she gets her service. She was pretty shaken up, Commander. She seems to think you're going to die out there. I tried to tell her you were working communications on this assignment, but that didn't seem to help. I said you were spitting like a raging bull when you discovered her gone, and she apologized. Sounded sincere to me, for what it's worth. She told me to tell you she got a job at a healthcare clinic and that she and Reed are healthy and safe. She said she was sorry for breaking your deal, whatever that means. I'm sorry about this, Brett, but remember that God has a plan for you. For Kate, too. For both of you. Pete." Brett bowed his head, his gratitude for Pete and Chelsea, for finally having some kernel of contact with Kate overwhelming him. His fingers tingled when he released them from the fists he had made. He logged out of his email client and left the computer room in favor of the fresh air. But there wasn't much of that to be had either. Every breath felt suffocating without the communication lines open between him and Kate. If he could just talk to her, he might be able to expand his lungs more than just an inch. The constant band around his chest released for a moment, and he tipped his head back to let the sun beat down on his face. He soaked in the warmth as he sent a prayer heavenward. "Please bring me home safe. I have a son." Brett cut the thought off as emotion crawled up his throat. He swallowed, regaining a measure of his control, and headed back to his bunk. A lot of good men and women with children had given their lives. He wasn't so special that God would save him just because of Reed. He hadn't realized it until now, didn't want to admit it, but Kate breaking things off with him so early in his first deployment had relieved him of a lot of worries. Worries he now carried like a backpack of bricks. Now, it wasn't just his parents who'd be devastated if he died. He had a son depending on him, and a wife he'd like to forgive if he could just figure out how. He pulled out the envelope of letters where Kate's last letter sat on top. The first time he'd read it, a mixture of disbelief and fury had spiraled through him. Over the past 10 days, he'd read it so often he had it memorized. Dear Brett, I'm so sorry to be doing this. I don't know what else to do, how else to explain why I can't go back to Oklahoma City, so I guess I'll just say it. The last time I went home was to get Daddy to release Mama's will. He wouldn't. I had to have Nana's lawyer subpoena it. That's how I found out I'd inherited everything, and Daddy hadn't gotten anything. I asked him about it, and his eyes narrowed and his jaw set. I've never seen him so angry. He wouldn't tell me, but when Reed came back in with Daddy's dog, who had gotten into some mud, I saw firsthand why. He hit Reed across the face, hard, knocked him down and continued to berate him verbally. I left as fast as possible and took Reed to the emergency room. He was fine. That's important for you to know. I can't have you speeding to Oklahoma City and confronting my father. I told him I'd never come back, and I meant it. I cannot go back there. Reed and I don't need that in our lives. I've thought back and back, trying to remember if Mama ever had any unexplained bruises. For the life of me, I can't think of a single time. Either she was very good with makeup, or he hid his violence so well I couldn't find the wounds. But I will never let him touch our son again. Please, please don't go there. Reed is okay, and he doesn't seem to have any lasting mental, emotional, or physical problems because of it. While I was waiting for you to come back last night, the idea filtered through my mind to return to Magnolia Estate. It's a free place to live, Brett, and it's a small town. You'd be happy there, the way you are in Three Rivers. I can get a job in nursing, and you can build things to your heart's content. I'm sorry to be breaking our deal, but I don't see how we can stay in Three Rivers. Who will drive Reed to school while I'm feeding calves and you're working with patients? It doesn't make sense in my brain, and there's no reason to draw it out. Please, come to the estate. Come as fast as you can. We can have a good life there, and I can get Mama's inheritance when I show proof of family life. I'll call her lawyer on the way to North Carolina and find out what he needs to release the funds. I love you. I've never stopped loving you, despite the things I've done. I appreciate you forgiving me, because I'm still working on that part for myself. Coming to Three Rivers was the right thing to do. I know that now. I've learned a lot about myself, about you, and about God. For so long, I thought he'd forgotten me, but the things I have felt in the few weeks I've been at the ranch testify differently. Just as I know coming there was the right thing to do, I also know it's time to leave. I can only hope you'll feel it the right thing to do to follow me. All my love, Kate. Brett relaxed against his pillow, his jaw jumping at the reminder that Kate's dad had struck Reed. Gentle, kind, bubbly Reed. If Brett had been there? He forced the thoughts away. They didn't help anything. He pulled out a sheet of paper and started a letter to Reed. Surely they'd arrive at the estate faster now that he was in North Carolina, too. Dear Reed, I'm headed out to a small country with a big name. It's going to be brown, full of sand, and hot, hot, hot. My job is to make sure our teams can talk to each other without anyone else overhearing. It's not a bad assignment, because I'll get to work in a tent, and I'll be back in only 6 months. As soon as I can, I'll come to the estate.
You can show me Nana's dogs and where you used to ride that motorbike. Reed, be good for your mom. She might make us mad, but sometimes she's right. Okay, most of the time she's right. Love you, bud. Love, Dad.
Chapter 14. Dear Brett, I finally have internet service at the estate. Who knew how isolated you could be when you can't get online instantly? I got all your emails. Some of them made me laugh, some made me cry, most just made my heart twist, wishing you didn't have to be out there in all that sand. I had no idea you hated it so much. I guess we won't plan our second honeymoon to Hawaii. That, if you'll forgive me. From the tone of your last email, I sense you haven't. It's okay. I didn't expect to waltz into your life, stay for a few weeks, and leave in the dead of night and have everything magically ironed out between us. Or maybe I did. I don't know. I can only hope you understand why I did what I did and that one day, maybe before you get home, you'll forgive me. Life on the estate is actually going well. I can't believe I'm going to admit this, but I like it here. Fall has definitely struck the trees, and the shades of orange and yellow are breathtaking. Reed is enjoying his new teacher, and last week she called to ask about you. I confirmed that you were serving overseas, and that you would be home just after Christmas. So, don't make a liar out of me. I've been that for years, and I can't go back. I haven't heard from the lawyer yet, but I did send him our still valid marriage license and your latest deployment notice. So far, the job at the healthcare center is wonderful. I love Dr. Harris, and I love getting to help others. And it's paying the bills. Your deployment stipend helps too. Thank you for forwarding that to us. Anyway, the wind is starting to pick up, and one of the willow branches just slapped my knee. It's time to head into the house and try to get Reed to finish his homework. I love you. Please stay safe. All my love, Kate.
Dear Kate, I'm glad the job is going well. It's always nice when the job we were hoping to have turns out the way we want. Mine is like that this go-around. So far, there haven't been any major hiccups, if you don't count the sand, that is. Pete sent me an email. It had one word, girl. He and Chelsea are thrilled, and I was wondering if you could send them a gift from us. It doesn't have to be much. Send it to Courage Reigns. Maybe you could take a picture of what you got and attach it to your next email. If you can't, I understand. It can't be easy working full-time and taking care of Reed by yourself. I wish I was there to help out. I honestly wouldn't even know what to do besides make chicken fried steak and point to the next math problem. But maybe then you could sit down and rest. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help with the lawyer stuff. I hate that you have to worry about money on top of everything else. When I get back, things will get better. I promise. Well, I have to run. Talk soon. With love, Brett.
Dear Brett, I am so angry I could spew fire. The lawyer denied my request to release the inheritance. He said our proof wasn't anything we didn't have before. I told him we hadn't spoken in 8 years and we lived together for a month before your deployment. He doesn't need to know I moved here without you before I knew of the deployment. For all he knows, I moved back here because of your deployment. He said we need to get corroboration, so I'm going to call Tom and ask him to write a letter stating that we were living together before I returned to North Carolina. Maybe Pete would write a note about that kiss he saw, too. This is so embarrassing. I hate Mama for such a stipulation. It might simply be easier to get a divorce. But I'll deal with it, and I have faith that it will work out. Reed has a new idea in his head, and I thought I'd warn you about it before he emails. He wants to take part of the acreage on the estate and build a horse paddock. He has drawings and everything. He thinks it'll make you feel more at home. I couldn't help the tears that sprang to my eyes. You should have seen his face, Brett. So open and unassuming. He really wants you to like it here at the estate, the same way he loved being on the ranch. I told him you'd love being where he is, horses or not, but he's convinced we need to put in a pasture and a barn. I told him to talk to you about it, get some specifications, and find out what kind of horses we should look into buying. With Mama's money, we should be able to afford them. The timer just went off on my cordon bleu casserole. Don't laugh. I cook sometimes, and sometimes it's edible. All my love, Kate.
Dear Reed, a horse paddock is a great idea. We might want to put it on one of the sides of the estate where there's already a fence. We should definitely make it big enough for 3 horses, one for each of us. Since it snows in North Carolina, we should build it to accommodate the horses in the winter. The paddock should be about 100 feet by 40 feet, and we can attach it to the stable. We can let the grass grow wild in the surrounding pasture, and the horses can graze there in the summer months. Do you think we have that much room on the estate? What kind of horse do you want? I want a brown and white paint pony. Have your mom look it up online for you. See what kind you want. I'll talk to Pete about horse shows in North Carolina. Maybe he can get us a hookup to find a good horse. Are you working hard in school? Obeying your mom? I'm going to ask her about it, so be sure you're doing what's right. Love you, bud. Love, Dad.
Dear Brett, I don't know what you said to Reed, but he's going on about paint ponies and Pete and paddocks. What have you done?
Dear Kate, halfway done. Being out of the line of duty was worth the hours and hours of training I did 4 years ago. I had no idea life in the military could be this way. I don't sleep in constant fear of alarms going off or someone shooting at me. I don't sit second in the tank wondering when the bomb will hit. If anything, the biggest war I'm fighting is boredom. Anything you can send, books, drawings, letters I can hold, puzzles, candy. Oh, how the boys love American candy. Skittles and licorice are their favorites. Helps. I'm sorry about the lawyer. Just wait until I get home. We can take a picture of us renewing our vows. He won't be able to dispute that. I told Reed I'd be asking about him. If he gives you any trouble, let me know. I want to do whatever I can to help, and I can tell him to forget about the horses if he doesn't obey or eat his vegetables or do his schoolwork. Wink. I miss the sound of your voice. It's faded from my memory. Reed's too. I can see your faces, but when I read your letters, I only hear my voice. I can't wait to come home. With love, Brett.
Dear Brett, Reed scored well on his reading assessment. His teacher thinks he's ready to move into a little bit harder books. He was excited about it until he saw how small the print was. Does that remind you of anyone? I got together with several of the women at church, and we did a donation drive for your unit. I put the box in the mail at the end of last week, so let me know when it arrives. I can't wait for you to see the special surprise I included for you. We also had the children at Reed's school write letters and draw pictures. They're in the box too, and should be enough for everyone in your unit to have something to read or hang above their bunks. Sorry it took a while to put together. There's one lady at church who insists on things being a certain way. Hers. But I think it worked out. Your mom also sent some pictures of your brothers and a case of your favorite chewing gum. I had no idea you liked peppermint over spearmint. I hope I'll continue to learn new things about you every day. Reed has been nothing but an angel. He won't let go of the horse paddock. Now he's marked off the spot with wooden stakes he found at the neighbor's house. You better have your construction hands ready when you get home, because I don't think you'll even have a day of rest before he insists you start building that stable. Someone died at the healthcare center earlier this week. It has been a difficult few days at work and around Bryson City. Normally, we don't deal with these kinds of tragedies because we're just an on-call clinic, not a hospital. But the man had a nut allergy and accidentally ingested something, and that was that. By the time we got the story out of him, we didn't have time to get the EpiPen. It's sad. I knew him for years. He was a friend of Mama's. The funeral is tomorrow. All my love, Kate. Dear Brett, I never heard from you about the package. I have to assume it arrived by now. It's been 3 weeks since I mailed it. By my count, you only have 6 weeks left. When will we get details about you coming home? Since I'm new to this deployed husband thing, I'm not quite sure on those things. It snowed and snowed and snowed here last night. Today is a snow day, and Reed and I have made caramel popcorn and hot chocolate and watched our favorite movies. Be prepared for long dark nights and enduring Disney movies for hours on end. Ah, the glamorous life of parenthood. I made it into Asheville for Christmas shopping last week. No, I'm not going to tell you what I got you. Reed and I decided to leave the tree and lights up until you get home. We're going to leave your presents under the tree, and you can open them when you get home. I have good news. I got a call from the lawyer this morning. I did end up asking both Tom and Pete for help, and they both wrote letters to Mama's lawyer. He's released the inheritance money. I wrote the account number on a card and put it in an envelope and tucked it into the boughs of the Christmas tree. I miss you more every day. I'm not even sure how that's possible, but that's how I feel. Since we left the ranch and you've never been to the estate, I can't picture you here. I can't remember the feel of your hand in mine or the way your aftershave smells. While I was in Asheville, I actually wandered into the shaving aisle to see if I could find your brand. How ridiculous I must have looked, standing there sniffing bottles. Reed and I are going to the neighbor's house for Thanksgiving. His adult children are coming home, and they have kids Reed's age. And heaven knows I can't make a turkey, so I'm grateful for the invitation. I hope you get some turkey and mashed potatoes. Is it still hot there? 6 more weeks. All my love, Kate.
Dear Kate, our communication has been tightened. I might not be able to write for a while. I'll let you know what I can when I can. Tell Reed. Love you both, Brett.
Dear Brett, why is your communication being tightened? I don't know why I'm asking, you can't tell me. Still, it makes me worry. I hate that I don't know exactly where you are, that I can't just send a text and get the reassurance I need. Something gnaws at my gut, and the only thing I know to do is stay on my knees for longer each morning and each night. Not much else is new. Thanksgiving dinner was festive and fun, but I don't want to spend another holiday without you. Please come home safe, Brett. All my love, Kate. Brett wanted to get to the computer and send Kate an email, but he simply didn't have time. Intelligence had caught chatter on the radio about incoming unfriendlies, and that had tripled his workload. The number of units that needed to be informed, moved, protected, monitored was astronomical. Most of the time, Brett staggered into the communication tent and staggered back to his bunk 18 hours later, where he tried to sleep. But sleep eluded him for at least a few minutes each night as he prayed for his safety, for the safety of Kate and Reed as he thought about them back in North Carolina alone, with feet of snow separating them from basic services. He had just drifted to sleep when gunshots rang through the camp. He stilled, though he should be moving. He smelled the smoke that had billowed up to the sky during the tank attack, and he coached himself to move. He crept to the door flap of the tent and saw fire near the northeast corner of the camp. A siren sounded and floodlights bathed the camp in bright white light. Not that Brett needed it to see the masked men coming toward him. Life paused as soldiers stopped streaming from the tents. The men shouted in a language he didn't understand, and one shot into the air with his automatic weapon. Brett ducked behind the flap, but found himself being grabbed by the arm and hauled out into the open. His heart thundered in his chest, and all he could think was Kate. And he knew in that moment that he had forgiven her. He had been working hard over the past 5 months, attending worship services when he could, praying every day for the strength to let go of the past and look forward to the future. And now, with a meaty hand on his wrist and 4 automatic rifles pointed at his chest, he felt the cleansing wash of forgiveness spread through him.
"Tell us where your communication station is,"
one of them said in accented English.
"I don't know. I just got into camp last night."
"Liar," the man sneered.
"We know none of your units have been able to mobilize yet."
He jabbed the point of the gun into Brett's breastbone.
"Communication station, now."
The pressure on Brett's hand increased, and the man holding it gave it a violent twist. Brett heard something snap at the same time searing pain tore up his arm.
"Communication station,"
Brett boomed through the pain.
"In the center tent, far north corner."
A lie, but Brett kept his chin up, his eyes slitted. If he could give the other soldiers a few more moments to prepare for these intruders, he would.
"If I found out you've lied to me."
"I haven't," Brett said. With his good hand, he pointed at his chest.
"I'm the chief communications officer, north corner of the main tent. You're coming with us."
"No." A blow to the back of his head sent Brett to the ground. Fury roared through his muscles, and he worked to stay down on the ground instead of shooting to his feet. He didn't have a weapon, and charging against 5 armed men while he had a broken wrist would be a death sentence. He let them haul him to his feet, and he shuffled along slowly, only stepping when they forced him to. Blood, warm and sticky, oozed out of his hair and down the back of his neck.
"This way."
He led them west, then north, then east, through the tent, hoping his team had gotten out. Shots sounded close by, and the leader grabbed Brett and swung him around. The kiss of a blade slid across Brett's throat, sending adrenaline and fear racing through his veins.
Pop, pop, pop. Pop, 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 pop.
The men surrounding Brett fell, leaving him facing an elite squad with guns pointed at him, and his captor using him as a human shield.
"Release him."
The voice came from everywhere.
"This is already over."
The sharp edges Brett felt against his back testified that it wasn't. He knew someone would be watching him for nonverbal communication. Brett forced his muscles into absolute stillness and closed his eyes in a long blink, followed by 3 quick ones. B. 3 long blinks later, O, and the elite leader cocked his head. The message of the bomb strapped to his captor's body had been conveyed.
"What are you hoping to accomplish here?"
His voice came out smooth, unrushed, calm. Everything Brett didn't feel on the inside. He tilted his head to gauge how tall the man was. Tall enough.
"Shut up,"
the man growled, and a voice whispered in Brett's head that he needed to get away, fast. Brett faced front again. With a head wound and a broken wrist, he only had one option. He took a deep breath as he gathered his mental strength.
"Forgive me, Kate,"
he thought just before he shouted,
"Shoot through! Shoot through!"
A single shot reverberated through the air. Pain exploded in Brett's left shoulder, his neck. He fell backward, the hard ridges of the bomb strapped to his captor's abdomen registering against his spine.
"Bomb!"
he said as loud as he could as he rolled away from the man.
"Bomb!"
"Bomb squad is here, Commander." A man appeared above him, his goggles pushed back on his forehead so Brett could see the man's eyes. So much blue. Brett started to swim in it, but the water was so cold. So cold.
"Stay with me, Commander. You're going to be fine."
Brett felt pressure against his neck, sensed movement all around him, heard the calm yet urgent voices of the bomb squad as they worked to defuse the threat.
"You did great," the squad leader said. "I don't think I hit anything vital, and we got the guy."
Scuffling happened, and the man disappeared from Brett's line of sight.
"Doctor's here. Stay with us, Brett. Stay with us."
The voice morphed, pitching higher into the gentle timbre of Kate's voice. Brett smiled. "Stay with us," as he finally heard her voice. He drifted away against his will, thinking, maybe I'll be home in time for Christmas. Chapter 15. Kate woke on the Sunday morning before Christmas, her nose absolutely frozen. Instantly awake, she stayed in bed for a few extra seconds before facing reality. Eventually, she got up and bundled herself in her quilt. Stupid furnace. She needed to replace it, but she didn't want to pay the holiday rate. She knew how to light the pilot, and if a pattern had been established, the furnace would make it through Christmas morning before she had to relight it again. She found Reed curled up with a blanket on the couch, a cartoon playing while he slept. She wondered how long he'd been up, a string on her heart pulling at the side of him. He looked so much like Brett, and now her heart filled with longing. She hurried toward the stairs leading to the basement, her breath catching when a gust of icy air met her upon opening the door. She gripped the blanket tighter and forced her feet down. Her hands shook as she fumbled with a lighter. Several attempts later, the pilot burst to life. She held her fingers close to the flame and relished the warmth. She sprinted back upstairs and closed the door firmly behind her. Maybe she'd need to insulate the basement in the near future, too. She sighed as she settled on the couch and tucked her feet under her to try to warm them. She'd nearly dozed off when someone knocked on the door. A spurt of adrenaline had her bolting upright, wondering who would be at the door this early on a Sunday. She glanced at the clock. Almost 9, so maybe it wasn't that early. She kept the blanket secured around her shoulders as she stepped to the door. The only difference between outside and inside was the wind chill. "Come in, come—" Kate's voice abandoned her as she took in the uniformed officer standing on her porch, his hat held stiffly under his arm. "Miss Murphy?" Kate blinked, unsure how to respond to a name she'd only used for 3 months. "May we come in?" He indicated the second officer standing next to him. Kate hadn't even seen him standing there. She stepped back, glancing to where Reed had been sleeping. He'd woken, and his eyes were round and interested. The 2 men entered the house and closed the door behind them. The commanding officer looked around. "Ma'am, is everything working all right?" Kate sprang into motion, moving toward Reed. "The furnace went out last night. I just relit it. It'll warm up quickly." She bustled into the kitchen. "Do you gentlemen want coffee? Tea?" She yanked open the bread drawer. "I have some cinnamon bread left over from last night." "No, ma'am, we're fine." The second man's teeth chattered once before he clamped his jaw over them. Kate squared her shoulders and took a deep breath. "Okay, well, let's do this then."
"Can we sit?"
Kate moved to the couch and curled Reed into her side. She couldn't seem to get a proper breath. Her mind whirled and twirled with possibilities.
"Miss Murphy, I'm Captain Jacobs. I'm stationed at Fort Bragg, and I trained your husband in his communications program."
She nodded like she knew Brett had completed a communications program. The fact that she didn't only served to sour her stomach further.
"He's a fine man, a good soldier. Quick learner, that one."
Captain Jacobs drooped a little under his words.
"I have some bad news concerning Brett."
Kate couldn't get her voice to work. She stared unflinchingly at the man.
"He's been shot."
She winced like she'd been hit. The captain needed to take some courses in tact.
"He's alive, and he's expected to make a full recovery."
The fight left Kate's body as relief poured through her. "Captain," she breathed, "you should lead with that." "Mom?" Reed watched her with questions in his eyes. "Daddy's been hurt, Reed, but he's going to be okay." Kate squeezed his shoulder, glad her voice carried a vein of strength and truth. Captain Jacob spared her a small smile.
"There was a raid on the camp where he was stationed, and he was taken captive. He acted with nobility and bravery, leading the captors away from their target, which gave our men a chance to evacuate and prepare."
Kate couldn't feel her face, but that could have been from the extreme cold.
"He was used as a hostage, and, well, our elite team leader shot through him to get to the captor."
Mind spinning, Kate frowned. "So Brett was shot by our own guys?"
"Yes, ma'am. The captor had a bomb strapped to his body, and it was the only way to defuse the situation without blowing everyone to bits. He issued the call."
Kate leaned forward, trying to read the captain's face. He was like a rock, strong, stable, stoic. He told the team leader to shoot him?
"He did."
Fury roared through her. How could he do that when he knew she and Reed were waiting for him to come home alive, whole, well?
"Both men fell, and Brett's neck got quite the gash in it. We patched that up on site, and he was transferred to Germany for surgery. But it wasn't needed. Our team leader placed the bullet in exactly the right spot, and it ended up only being a minor muscle wound. No tendons, no bones, nothing else was injured.
Wow, he'll probably get a medal.
Captain Jacobs managed a wry smile. Actually, we've recommended Brett for the Distinguished Service Cross. He blinked Morse code after he'd sustained a head injury and a broken wrist. He demonstrated extreme courage and an exceptionally clear mind in a very difficult situation. Captain Jacobs cleared his throat.
So, my dad's a hero? Reed asked.
The officers chuckled. That's right, son. He certainly is. Captain Jacobs stood. Miss Murphy, Brett's aware we're here this morning, and he wanted me to let you know that he has a surprise for you on Christmas morning.
Kate followed him to the door. What kind of surprise?
You'll have to wait a few more days, just like the rest of us.
With that, the two officers left as unexpectedly as they'd come. Kate tucked Reed back into his quilt and made sure the TV had been turned up. She hurried into her bedroom before he could see her cry. She collapsed to her knees beside the bed, gratitude pouring from her the same way her tears did. Christmas morning dawned long after Reed woke Kate with excited exclamations that Santa had brought him exactly what he wanted, a set of snowshoes. "Come look, Mama! Come look!" He sprinted out of the room, leaving Kate to smile to herself over his enthusiasm. She detoured into the kitchen to start a pot of coffee, and then went into the living room where she and Reed had decorated their Christmas tree. He showed her how to put on the snowshoes and begged her to go outside. "It's dark still, baby. In a little bit." She managed to keep him occupied by making French toast and orange juice, then suggesting he get dressed in his thermal underwear. By the time he wore all his snow gear, the sun had brightened the day, deceivingly bright. It lent hardly any warmth to the air, and Kate's breath froze inside her lungs. She took pictures of Reed's first few steps on the snowshoes and followed his tracks as he explored the estate with his new treasure. Kate settled on the bench under the willow, her feet already frozen. She wouldn't cry, not on Christmas. On Christmas Eve, sure, she'd done that. Begged God to bring Brett home, wounded, well, whatever. She just wanted him here. 10 minutes later, she thought she'd freeze to death if she stayed outside much longer. She couldn't see Reed anywhere, so she put her fingers in her mouth and whistled. A distant whistle responded from back near the house, and Kate headed that way. When she came within view of the back porch, she found Reed bouncing like water in a hot pan. "Reed?" He giggled and sprinted into the house. She followed him at a much slower pace, thankful he was so happy. She stepped into the house, breathed in the comfortable warmth, and locked the door behind her. "'Bout time." Kate spun at the voice coming from the living room. She hadn't heard it for nearly 6 months, and she wouldn't let herself believe it was Brett until she saw him. She moved on numb legs and rounded the wall separating the kitchen and the living room. Sure enough, sitting on the couch with a bandage covering most of his throat and his left arm in a sling, sat Brett. His dark eyes sparkled like stars at deep midnight. "Merry Christmas, sugar." He shifted when she continued to stare at him. "I'd come over there and hug you, but moving is still pretty hard." Tears splashed Kate's cheeks as she flung herself in his direction. She trailed her fingers along the bandage, taking the deepest breath she could manage. The woodsy smell of his skin wrapped her in comfort. "You got shot," she whispered. "Yes, I did." "You told them to shoot you." She lifted her eyes to his, reading the desire and worry and love in the dark depths. "Yes, I did." "You made it home for Christmas." "Kate." A half-grin pulled at his mouth. "Are you going to state the obvious for much longer? I am dying for a kiss." Kate glanced at his arm, wondering how bad the wound was underneath the bandages. "Well, I wouldn't want you to die on Christmas." She leaned in, careful not to put any of her weight on his body, and kissed him. She felt something new in his touch, something she had never experienced at Three Rivers Ranch. There was nothing negative in this kiss. No anger, no old grudges. "I love you," she whispered against his lips. He pulled back a fraction of an inch. "Will you forgive me for telling them to shoot me?" "Yes." She touched her lips to his for a moment. "Have you forgiven me yet?" "It took longer than I thought it would," he admitted. "But yes, Kate, I've forgiven you." Her mouth curved into a smile as she deepened their kiss. 6 months later. "Let her explore on her own," Brett said to Reed, who wanted to lead his pony everywhere. "This is brand new for her." He put one foot up on the bottom rail of the fence and watched the light brown filly nose the grass. "But, Dad—" "You can't ride her for a while anyway," Brett said. "She's ready to ride." Reed frowned. "She needs a couple of days to get settled." Reed put his foot on the rail too. "Okay, fine." "At least you have a horse." Brett tousled his son's hair. "Pete's bringing yours next week." Reed rolled his eyes, and Brett broke into a laugh. "What's so funny?" Kate joined them at the fence, her breathing ragged. "Hey," Brett said, "you're not supposed to be up." "I couldn't miss the new pony." She beamed down at Reed. "Of course you can." Brett touched her elbow, but she still wouldn't look at him. "Kate, the baby—" "She's fine," Kate said, finally turning toward him and stepping into his embrace. "I can't stay in that house for one more second, not on such a beautiful summer day." Brett's brows creased, but he didn't argue. Something she said clicked into place. "She?" She gasped and tipped her head back to look at him. "Brett, I'm sorry. I know you didn't want to know." "We're having a little girl?" Kate nodded, the smile gracing her face widening with each passing moment. Brett kissed the tip of her nose, the happiness coursing through him unlike anything he'd ever felt. "Can we name her Lily?" "Dad, come on," Reed said. "We can't name a horse Lily." Kate giggled, but Reed didn't seem to notice. "I was thinking something like honey. Doesn't she sort of look like the color of honey?" Brett burst out laughing, tilting his head heavenward and sending a whisper of thanks to God for all he'd been given. "Yeah, bud, we can name the horse Honey." "Yes, dear, we can name the baby Lily." Brett wrapped his arm around Kate's shoulder and tucked her against his side, happier than he'd ever been. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Fourth and Long, a Three Rivers Ranch romance, Book 3. Stay tuned for an excerpt from Fifth Generation Cowboy, a Three Rivers Ranch romance, Book 4. Fifth Generation Cowboy, an excerpt. Chapter 1. The fences containing Rose Reyes's patients had never seemed so flat. Of course, she hadn't pushed her daughter Mary as far out of her comfort zone as she had these past few months. As she listened to Mary wail over the fact that her cucumbers had touched her ranch dressing before she was ready, Rose sent a prayer for someone, anyone, to come fix the fence line. Someone. Anyone. No one came. No one ever did. So Rose sat next to Mary and took a deep breath. "Mary, you need to calm down. When you're ready, I'll be back." She got up and purposely moved down the hall to her bedroom. Even with the door closed, she could hear Mary's hiccups and continued sniffles. She was safe. She was fine. She just resisted change of any kind, and having cucumbers instead of carrots had already thrown her for a loop. Scratching came against Rose's door, and she cracked it to let in Paprika, the little Shih Tzu that could usually settle Mary. Now Rose picked up the dog and stroked her head, taking the animal's latent energy as her own. Mary had been having more episodes lately, something Dr. Parchman had predicted. The therapist at Courage Reigns, the riding center where Mary participated in equine therapy a couple times a week, had sent Rose home with some brochures about how to deal with the outbursts, and Rose met with Dr. Parchman once a month to make sure she worked with Mary appropriately at home. She had done the best she could, but Mary's continued crying would have challenged Mother Teresa. Rose sighed and gazed out the window, glad Mary had another riding appointment that evening. That is, if Rose could get Mary calm enough to finish eating and get in the car. The silence beyond the door snagged Rose's attention, and she took Paprika with her as she rejoined Mary in the kitchen. Half the grilled cheese sandwich was gone, but the cucumbers were still stubbornly pushed to the side, the smudge of white on the corner of an innocent vegetable, the culprit of Mary's outburst. "Feel better?" Rose asked her daughter, smoothing the girl's bangs off her forehead. Mary didn't answer, a typical response. Rose turned away, her usual reaction. Mostly so Mary wouldn't accidentally see Rose's frustration, the tears that settled in the corners of her eyes. Rose never wanted Mary to know she longed to have a real conversation with someone who didn't need a line of credit, a construction loan, or an extension on their mortgage due date. As the loan manager at Three Rivers Bank, the only adults Rose spoke with had the same problems she did, some worse, some easier, but she knew better than most that everybody had problems. Hers weren't financial, and as Mary put her plate, still laden with the dreaded cucumbers, in the sink, a tidal wave of guilt nearly sent Rose to her knees. Guilt that she wanted someone to talk to that would talk back. Guilt that she counted her own daughter as a problem. Guilt that she felt so downtrodden when she knew others had it worse than she did. "Ready to go riding?" she asked, forcing back the tears and a measure of brightness into her voice. Mary made eye contact for less than a blink. "Okay." "Okay, then," Rose smiled. "Go get changed. We'll be late if we wait much longer." While Mary changed out of her school clothes and into her riding pants, Rose checked her phone to make sure it had enough charge to get to the ranch and back. With summer still a couple months off, darkness came early, and the last thing she wanted was to be stranded on the lonely stretch of road between town and the ranch without a way to call for help. By the time Mary returned, Rose had her jacket and cowgirl hat waiting. They were 10 minutes late leaving, but she knew better than to rush the girl. Rose spent most of her life waiting for Mary, and she had learned to start tasks 30 minutes early so Mary could finish them on time. "Let's go," Rose said, swiping her keys from the kitchen counter where her empty dinner plate still sat. She called Tom Lovell, the cowboy who usually worked with Mary at the facility, a stone in her stomach. She hated telling him they'd be late, though he never acted like it mattered. Still, she knew time was valuable, and someone with as many responsibilities as Tom surely couldn't afford to be sitting around. "Rose," he said, his friendly voice a welcome addition to Rose's life. "Hello, Tom," she said, wondering if he was as happy to hear her voice as she was his. Probably not. He had plenty of adults to converse with throughout the day. "We're just leaving, so we'll be a tiny bit late." She backed out of the driveway as she held down the button for the garage door. It wouldn't budge. She braked, stopped, and tried again. Nothing. "No problem," Tom drawled as Rose put the car in park. Impatience really wanted to win over her today, but she tamped down the frustration as she reached for the rope and pulled the door down manually. A loud screech accompanied her words when she said, "And if you have any of that dark roast coffee on, I'd love a cup when I get there." He chuckled. "Rough day?" Rose basked in the warmth of his laugh, slightly embarrassed at her reaction to him, though he wasn't there and couldn't see her. "You could say that," she said. "Be there soon." "I'll start the coffee for you." Rose hung up, tucked her phone in her jacket pocket, and settled back into the driver's seat with a moan. Halfway to the ranch, her phone rang. She checked it and saw the name Ed. She thumbed the call to voicemail, unwilling to add to the weight of today with a conversation with her ex-husband. He could at least wait until after the session. "Dad," Mary said, pointing at the still flashing screen. "We'll call him back after you ride Peony." Rose added a smile to the end of her statement. "Peony," Mary echoed. "That's right." Rose patted Mary's leg and kept on toward Three Rivers. She pulled into the parking lot at Courage Rains and exhaled as Mary got out of the car without prompting. She'd gotten better at a lot of things since starting the equine therapy 18 months ago, including her schoolwork, talking to her teachers, and becoming more independent. But apparently not eating cucumbers. Rose allowed herself a small smile as a burden lifted from her shoulders. She should have focused on where Mary had improved instead of wallowing in the negative. Tomorrow's another day, she told herself, and Mary will be... You getting out? Tom leaned into the passenger door, bending his tall frame down to look at her under the brim of his cowboy hat. Rose startled, and her face heated when she thought of him listening to her talk to herself. Yeah, I'm getting out. She fumbled with the door handle and managed to free herself from the vehicle. She straightened and met Tom's eye over the roof of her sedan. Hey, she peered past him toward the riding ring. You see which way Mary went? She's with Pete in the barn. He nodded back behind Rose. I've got your coffee on. He gestured toward the house 100 yards from the parking lot. Well, Chelsea's got your coffee on. He gave her a lazy smile, and she couldn't help returning it. Thanks, Tom. She glanced over her shoulder to the barn. You think... She'll be fine. Pete's with her. Tom started walking toward the house. You usually train with her, Rose said, hating the worried shiver in her tone. She's been having a hard time lately. Not out here. Tom stepped closer to her, and Rose almost tripped, though the dirt road was fairly smooth. Give yourself a break, Tom said. You sounded pretty tired on the phone. Oh, great, Rose said. That's just what I want to hear. She nudged him with her elbow. Do I look terrible, too? Course not. Tom stuffed his hat lower over his eyes so she couldn't see them. She didn't have to look at him to know he had the darkest pair of midnight eyes. Beautiful midnight eyes she could lose herself in if she wasn't careful. And if Rose had learned one thing, it was not to get suckered in by a beautiful pair of midnight eyes. Yet somehow she still found herself thinking of Tom and his calm, steady manner whenever she contemplated the type of man she'd like to marry one day. One day in the far future, she told herself as Tom ushered her through the back fence and into the yard. One thing Rose knew, she wouldn't remarry until Mary was an adult and able to take care of herself. Still, Rose cast a longing glance at Tom, wondering what had kept the handsome cowboy from getting snatched up. Tom's phone buzzed as he reached the sliding glass door. He checked the text and saw Chelsea's name. Julie's fussing. I'll be upstairs if you need me. He refrained from rolling his eyes. His dad said if he did it too often, his eyes might get stuck that way. But the only adequate reaction to a text like Chelsea's was an eye roll. See, the woman thought Tom needed to spend time alone with Rose. Then he'd be able to ask her out. Even though Tom had repeatedly told her and her husband Pete and everyone else who ribbed him about his friendship with Rose that he and Rose were only friends. The cowhands had given him copious amounts of unwanted advice for how to ask her out, and he had given them enough eye rolls to be in danger of his eyes getting stuck. Chelsea had been texting Kelly for 3 solid months about how they could get Tom a date. Even Kate, Brett's wife, had spent hours of her time trying to get him to take out one of his friends. He'd tried with Tammy, and that had ended after the first date, mutually, but Tom hadn't been able to go back to the sports bar yet, and it had been months since they attended the hay festival together. And for the past several months, Tom had spent more than a healthy amount of time assuring everyone he wasn't interested in the gorgeous Rose Reyes. Much as he wished she wouldn't, Desi, his ex-girlfriend, popped into his mind. She seemed to be haunting him for the past month, always whispering to him that his cool demeanor toward women was as attractive as it was maddening. After their breakup a few years ago, Tom hadn't really tried to find another woman. Rose exhaled heavily, bringing him back to the warmth of Pete and Chelsea's kitchen. Rose rubbed her hands together and sat down at the bar. I don't think I've been in Chelsea's house. It's nice. Yeah, real nice. Tom lifted the coffee pot and poured a mug for Rose. He passed it to her and prepared one for himself. Cream and sugar right there. Rose flashed him a grateful smile as she doctored up her coffee while he slid onto the stool next to her. Tom sipped the dark brew, wishing he could think of something to say. He wasn't particularly skilled with conversation, having grown up with an older brother and raised by a single dad after his mom went to work one day and never came home. Tom had been 7, and he hadn't had a lot of women in his life since, hadn't needed them, hadn't wanted them. He glanced at Rose, at the dark caramel color of her skin, her deep brown eyes, her long hair the color of Houdini's coat. Tom inwardly cringed at his comparison of this woman to a black quarter horse. He cleared his throat. "So what's been going on with Mary?" Rose waved her hand toward the sink. "She has autism." Tom studied her, trying to find the root of her unhappiness. "Yeah, and?" "And I don't know." She looked at him and glanced away quickly. "Can I tell you a secret?" Tom's nerves buzzed and his skin felt too hot. "Sure, of course." "You won't judge me?" "I would never judge you." Tom spoke with all the sincerity of his heart. Her earnest expression caused him to lean closer. The way she had asked for coffee earlier had alerted him to her distress. As soon as she had hung up, he'd hurried over to Pete's to see if he could take over Mary's therapy. "You're jumpy as a wet cat," Pete had said. "When are you going to ask that woman out?" Tom hadn't known how to answer. For the first time in all the months of teasing he'd endured, he'd never once considered Rose as more than a friend. He hadn't been prompted to roll his eyes and heave a sigh of exasperation. Rose took a deep breath. "Okay, well, sometimes taking care of Mary is exhausting. I love her, don't get me wrong, but she isn't exactly chatty, and sometimes I just want someone to talk to. She's been more emotional these past few months, and I know Dr. Parchman said that would be normal, but I'm going crazy." She gave a little chuckle that sounded anything but happy. "She's going with her dad tomorrow, and I'll admit that I'm really looking forward to her being gone." She clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. Tom blinked in sync with Rose. He reached for her hands and gently lowered them from her face. "Rose." Emotion laced the way he said her name. "You're a great mom." She squeezed his fingers, and he stared at their entwined hands, adrenaline racing through his system. He released her like he'd been electrocuted, shocked at the heat rising from his stomach. Heat from touching Rose. "I feel like a failure," she said. "Sometimes we just eat cereal for dinner, and my yard is a mess, and the kitchen sink leaks, and most of the time I barely feel like I've got my head above water." Tom lowered his chin so he couldn't see Rose, so he could work through these new, confusing feelings. "I can come help with the plumbing," he said real low, the words barely escaping his throat. "You taking her to Amarillo, or's Ed coming to get her?" "He's coming." Tom took a hot gulp of his coffee, trying to get his stomach to settle. "Great. I'll come over in the morning." "You don't need Rose." He took a breath and looked up, right into her eyes. "I want to." Thankfully, she didn't argue, just nodded and took his phone to put in her address. When he took it back, he glanced at where her hands had been, a slow smile spreading his lips. "You're acting like fixing my pipes is going to be a picnic," Rose teased. "You volunteering to feed me lunch?" He grinned at her, hoping she'd say yes. She did, and by the time she left, Tom knew he wouldn't be able to sleep that night, excited as he was to fix a set of leaking pipes. Or was he looking forward to seeing Rose again? Confusion would definitely keep him awake tonight, too. The next morning, he wrangled Ethan out of bed just before dawn. "Come on, Cowboy." Tom nudged Ethan's foot. "You said you'd cover chores for me this morning." "Didn't say nothing about getting up at dawn." "That's what the morning chores are. Come on, I have an hour and then I have to go." Ethan muttered under his breath, but he got up and pulled on a pair of jeans. Tom retreated from the bunks to the kitchenette where he started a pot of coffee. A few minutes later, a more alert Ethan joined him. The cowhand had come out to Three Rivers a couple of years ago, and though he had a mouth on him, he was a hard worker. He mussed his blonde hair as he yawned. "You so owe me for this." "You're getting paid," Tom said.
and earning hours toward another day off." Ethan reached for a piece of bread and set it in the toaster. "That's the only reason I agreed to this." While he waited for the bread to brown, he pulled on a heavy jacket. "Where you going, anyway?" Tom checked the coffee maker, hoping for nonchalance. "I have some business in town." "Business with Rose Reyes." The toast popped up, and Ethan turned to butter it. "I didn't know the bank was open on Saturday." Tom opted not to answer, instead taking a clean mug out of the cupboard and pouring himself a cup of coffee. "I'll start in the barn." Ethan wouldn't like that, but Tom didn't care much. He'd agreed to this morning's chores. Tom didn't have to help him at all, but he couldn't sleep past 5, used as he was to getting up and getting things done around the ranch. He arrived in the barn quickly, but then slowed his pace, wandering through the aisles, acknowledging the horses as they came to their gates for his morning greeting. He paused at Peony's stall, the gentle creature nuzzling him with her warm nose. "Hey, girl." He gave her an affectionate pat before continuing down the line. Houdini, Tom's favorite horse, nickered a hello. Tom grinned at him and leaned against his railing. "Morning to you too, Deanie." A working horse, Houdini liked going out in the cool mornings the way Tom did. Houdini was more wild than the other horses Tom had taken a shine to, but loyal and strong. He seemed to know when weekends came round, because he nudged Tom's shoulder with his nose before retreating in his stall for another doze. That was Tom's cue to get to work. He went down the line, filling water troughs and hay bins. He checked on Iris, the pregnant mare due to give birth in another month or so. He made her stand so he could rake out her straw before giving her a fresh bed. "There you go," he told her, a stream of satisfaction bubbling beneath his skin when she settled down and went right back to sleep. Peace descended on Tom as he cut through the cold morning to his cabin. He loved the hard, physical labor of ranching. It reminded him of what had always been solid in his life, what never left, never changed. He showered, his mind revolving around the mother he hadn't spoken to for 2 decades. He wondered if she ever thought about him, if she remembered his birthday, if she knew how deep her actions had sliced. Tom's father never spoke of his wife. Tom didn't know if they'd gotten divorced or not. His dad had never remarried, choosing instead to dedicate his life to his boys and the ranch he ran. As Tom scrubbed the stink of horse from his hair, he understood his father on a deeper level. Fear frothed up with the soap as he thought about his reaction to touching Rose's hands. Did he really want a woman in his life? One who could up and leave at any given moment, without a phone call, a hug goodbye? He leaned his head back and let the spray hit his throat, frustrated that his mother affected him so strongly after so many years. Tom's cell phone rang, sending his heart into his throat. Maybe Rose needed to cancel. As his pulse settled, he thought he might just be able to say he hadn't gotten her message. He stepped out of the shower, toweled off, and went into his bedroom. A blue light flashed on his phone, and he hesitated before swiping it on. Eventually, he did, only to find a missed call from his older brother, Jace, as if his circular thoughts about their mother had summoned the call. Tom smiled at the screen. No message. His brother never left one. He had more to say than Tom, but he rarely did it on a recording. Tom called him back while he pulled out a fresh pair of jeans. "Jace," he said when his brother picked up on the second ring. "It's early." "I know. I remembered that after the phone started ringing. Sorry. I was up, in the shower. I just got back from my morning chores." Tom set the phone on speaker and started getting dressed. "So, what's going on?" Jace worked the ranch where they'd grown up after a brief stint of trying college. Wasn't for him, he claimed, and he'd gone back to Montana and started working for their father. Tom had tried the Army, and when that didn't work out, he had nowhere else to go. His father knew a couple of ranchers down here, so Tom moved south. He'd bounced from ranch to ranch for a year or 2 before finally settling at 3 Rivers. "Dad fell last night," Jace said, and everything in Tom's world stalled. His voice couldn't seem to battle its way to the surface. "It wasn't bad," Jace added, "but I took him to the hospital anyway. He has a foot fracture." Tom thought of his tall, strong father. No way he'd stay off that foot. "No cast?" "No cast," Jace sighed. "I'm sure you know what that means." "He was out doing chores this morning, too." "Yep."
Jace chuckled, and the concerned sound echoed through the line, assaulting Tom's ears.
Anyway, I wanted you to know. Maybe you can put his name on your church's prayer roll or something.
Tom didn't come from a religious family. His father lived, breathed, and worked a cattle ranch. He claimed he didn't have time for organized religion, but he had taken Tom and Jace to services on Christmas and Easter. When Tom had come to Texas, he'd enjoyed his Sundays at church more than he thought he would. Jace leaned more toward their father's side of the line, but he respected Tom and his beliefs.
Sure thing, Jace.
He hesitated, not quite sure what else to say.
And one note of good news, Jace said, a smile infusing his voice. You know how I've been saving for that diamond ring? Yeah? I finally have enough. I'm going to ask Wendy to marry me.
Tom's throat tightened and released.
When? I don't know. Soon, I think. I need to make a plan.
Tom heard his father's words in Jace's, and he wondered if sometimes he and Jace planned too much. Rose's face danced through his mind's eye, and Tom realized why he hadn't seen her standing right in front of him. He had no plan to find a woman and marry her, no plan to look at Rose as anything but what she already was, his friend. Had everyone else seen something between them he hadn't? His fingers tingled, as if reminding him of how soft her skin had been.
Good luck,
he told his brother, telling himself the same thing. He whistled as he brushed his teeth and donned his hat. He had no idea if something could exist between him and Rose, didn't even know if he wanted something to exist between them. But Tom Lovell knew one thing. He didn't want to miss someone standing right in front of him because he was too busy being a horseman. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Fourth and Long, a Three Rivers Ranch romance, Book 3. Written by Liz Isaacson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Copyright 2016 by Elena Johnson. Production copyright 2016 by Elena Johnson.